We are hot on YouTube.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. This is Steve KG5VK, your ARRL North Texas Section Manager. Welcome to the first ever virtual version of Mentorfest. I know we have a wide audience. We have members from outside of North Texas, probably even outside of the United States. And we have ARRL members as well as guests. So welcome to everybody. Our presenters will cover a wide range of topics that we hope you will find educational and fun. Our ARRL North Texas Section Traffic Manager and Webmaster, K8AMH Aaron Hewlett, will be our Master of Ceremonies for this event. I would like to state that Aaron has done a lot of heavy lifting for this project. He has handled all the technical issues. So all accolades for what goes smooth goes to Aaron, and any hiccups fall right in his lap as well. Hi. We're very hopeful that this goes very smoothly. A door prize will be awarded for each session, excluding this opening ceremony portion. I will have a door prize during my closing remarks as well. Mentorfest has been a tradition in North Texas for many years. This is our first virtual version. A note about door prizes. Door prizes, you will need to fill out a form for each session to register to be available to be in the door prize drawing. Whoops. When you register for those, you will need an amateur radio call sign that has a good snail mail address on qrz.com, because that's where we're going to ship your door prize to. Door prize recipients need to be within the continental United States of America, and you cannot be a member of the North Texas Section Management Team or a presenter to earn a door prize. I will have a gift for each one of the presenters, which will end up at their doorstep, courtesy of the U.S. Postal Service, in a couple of weeks. With that, I think that brings us to everything about housekeeping. Halfway through each presentation is when you will see a key phrase, a set of keywords, if you will, or even simply one word about that presentation that highlights you were actually watching the presentation. And you will need that key phrase or keyword to fill out the door prize form. This keeps people from just coming to us and hunting for door prizes and not really participating. So we apologize if that seems unnecessary, but we tried to keep it simple but elegant as well. Hi. At this time, I would like to introduce our guest speaker. Our distinguished guest is John Robert Stratton, N5AUS. John is our ARRL West Gulf Division Director. John Robert Stratton and I have forged a great working relationship that benefits all ARRL North Texas members and beyond. That's my belief, and I think it's very true. I've asked him to speak on two specific topics. We will have time for a few questions as well, as long as we get done by 9 o'clock for the next presentation rolling up, because we want to try to stay on time. So the two questions I have for Mr. Stratton is, what is the deal with the continued announcements from the FCC for us to not use our radio for illegal purposes?
Actually, I'm sorry,
what?
Steve.
What? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Simple question. I've received it from, by the way, thank you for letting me appear on the Mentorfest. And for those who haven't dealt with Steve before, he is one of the best section managers in the country. North Texas is lucky to have him. For those who don't know, the FCC issued for a second time an enforcement advisory. They issued it on the 20th last week. We did not know it was going to be issued. We, the league, did not know it was going to be issued. We received a phone call from the FCC going, would you like to comment on this? After swallowing our coffee, we went, yes, we will. There is a note up on the website where we commented. This is the second time they have issued this enforcement advisory. They issued it shortly after January 6th. The FCC is not targeting us, just as the little inside the baseball. The division of the FCC that deals with amateur radio is known as the Wireless Bureau. The Wireless Bureau did not even know this advisory was going to be reissued, because when we contacted them, they went, what advisory? But what caused this, or the occasion for it, is that there is a open session of Congress occurring next week, at which I think the president's supposed to appear. And Washington has gone security crazy. Reasonable, whenever the president moves, there's heightened security anyway. But in the current political climate, everyone's playing to be very careful, covering themselves in case they forgot to do something that was right. So it's kind of a reflexive response. They send out an advisory, don't do anything wrong. Those advisories are going to any number of people in any different types of endeavors, but they sent this back out. There is no indication based on the conversation of our FCC council with the FCC that they have any concern about amateur radio. They're not targeting us. The wording of the public notice is a little bit unfortunate, but we didn't write it. We weren't consulted on it. But there's no credible evidence that we have seen or been shared with us by the FCC that there's an organized amateur radio effort to engage in any type of illegal activity. But unfortunately, if you watch the videos, you see people running around with Baofeng handy-talkies, and everyone goes, amateur radio. It's not amateur radio. If you go up on the prepper sites, almost every site recommends they go buy this radio, the Baofeng UV5R or something else. So it's just radios, and they're being careful. They're just reminding everyone that it's not a matter about to be concerned, and they are not picking on amateur radio. They're picking on everybody. Does anyone have any questions about this?
Aaron, do you see any questions on your side?
Well, first off, good morning, everybody. And no, there are no questions in the chat. We are monitoring the chat this morning on YouTube. If you do have questions, please feel free to put them in the chat, and I'll make sure to get them relayed for you.
Yeah, questions are welcome.
Okay, great. And if anybody that's watching, I know we have more than a few viewers right now. And if you think of a question later on, of course, you're welcome to contact myself, and I will get them to whoever that the question needs to be addressed to, if I don't know it off the top of my head, or if I have to research it. And my email address is simply kg5vk@arrl.org. And we are getting some questions about the door prize form, by the way. The door prize form will not be live until approximately halfway through each session. So the first door prize forms to be filled out will not be available until roughly 9:30, because our next presentation's at 9 o'clock. So about halfway through that, 9:30, the door prize forms go live. Is that correct, Aaron?
Yep, that's right.
Okay, so I did get it right. All right, John, would you like to address the next one on RF safety exposure surveys?
What if I say no?
That's your choice. I have a feeling, and you can just tell me if I'm right or not. This is the question that several members in the section have posed to me. What action, if any, is needed once we have done an RF safety survey of our amateur radio station, and any further guidance on this? And of course, this question came about because the ARRL had announced in their news items that the FCC is no longer excluding amateur radio operators from doing a site RF safety survey. So that's the question. Go ahead, John.
We've never been excluded from doing an RF exposure limits survey. The exposure limits haven't changed. It's the methodology of determining whether or not you're in compliance. If a station is presently in existence and you have determined in accordance with FCC guidelines, and that's been prior to now, you could take a look at a table and determine, okay, with this type of power, these type of antennas, I am legal. I'm within RF safety limits. What's changed is neither we nor anyone else is being permitted to rely on tables. They now say you must do an evaluation. The methodology of the evaluation, again, the limits haven't changed. The methodology's changed, and it's been reduced to a fairly, well, depends on how you look at it, simple formula for determining whether or not you're in compliance. But if you're operating a station as we speak, and you've already determined that station's in compliance prior to, say, last Friday, there's nothing you need to do for the next 2 years. Because of the nature of the change, because it's not necessarily simple, which is because the government made it a little bit more complicated than we want. The FCC's made the decision that there's a 2-year moratorium on this. If you take down your 140-foot tower and put up a 200-foot tower with stacked antennas on it, that's a change. If you put up a new vertical in your backyard, that's a change. Now you will have to do an exposure limit evaluation. If you don't change your station between now and 2 years, you don't have to do anything until then. If you do make a change, there's a simple formula up on the FCC website that says how to do this. The ARRL is posting up on our website, and we'll send links out. I believe I'm looking at the news item right here. It'll go out next week. We will have resources available on the ARRL website that will make it easy for you to go do the calculations if you have a changed station. There is a publication that was published a number of years ago that if you go to the news article that the league has put up on the website, there's a link to a book called RF Exposure and You. It's free. You can download it. It's a PDF. Ed Hare, the head of our lab, wrote it. If you have questions about how do I do this, or do I need to do this, there is an email link to the lab. If you send them an email, they will call you back and get with you, or you can actually call the lab. You may get Ed, you may get someone else, but the league is going to make the lab facilities available to all amateur radio members, ARRL members, to help you go through an evaluation if your station has changed. If it hasn't, you're good for 2 years. The question you asked, Steve, was if I do an evaluation because my station has changed, to whom do I report this? No one. The FCC is not requiring us to report. If you were in Germany, you would be required to report to the German government the results of your evaluation. But the FCC's position is, we want you to do the evaluation. We do not require you to report it to us.
Okay, thanks,
It's
John.
the honor system. We're being trusted.
All right, thank you. I think that clears that up a whole bunch. At least it did for me. And basically, I've been telling everybody that you do not have to report it to the FCC, because I was very confident that they did not want to be burdened by all that extra paperwork and email coming into their office. So they want to do less with more.
And again, next week, we're sending out a more detailed response. It's a FAQ that'll be posted on the website that answers all of these questions again in detail. and again gives everyone the link to the free RF evaluation book and links to other resources. This is in 2019, we met with the FCC, we being the executive committee of the ARRL board. In that meeting, we offered the FCC a software program that was written by an amateur radio operator to evaluate the RF exposure on any stations. We offered it to them for free so that they could post it and make it available to all amateur radio operators. We have, with a change in their operating rules now, we have offered it to them again. They're looking at the program. They may make the determination they will accept it and post it as the standard software to use. But that's still in the works at the moment.
Okay, perfect. All right. I think I'm going to slide over to the next slide and see what we have next. I don't remember. And I think we're going to have time for a few more questions if anybody has them. And if not, I've got a couple other things that I would like to talk about this morning while we're killing another, where's my clock? 15 minutes, 14 minutes. John, I would like to say thank you very much. I know you got a huge schedule this morning for your day job, and we really appreciate you attending. And for those that don't realize it, not all section managers have a great working relationship with their cohorts in the division as I do. And I think it benefits everybody in our section and division and beyond. So, John, thanks a bunch for taking time out of your busy day. And please say hello to your partner in crime there, your executive secretary. Hi, hi.
Will do. By the way, anyone who wants to send an email to Steve, you've got his email address. If you want to send me an email to ask any questions, the email address is simple. It's n5aus@n5aus.com. Steve, thank you again. And I'm going to break connection because we've got an ARRL board meeting this morning.
Okay. Thank you very much, John. You have a great day. I'll be talking to you later.
Good luck. Bye.
Thanks. And of course, my email address is KG5VK. That's Kilo Golf 5 Victor Kilo at ARRL.org. And like I said earlier, you can direct any questions to myself and I will get to them to the appropriate person for their response. That includes any of the presentations today. Many of the presenters will have a slide with how to contact them. But if you missed that during the day, then you can drop me an email and I'll be glad to help. We've got about 12 minutes to go. And Aaron, I think I'm going to toss it back to you and you can pop up the, well, it may not be convenient. If you could pop up the presentation schedule on the site to go live now, or I can probably do that from my desktop. Let me see if I can do that.
No, my
here.
screen is very much in producer mode this morning. So if I tried to screen share, everybody's screens would all blow up from how large my screen is.
Okay, I'm going to just slide that over to my current desktop.
Yeah. While you do that, we did have a good question in the chat that just came in. Do folks need to keep a record of their station evaluations? So if they do a station evaluation, do they need to keep that recorded? You know, in case the FCC comes asking or something like that.
Well, I would document it and just keep it somewhere. Keep it on that that great cloud hard drive, if you will. But I mean, we've all got things that we keep of importance, and I usually keep a copy on a thumb drive or a jump drive, as well as my regular computer hard drive, just in case Murphy strikes, like my copy of my logbook and several other things. But yes, I would keep a copy. I know of no official writing where it says you must keep a copy of this for 7 years or whatever. Hi. But, you know, you get asked, doesn't hurt. You know, a long time ago, we used to be required by the FCC to keep a logbook, and that ceased in the late 70s, if I recall correctly, or early 80s. Not sure, but great question. Any others?
No, that's the only question at the moment. If we get more, folks, feel free to throw them in the chat, and I'll bring them in as long as we
Okay.
have time here.
All right, I'm going to slide the schedule on top of this one. And again, the door prize, I'm going to try to. The door prize forms will not be available until approximately halfway into the presentations. So the next live door prize form will be about 9:30 local time or 14:30 GMT, which is 1400 is the beginning of our next presentation. So without further ado, I'm going to slide the schedule over to my screen. Maybe. Oh, I love it when things go right. And let me, how do I get out of, oh, gee Wallikers. Well, I had it there, then it disappeared. Let me close PowerPoint. And I'm going to stop my share, so you're going to see the regular YouTube thing here in a second. And I think I broke it, Aaron. Am I still live?
Yeah, you're here. But we have the schedule up on the webpage if folks need to check out what we've got set up. But we got ECOM,
Okay.
WinLink, Space and Amateur Radio. I mean, we got a good set of sessions. ARRLNTX.org is the place to go.
Okay.
In between the sessions,
I'm going to just terminate this Zoom session, and it will continue to go live on YouTube, and the next presentation will pick up momentarily.
Perfect.
Thank you all for joining us bright and early this morning.
All right.
This is Steve, KG5VK.
Alrighty, thank you much, Steve. And good morning, everybody. You officially could say hi. Darren, Kilo 8 Alpha Mike Patel here. Thanks for joining us for Mentorfest this morning. We got a bunch of sessions coming. We're going to get set up for the next one. We'll be back in about 7 minutes, right at the top of the hour. In the meantime, if you got to freshen up your cup of coffee this morning or anything like that, feel free to, to jump away. We will be back in just a bit. Good morning. Thanks for joining us today. Alrighty, good morning again, everybody. Mentorfest 2021. Hope you're having a good morning this morning. Alrighty, our next session is ready to go here. YLs in amateur radio. We got Johnnie KG5VK and team that will be talking about what our YLs are up to here in the North Texas session. So let me turn it over to Johnnie and team. Over to you. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Aaron. And good morning. And we are just happy to have this virtual Mentor Fest. My name is Johnnie, Kilo Go 5, Charlie Quebec Oscar. And guess what? You are lucky. You are the first to hear about a new page that has just been added to the North Texas section of the ARRL website. The title of the page is Young Ladies in Amateur Radio. This page was developed to provide resources to anyone interested in becoming a ham, but its main focus will be the ladies who want to become a ham. Plus, we are going to be celebrating young ladies involved in amateur radio, and we will start with the North Texas section. This new area is going to provide everyone with information, such as what does YL refer to? Well, it refers to young ladies who are also amateur radio operators. Plus, young does not refer to anyone's age. So those of you who know me know, yep, I'm still considered a YL. Why have a page dedicated to YLs? Well, each month we are going to want to highlight YL for their achievement. It could be something very small, like building a tape measure antenna. Could be something kind of large, like getting the most contacts in a contest. We want to make all hams aware of the various achievements made by ladies in amateur radio. We hope to continue this over the course of months, and yes, hopefully years. This page will also include a Did You Know section. This section is where anyone can learn about past achievements of ladies in amateur radio. There have been many ladies who have outstanding achievements in our past. I'm hoping you are going to check out the new page periodically and learn about many lady hams from the past. There is also going to be a section of Instagram accounts. We are aiming to attract younger ladies into the hobby. And the best way to do this is to use some type of media like Instagram. And then we can highlight them monthly and post pictures doing, hopefully, ham related activities. This in turn should encourage more young ladies to explore amateur radio. Lastly, we have resources at the end. We wanted to help all new hams, but especially ladies. We will also include a way for you to contact us if you have any questions or if anyone wants to make a comment. We would like those of you who visit this page to make recommendations. If you have a lady you'd like us to highlight or you know something about YLs in the past, let us know. Now, if you recommend someone, you're going to have to send me their full name, their call sign, and their email address. Because as when putting stuff out, I will need to have permission to post about them. We want this page to become a place that we answer questions from most ladies who are usually in this hobby. Please check the page out and let us know what you think. Oh, and please tell your wives, your daughters, your aunts, your nieces about these pages. And let your club know. Make them aware of the new resource. I can hardly wait to hear what you have to say about the page, because I know it's going to get better as it grows. Now you're going to hear a little more from the other members of the team that helped make this page possible. Thanks for listening, and I will see you again near the end of the presentation. So our next speaker is Michelle Caraway, W5MQC. She is part of YLRL, which is the Young Ladies Radio League, and she is specifically the District 5 chairwoman. And District 5 happens to be our district. Good to see you, Michelle. Let's hear what you have to say.
Well, Johnny, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. And to everyone who's out there listening and watching today, thank you for being here. The Young Ladies Radio League is celebrating its 82nd anniversary this year. In the May 1939 issue of QST magazine, the editor placed a lace bordered ad reaching out to women operators, asking them if they read the book 200 Meters Down. And even though the preface of the book mentions women, they weren't mentioned in the book. So he wanted to know, where are the women? There was a single reply, and it was posted in the July 1939 issue. It was Ethel Smith. She asked all the YLs to contact her, and they would organize themselves and call it the Young Ladies Radio League. And 82 years later, we're still active today. Everyone knows that there are major parts of the hobby: DXing, contesting, DXpeditions, roving. The list goes on and on. We all know everybody has a favorite part that they do. But as Johnny mentioned earlier, there is another subset. Next slide. The YL, the young lady. Next slide. There are many controversies over the definition of a YL, and those that have been around for a while have heard it all. I know most of you know what YL stands for, but do you know, where did it come from? It all started in an ARRL traffic report. It was signed by E.C. Adams on May 13th, 1920, to Miss Adair Garmhausen, 3 Bravo Charlie Kilo, responding to an article she submitted to QST. In it, he called her my dear YL. So, ladies and gentlemen, the licensed lady should always be called YL, regardless of her age, just as Johnny said earlier, and the same as licensed men are always called OM. Next slide. Back to the YLRL. In 1939, the Young Ladies Radio League was legally created. I actually had a copy of those incorporation documents as I was setting up for the 2018 convention. In November 1939, the first newsletter was done. And then they decided in December of 1939 to name the publication YL Harmonics. And that is still the name of the magazine that goes out quarterly today. The Young Ladies Radio League's mission is still the same as it was back in 1939, to encourage and assist young ladies, to promote YL interest, appreciation, and an understanding of ham radio, and to improve their skills, much like what they're doing in the North Texas district of ARRL. Next slide. During World War II, even First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt, after reading an article by Anita Bean, Whiskey 8 Tango Alpha Yankee, acknowledged the YL role. She commented, "The work of the League was an inspiration. We should all be an inspiration." Next slide. The Young Ladies Radio League sponsors several contests, certificates, support events, and some of them are even open to OMs. I'm going to talk about a couple of them. Next slide. There are 2 contests. One is in February, and that is the YLOM contest. And ladies, it just usually happens to land right around Valentine's weekend. So if you're single looking for someone who else is into ham radio, that may be an opportunity to reach out to some OMs or to meet them. In October, the CQYL party, where you get as many other YLs as you can. That's in October, and that's a fairly fun one. Next slide. Some certificates that everybody can earn. YL worked all states, YLDXCC, YL worked all continent, YLCC worked 100 different YLs. I know there are probably some of us out there that are really close to that one. Next slide. Some YL only certificates, continuous membership. You get a little diamond. You get your first certificate at 5 years, and then for every 5 years of membership in the Young Ladies Radio League, you get another little diamond for there. I know some of the ladies have been in the club for a very long time, as they gave me copies of some of their YL harmonics from the 50s. Very interesting. The second one is my favorite, the Annual Friendship Award. Each year, they change what the exchange is. So you want to get the goal of the certificate, of course, is to help ladies get over that fright, that mic fright that everybody seems to get into. It's not exclusive to ladies, but this one is meant where you have to contact 15 other YLs. You have a whole year to do it. You exchange your name, QTH, and whatever the exchange that year is. This year it happens to be national parks. Now, there is a little trick to it in that you can't duplicate the park. So for me, my favorite national park is Denali National Park in Alaska. So if you contact two YLs and they both have the same park, you can't count both of them. You can only count one of them. So, but you have the whole year to do it. And there are a ton of national parks. Last year, it was your favorite bird. Every year it changes. It's a fun one. It's good to get out and learn with this one. Next slide. The YLRL also has two scholarships, and they are given to full-time YL students. One is to honor the founding mother, Ethel Smith, K4LMB, which happens to also be our club call sign, and one to honor Mary Lou Brown, November Mike 7 November. Both ladies are silent keys. Next slide. Conventions. The last one I was the host of. It was it was up in Oklahoma City in 2018. They do rotate districts. They have them every 3 to 4 years, but because of COVID, it's been delayed. I'm not sure where they will have it when when everything all opens up, but they do alternate districts. And as soon as they do, we'll put that information out. It was really fun. I think we had over 100 ladies there last year. I mean, in 2018, it was a blast. We had a lot of fun. It's nice to get together with so many YLs. Next slide. If you want to find out more information on the Young Ladies Radio League, you can go to the website ylrl.org. It's only $15 a year to join us. If you have questions about District 5 YL activities, we usually have some fun. I try to have 2 different activities throughout the year. We'll go activate, like we usually go in October and activate the USS Batfish up in Muskogee, Oklahoma. And we have ladies that come from all over to participate in that one. We also try to do a fun one. Last year, just before the COVID hit, we did a kit building class down there in Plano, Texas. The year before that, we did one right in the middle of storm season, and we got hit with a storm, so we didn't actually get to do it. But we did set up and have some good mentoring with each other. But you can email me, w5mqc@yahoo.com. You can join our Facebook. We have a District 5 First Facebook page. We have a newsletter we send out each month. And come join the fun. Thanks for taking time to join us today. And with that, Johnnie, I will send it back to you.
Thank you, Michelle. I really enjoyed that. Even being a member of your group, I still learn lots of new things. And hey, I didn't know about that certificate with the parks and all. I need to try to do that one. And this is a good way for anyone who wants to introduce a YL that they know to the hobby of ham radio is simply to go join this league and visit their webpage. Very nice. All right, our next speaker is Catherine Forsum, KG5KMF. She is the ARRL North Texas Section Youth Coordinator. And this young lady is definitely going places. I have known her for a few years, and she became a ham radio operator, if I got it right, when she was 9 years old. Now, she wasn't able to stay with us today, but she will explain that. But she has done a nice video for us. So here is Catherine.
Hi, I'm Catherine, KT5KMF. I really wish I could be here live with all of you today, but as this presentation is happening, I'm on my way to Oklahoma for Sooner Saturday, a college visit at OU. If you have any questions about my part of the presentation, you can ask Johnnie at the end, or you can contact me by email at kt5kmf@gmail.com. I've been in the position of ARRL North Texas Section Youth Coordinator for about 2 years now. And my role as the youth coordinator is to find ways to help youth become interested in amateur radio, as well as to connect with youth who are licensed to help them find ways to stay involved in the hobby. So when Johnnie reached out to me about her plans to create a YL webpage, I suggested creating an Instagram account to go along with the page to reach more of the younger YLs out there. So this Instagram page will contain information that is also found on the website, such as the spotlights and facts about the history of YLs, and we'll also link to the website to direct those exploring the Instagram account there. The Instagram page also has posts introducing each of us, the contributors to the website, and a bit about our experiences in ham radio. The page was just made public this morning, so anyone who wants to see it will be able to do so without us having to accept your follow request. So first, for those who do not have an Instagram account, you will not be able to follow the page without making one first. If you do want to make an account, all you need is an email address. You enter your email, create a username and a password, and are then sent an email asking you to confirm your email address. From there, you are able to follow other accounts on Instagram. If you would prefer not to make an account, you can search Ladies in Ham Radio with no spaces on Google, and the Instagram website should come up as one of the first search results. From there, you can view the page without having to log in. For those of you that do have an account and want to follow the page, first go to Instagram.com and sign in to your account if you haven't already. Next, search for Ladies in Ham Radio. Again, with no spaces, in the search bar at the top center of the page. The YL account is the first search result that comes up, so click on this search result. Then click the blue follow button next to the username. So on my screen, it says requested, since the video was recorded before the account was public, but yours should instead now say following. From there, you can see all of the account's posts, as well as have new posts show up in your feed. If you have an Instagram account already and would like some other ham radio Instagram accounts to follow, ARRL and the ARRL North Texas section both have them. And you can also follow my personal ham radio account, KT5KMF, and the Young Ladies Radio League account as well. And the usernames for those, if you'd like to follow them, are all shown on this slide. Thank you all so much for being here, and I hope you enjoyed the presentation as well as learn a lot about YLs in amateur radio.
All right. Before we go to our next speaker, uh, we are going to have Aaron come in and tell us about something special going on with each presentation.
Alrighty, thank you, Johnny. Yeah, I think it's time for our first door prize. And so, just a quick reminder how this will work in the link description below. There's a link to the entry form, which is now open. And in that form, it'll ask you a couple of quick questions so we know where to send your prize. Again, you got to be in the continental United States and have an amateur radio license, and your address that's on file with the FCC / what we're going to find in QRZ is where we're going to send it. When you're filling out the form, the key phrase that you need for this session is "Lady hams are the best." So we're going to have that form open for 10 minutes, and then we'll go ahead and close entries at that point, and then at the end of the session, we will pick a random winner and get that first door prize awarded. Thank you, Johnny. Back over to you.
Thank you, Aaron, and good luck to everyone who has been listening. So, our next speaker is Allison Hoye, KG5VHY. At present time, she is Vice President of the Mansfield Johnson Amateur Radios. She is also the founder of the YL North Texas Weekly Net and is the liaison for Burleson EOC. With her, and after listening to the rest of us, you are going to see that we are a very eclectic group, which means the web page that we have developed should cover lots of different areas. Allison, what do you have to share with us today?
Good morning, everybody, and thanks, Johnny, for the introduction. Welcome to Mentorfest, and my name is Allison Oye, and I am the Vice President of the Mansfield Johnson Amateur Radio Service. Today, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about getting started climbing and how to stay safe. I've been climbing for approximately 4 years. Never really set out to learn to climb, but it was one of those things that just kind of evolved. Our club started putting up and maintaining repeaters, and at the time we only had 2 climbers. So fun fact, acrophobia, otherwise known as the fear of heights, is one of the most common phobias out there, and lucky me, I don't have it. So I set out to learn to climb. And as a side note, as usual, these sorts of things always run under time constraints. So we're going to fly fast and low, and hopefully we'll have some time for questions at the end. Next. So no matter what aspect of climbing you're considering, whether it be finding an Elmer, purchasing equipment, finding climbing opportunities, or maintaining situational awareness, at the end of the day, absolutely everything comes down to safety. So this morning, we're going to take a dive into each of these 4 categories and investigate the safety aspects tied to each. Next. So let's start with finding an Elmer. The best way to find an Elmer is to ask people you trust for names of individuals that they trust. Next. Next. You want to look for someone who has a long-standing safety record, because of course that has everything to do with safety, has an attention to detail, has a calming demeanor. The last thing you want is somebody yelling at you from the ground. Next. One of the biggest things you want to look for in an Elmer is someone who puts your safety first. And this means helping you inspect a tower, helping you inspect your climbing gear once you're wearing it, especially in the beginning. My Elmer made sure that every cinch and every buckle was fastened and fastened correctly. He also taught me to tape down the ends of loose straps with gaffer's tape so that nothing became unfastened while I was climbing. You also want to find someone confident enough to take the heat if they feel it necessary to veto a potentially dangerous climb. Because I can assure you, if that happens, your tower owner is not going to be happy. And of course, you want to find someone who will climb with you on larger climbs or coach you from the ground on smaller climbs. By the way, I want to take the opportunity to say that there will be a reference page at the end of this presentation, which will contain some other stuff. Next, once you have a name of someone you're considering, go hang out, be part of the ground crew, and watch them climb. Do they observe the basic rules of climbing? And also, everyone has a different climbing technique. So climb with others or watch from the ground and see what you can learn without picking up bad habits. All right, now we're going to visit about equipment. One of the most overlooked tools that you have as a tower climbing tool is your own body. When you make that decision to climb, you're going to have some epiphanies as far as what kind of shape you're actually in. Next. Be truthful with yourself and consider, are you personally fit to climb? Be aware of your physical limitations, whether that be your actual physical fitness level or your height. I'm 5 foot tall. There are some towers that I physically just cannot climb due to the spacing between the rungs. It also means being aware of your personal fitness level. And I can tell you that the day after I climb, my biceps hurts, my quads hurt, my gluteus maximus hurts. I have bruises everywhere, and I cannot tell you where they came from. So climbing is a full body workout. If the only place you're going is up, trust me, it's cardio. Plus, you're lifting your body up over and over and over again with your legs. So it's a strength workout. Also, as a side note, you should be able to do a pull up, and you should be able to have the hand strength to open and close your lanyards. And if that means sitting in front of the TV and practicing until you can open and close them flawlessly, repetitively, over and over again, then that's what it means. Also, be aware it is definitely a mental workout. It's normal to be apprehensive, but if you're absolutely terrified, you might want to reconsider your plan. On the other hand, most climbers are afraid of heights, and so that's kind of what keeps them conscientious and safe. The point is, if you let it, climbing will definitely get into your head. On the day before, you need to hydrate like crazy, drink Gatorade, pickle juice, or take any electrolyte supplements, anything that you need to do to keep yourself hydrated. Eat healthy, rest up, and just be. And on the morning of, especially for you ladies, quit drinking fluids about 2 hours before you climb. Ask me what significance that has. Okay, now we're going to talk about actual equipment. First of all, it's not cheap. So you may want to borrow equipment at first, but if you're serious about climbing, you need to purchase well-fitting ANSI rated equipment as soon as possible. ANSI, by the way, is the American National Standards Institute, and they're a nonprofit organization who sets standards for a multitude of things, including personal protective equipment. Also, some things are going to be more okay to borrow than others. Borrowing a lanyard is fine. Harnesses, maybe not. It depends. I'm 5 foot tall. I cannot borrow a climbing harness from a 6 foot tall man and expect it to fit properly. There's only so many adjustments that you can be made. You want to be sure that when you purchase your equipment that you specifically purchase a fall protection harness, not a rock climbing harness. This is important. Fall protection is a full body harness with D-ring attachments that are either on the front, on the back, or on the sides. The placement of these attachment points has advantages based on the application at hand and your personal preference. For instance, the D-ring on the back is great for Y straps, which is great for climbing water towers that have rebar ladders. A D-ring on the front is great if you're climbing a water tower with a trolley. Some people prefer the attachments on the sides, but either way, it all comes down to personal preference. But the one thing you do not want to do is accidentally buy a rock climbing harness, and here's why. These only go around the waist and legs, and they're great for rock climbing because if they fall, they can conceivably fall from a variety of angles. As a tower climber, you're going to fall vertically, and so what you need is a full body harness. Next. Safety straps, AKA lanyards, come in a myriad of types, lengths, number of clips, etc. There are shock absorbing and non-shock absorbing lanyards. There's at least 2 types of clips that I know of, and there's probably more. As for lanyard lengths, they all have their application. An 18-inch strap is great for trolley work. A 6-foot strap is great for climbing personal towers because you can hook to the D-ring on one side and then wrap the strap through and around the tower legs and then hook to the other side of your harness, and you're bound in. Y straps, again, are great for climbing water towers. Again, there's no right and wrong, but some tools work better for the job, and then it comes down to personal preference. Shorter climbs might be okay for a bucket and a lid and not having a top and easy access. But if you're climbing up a water tower, 250 feet, you're probably not going to want to do that. You're going to want to carry a backpack. But then again, the more you carry, the more tired you're going to become. Okay. All right. So you've got your Elmer, you've got your equipment, and now you're going to find yourself some climbing opportunities. Okay. Warning here. Word of mouth is always the best way to advertise, but be cautious because fear of heights is a common phobia, but it does not prevent amateur radio operators from putting up their own towers. And so also time happens. The climber who put up their own tower 25 years ago may not be able to climb it now, and now it's a 25-year-old tower. The point is, towers are forever. They need a lot of attention, but that doesn't mean that they're all safe to climb. Finding opportunities is not going to be hard, trust me. Next. But basically, climbs fall into 4 different types. There's existing personal towers, new installs of personal towers, indoor water towers, and outdoor water towers. Existing towers often offer shorter climbs, meaning they're less than 100 feet. And as a whole, they're probably the least safe to climb because they've been exposed to the elements for longer. You will feel more movement as you go higher on these towers because they're smaller, and you're going to have more obstacles to contend with because basically you've got a lot of stuff packed into a much smaller space. Also, if you're a tower owner, can I just throw this out there? Please, please, please spend the money and buy stainless steel hardware. It is not a fun thing as a climber to get to the top of the tower only to realize that you're basically useless because you can't loosen a rusted nut. And as for climbers, carry Loctite. New towers present their own set of issues. There's a fun new challenging game in town called Who Can Find a Gin Pole? And she who wins gets a lifetime supply of LMR 400 and sterling silver PL 259s to go with it. But I digress. Tower installs are long haul events, so you're going to get multiple opportunities to climb. Also, most towers are purchased secondhand, and I can guarantee you any amount of dry fitting that you do on the ground and marking basically evaporates the minute it's hoisted in the air. Absolutely everything you thought you knew will evaporate into dust. Indoor water towers have virtually no movement, but again, they're much longer climbs. You're talking 250 feet and up. You climb in and out of darkness, which means you need to be prepared for the effects of light changes on your body. It can wreak havoc on your equilibrium. Outdoor towers are basically the same gig as indoor, except, well, you know, they're outdoor. But that also means that you're going to be dealing with bird spikes, affectionately known as man-eaters. And if you're not dealing with bird spikes, you're probably going to be dealing with other bird stuff or birds. In all climbs, I'm going to emphasize that there will be wasp nests, birds' nests, etc. I was up on a tower about 250 feet one time with another female, and I was watching as she was working on a piece of mesh equipment and gently shooing away wasps. And about that time, she mentioned that she was allergic to bees. Please carry an EpiPen if you're allergic to flying things. I'm just throwing that out there. Also, one time I helped an HF take down an HF Yagi for a silent key. And when we tilted over the 5-inch pole to haul it off, out came a bunch of fossilized squirrels. So you will have fauna. Next. Situational awareness. There are a lot of things to keep an eye on when you climb. Things like power lines. Next. Maui ground crews, which are definitely distractions. We would never bust each other's chops, right? WASP, equipment issues like your glasses slipping or fogging. I cannot climb with my glasses. Hat slipping, glove slipping. It's very distracting. No matter how well they fit, I always have a problem with my gloves slipping. So I personally hate them. I'd rather have my hands just torn to heck than wear them. You need to be aware of tricky transition spots. Things like having coax in the way. Again, never step on coax. Ropes and guy wires that cause trip hazards. Basically, anywhere you have a danger spot, a transition is going to be a danger spot, whether it's transitioning to a catwalk or transitioning from a ladder to the top of the tower. Not being in the moment is another danger. You get into a rhythm and you get lulled into complacency and you think you're doing just fine, but it's at that point that you actually will make a mistake. So every single move that you make needs to be conscientiously made. Also, and this is one that gets overlooked, going up is not the same as going down. When you're going down, you've worked hard for however many hours you've been up on that tower and you're fatigued. Plus, as you go up, you have the advantage of crossing a trouble spot basically twice in order to recognize the obstacle. Once with your head when you pass it, and then you tell your feet to move. But when you're going down, you have to constantly look downward for obstacles. Next. So now we're down to it. Here are the basic rules of climbing. Never climb anything you haven't thoroughly inspected. And part of my real life job is that I work with the oil and gas industry and specifically in pipeline. And so I can tell you that there are some really interesting chemical reactions that happen between concrete and steel. And not every issue that you will face can be seen with the eyes. And again, there's going to be a reference page at the end of this. And for reasons that I hope are abundantly clear, never climb alone, never free climb. Free climbing is climbing without a harness. Never, never, never. Be slow, be methodical, and be purposeful. Maintain 3 points of contact with the tower at all times, and at least one of those needs to be a hook. And lastly, anyone on the ground crew needs to be wearing a hard hat. I've seen screws fall and I've seen screwdrivers fall, and I can guarantee you screwdrivers do a lot more damage. So gravity is real. Next. After you've thoroughly considered all of these things, the only thing left to do is just buckle up your guts and do it. Enjoy it, because not a lot of people will ever get to experience that view. It's incredible, and you might as well enjoy the day. It's an amazing hobby, and there's not a lot of people who will do it. So if you're interested, by all means, go for it. Also, I want to mention the YL North Texas Weekly Net. It's on Monday nights at 8 p.m. here in the DFW area. The information here is for the local repeater. If you cannot make that, the Echolink node is my call sign, KG5VK-L. My contact information is there. And then lastly, let's hit those resources. All right, these are great links. This guy, Tyler Lee, not sure how he pronounces it, has a background in structural engineering, and he has a whole channel based on concrete and corrosion and different things, science experiments and that sort of thing. He is amazing. This one particular video is great about corrosion and concrete and how it happens. Also, DX Engineering has a great 5-part series on intro to climbing. and everything from, how to stay safe and inspect a tower, and, all about fall rest gear and climbing. It's a great resource. So with that, I'm going to say thank you and hand it back to Johnnie and see if we have any questions. Thank you.
I almost forgot to press my unmute button. So for the end here, I simply want to say my appreciation first to all three presenters. As I said before, you can see that we are a very eclectic group. And even though our main focus is for the YLs, we will also have resources available for everyone. I also need to give a special thanks to Aaron because he helped us put together the web page. He said, "What do you want?" We told him. He put it up. We made adjustments. So what you get to see, which is live now, is the doings of him. So thanks very much. I also have to thank Steve Smith because, I went to him and said, let's do a YL page. He said, sure, let's go for it. And between Steve and Greg, they make sure to keep us meeting all the requirements for doing a page like this. I can also mention that on the bottom of our page where we have resources for you, the one in the middle will bring you to two spots. One goes to the ARRL page where nets are listed, where you can find the net that Allison was talking about. And the second one underneath will bring you to YL nets that I got from Michelle, which actually can be all over the world. So they're there for a resource to you. I hope you enjoyed this presentation and we'll check our page out. And now we go back to Aaron to see if we have any questions.
All righty. Well, thank you much, Johnnie, Allison, Michelle, Catherine. It was my pleasure to work on the webpage. I was so excited when you mentioned it. I was very, very excited to work on that. Kilo 8 Alpha Mike Hotel, I'm kind of your moderator this morning. And if you have any questions, please feel free to post them in the live chat. We don't have any at the moment, Johnnie, which is usually a good sign that you did an excellent job of presenting things. So thank you much this morning. And for folks that are looking for the young ladies page, I did mention it in the chat that's running along the side of the video there. But section webpage, ARRLNTX.org. And you'll find the young ladies option new and live this morning up on the menu bar there on the section website. So not looking like we're getting any questions. Again, if you do have any, you're welcome to reach out to Steve. You can reach out to Johnnie. The contact form is on the young ladies page there as well. And if no questions, Johnnie, everybody, thank you so much this morning. Appreciate you coming in and telling us what's going on with the young ladies.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Aaron, for all your hard work.
Oh, of course. All righty. Kilo 8 Alpha Mike Hotel, Aaron here. Welcome to Mentorfest. If you're just joining us here, we just wrapped up our first session there, and it's time to award our first door prize. And so after we close the entry page, I asked Steve for a number between 3 and 19 because the first one is the column header. The second one is me testing it. So between 3 and 19, he does not have access to the list. So he does not get to see who he's picking. He just tells me the random number. And in this case, it was number 1414. And that is Thomas King, Kilo Golf 5, Whiskey Echo Oscar. And congratulations this morning. You've won a copy. Oh, let me double check to make sure. You've got a copy of the ARRL operating manual. It's going to be coming to you in the mail here in the next few weeks. Congratulations. And we're going to have additional opportunities to enter through our remaining sessions throughout the day here on Mentorfest. We're going to go to a break, and we will begin our next session. Let me pull up the schedule just to double check myself. At 10:10 a.m. So we got a little bit of a break if you need to refresh your coffee or have some breakfast, bite to eat type of thing. We will be hanging out here and ready to go at 10 past the hour. Again, good morning. Thank you for joining us for Mentorfest, and we'll be back. We'll be back in just a bit. Alrighty, everybody. Good morning again. Mentorfest 2021 underway here. We are ready to jump into our next session here. So for those of you like me who have been going, someday I would like to learn Morse code and get into that side of the amateur radio hobby, this session's for you. We've got Learning and Enjoying CW with Eric, November Mike 5 Mike, with our next presentation. And if you have questions, feel free to have them ready to go. We'll take questions towards the end of the session. Of course, we'll have the door prize in just a bit. But for the moment, Eric, I'm going to send it right over to you. Good morning.
Good morning. Very good. Well, yes, today we're going to talk about learning CW and some of the avenues that one may take in order to learn the code. And a little bit about myself. My name is Eric Silverthorne. My call is NM5M, and I live in Plano, Texas. I've been a ham for 44 years, and have been an avid CW operator along the whole way, and continue to enjoy CW. I started teaching CW classes about 6 years ago in the CW Academy, and since starting to do that, I have led 12 different groups and classes in the various semesters of CW Academy. CW plays an enormous role in the history of amateur radio. And in the early 1900s, of course, it was really the only mode of communication in amateur radio in the spark days. And even when continuous wave became the typical mode of operation in amateur radio. Certainly throughout the war years, there was more use of AM phone, and in the 50s single sideband, but CW has persevered and continues to be very popular. And once in a while, I do hear the question, do folks still do CW? And why would you choose to do maybe what could be perceived as being an archaic or antique mode? Well, there's an example that I'd like to share just with regard to field day participation this last year. And so as you can see, there were 820,000 CW QSOs which were made in that weekend during field day, in comparison to 661,000 phone QSOs. The mode itself, it is very, very popular. You can tune in on any contest weekend on the bands during CW contest, and certainly hear significant activity. Of course, just about any evening of the week when you tune around, there's also plenty of CW signals to be found on the bands. So if you've decided that you want to learn Morse code, a lot of times people have questions on where to start and how to go about learning the code. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. So the fortunate thing is that there are a number of avenues that one can take in order to learn Morse. CW Ops, CW Academy has been around for about 10 years now, and it's been very successful in providing a method and a setting for folks to learn CW. Long Island CW Club is been around for the last few years, and it also provides a method for people to join, and it provides instruction. Of course, a lot of folks might choose to do it on their own, or perhaps even you belong to a local club that provides CW classes to its membership. So the good news is that there's avenues of which one can take in order to learn Morse, and whether you choose to do it on your own at your own pace using your own method through the club or through one of these organizations like CW Ops or Long Island CW Club, you can find a path. I will say this: my observation has been that by virtue of doing it through a club or an organization setting like CW Ops or Long Island CW, I think people have a tendency to better position themselves for success. And partially because in these classes, there is a motivation amongst classmates to prepare and to study. There's a curriculum, a formal curriculum that's been put together. And in the case of CW Ops in particular, I can attest to the fact that that curriculum is it's very, very successful. Roughly 80% of the people who start a CW Ops course finish. And we'll talk about the CW Ops organization and process in greater depth in the upcoming slides. CW Academy, it was created by an organization called CW Ops, which has about 2,800 members, maybe even a little bit more now. The CW Academy has 80 volunteer advisors, and advisors could be compared to instructors. They call them advisors because they're really more in position to lead the class. Individuals really learn on their own, but they're kind of provided navigation and pushed through the process of learning CW by these volunteer advisors. There's more than 5,000 students have completed the course since 2015. And this last semester, as I recall, there were more than 400 graduates from CW Academy in the winter session. And I think by and large, about 600 students enter in a given semester, and about 400 of those complete the curriculum for the course that they've entered. In CW Academy, there's 4 levels of training. It starts with beginner. The next one is basic, intermediate, and advanced. And as you would expect, each of those levels of training have different starting points and end goals. One thing to also mention about CW Academy is that the classes are free. There's no charge in CW Academy. In a few slides from now, we'll talk about the other some of the other organizations and what their process is. So to get started in CW Academy, there are a few things that you need to have. So classes are conducted online, and typically they're conducted using Skype or Zoom, sometimes Jitsi, online video conferencing platforms. And so students who participate, they need a keyer paddle. It can be iambic, it can be a single lever paddle. They need a transceiver or a keyer, in the keyer, the box that makes the dits and das as you move the paddle to the left or to the right. You need a computer, of course, in order to join the online session. You'll need a webcam and a microphone, and you need good internet access. And the reason for the webcam is as an instructor, it's very easy to, when you're observing the students as you're doing a practice session online, it's very easy to observe among those students when they're having a difficult time or when they're having success. And so the visual interaction is a very important part of the experience in CW Academy. CW Academy has a very specific teaching method that they employ. It's somewhat unique, I suspect, in that they emphasize something called instant character recognition. So an advisor leads the class, and the classes emphasize sending as well as receiving the characters. The letters are introduced in each session, and there are 2 sessions each week for a period of 8 weeks, so 16 overall sessions. The letters are introduced in the frequency that they're used in the English language. So letters that are used more often come first, and the letters that are used less often come at the end. And of course, when I'm saying letters, I'm really meaning characters. So that's letters A through Z, numbers 0 through 9, and then common punctuation like period, comma, question mark, that sort of thing. Instant character recognition is really emphasized. And so what that means is in instant character recognition, when you hear a character, you want to be able to immediately comprehend or decode that character. So the sound of an A is sent, and you immediately recognize it as an A. And so you don't stumble around in the process of sounding it out in your head and that sort of thing. And so it's specifically learning Morse by sound, and we don't use visual representations. You may, throughout the years, maybe you tried to learn Morse code and you had a cheat sheet that had dots and dashes written on it, or there was a training method that came out where they tried to use word sounds as a mechanism of comparing that to the Morse letter that was being sent. And those really introduce very unnecessary steps in the learning process. And so by virtue of breaking down the characters, introducing them at each session, and like I said, there's 2 sessions each week, by virtue of doing that, they found that to be a very effective way of getting people to learn code. And I'll say in my classes, I've had students in their late teens, and I've had students in their late 70s, and there's just been a common observation of success amongst anyone who can put the time in order to practice and study, and who individuals that are really motivated for success by virtue of the teaching methods that are presented in CW Academy. There's a extraordinary chance for success for those who are participating. We'll start with the beginner session in terms of where one starts. And so in beginner, most often it's from students who maybe they've tried to learn code on their own a few times. Maybe they learned code 20 years ago and they never really used it. So the assumption is that you have no previous experience and you have no proficiency in Morse. And if you learned it in a way that perhaps put you in a place where there were roadblocks at various speed levels, it would be a good idea to start in beginner. And on the CW Academy website, which later on I share the URL for that, there's some assessment tests where students can listen to various code groups, and they can make a determination of which of the 4 courses they would best fall into. But starting out as beginner, and like I said, if you learned CW a long time ago, but you feel you're very rusty, or if your code speed is under about 10 to 12 words per minute, beginner is really a good place to start. In the beginner class, students are given a handbook. It's also called a PIHA. And this handbook is really the roadmap and breaks down each session of the 16 sessions of the letters that are to be studied for that week or for that particular session. And it gives students the outline and course materials that they need for their practice. We do use an online program which has been customized for CW Academy. It's called Morse Code Trainer, and it's online. You can search Morse Code Trainer. It's made by it was developed by Stephen Phillips, who oddly enough isn't a ham, but had a real interest in building a Morse code training platform. It's free for use and free for download. You actually don't have to join CW Academy in order to obtain the handbook. That's also available on the CW Academy website. And there's also instructions on how to use Morse Code Trainer, although it's very intuitive. So you can go online and you can download the Morse Code Trainer program and begin your practice from session 1. In the beginner courses, students are able to get on the air as early as 5 weeks into the 8-week course. After session 10, once we complete session 10, a student has learned all the characters and numbers and punctuation. And during the classes, instructors, the advisor generally provides information on QSO format and protocol and so forth. And students are encouraged to get on the air and make their first contacts, albeit slowly. The expectations for success in the course is you have to attend the courses. You have to be able to free up the time in order to be able to attend each session. There's 2 each week, as I mentioned. The session days vary by virtue of the advisor schedule and then the student's desire. So oftentimes the schedule is maybe Monday evening and Thursday evening, or Tuesday and Saturday, or Sunday and Thursday, that sort of thing. So there's an attempt when students are signing up to join the CW Academy to match them with advisors that offer and can accommodate their schedules. You have to be able to practice at a minimum of 45 minutes to an hour each day. And that practice encompasses both sending and receiving. And as I mentioned earlier, following the curriculum in the handbook and working towards mastery of the letters that are introduced for a particular session. At the end of the course, the goal is that students have learned all the letters, numbers, punctuation, and prosigns that are available. And prosigns are sort of a shorthand, an abbreviation for various information that you're sending during a contact on CW. And the ability to instantly recognize letters, numbers, and punctuation in the alphabet. And of course, as I'd mentioned, the guidance along the way of how to get on and make a QSO. At the end of the day, there's no use learning Morse if you don't plan on getting on the air and using it. I think you wanted to break here, Aaron. Is that correct?
It sure is, and thank you much. It's time for our next door prize. So again, those joining and not familiar with how the door prizes work for this virtual session, we have a link in the YouTube description below where there's an entry form. And to help make sure folks are attending the session, we have a keyword that we need you to enter when you're filling out the form. And so the keyword for this session is CWOps. And I have just now opened up the form to accept entries. We'll leave that open for the next 10 minutes. Make sure you put CWOps in the keyword field to show that you're attending the session. And after 10 minutes, we'll close the form. And at the end, we will select the door prize winner. Thanks much, Eric. Back to you.
Excellent. Thank you, Aaron. So we'll talk about the Long Island CW Club. It's been around for a few years. It's been very, very successful. And they offer a lot to those who want to learn CW and for those who are enthusiastic about CW. The learning method is somewhat similar, except it is a bit more relaxed with regard to the requirement to attend specifically scheduled classes. So they offer, as indicated here, they offer more than 66 classes a week for adults and as many as 9 a week for kids under 18. And those classes are somewhat loose in attendance requirement, in that if you're looking for a much more flexible methodology for attending classes, you can join as many or as few classes as you want. You're really learning on your own, and but the classes themselves become as much of a support group as anything else. They also, it is not free, Long Island CW Club. In that organization, you join the organization. If you go to their website, you can get details on what the costs are annually in order to participate. You can, much like CW Ops, they not only offer classes for beginners, but they offer classes for people who have learned the Morse code, but they want to improve their proficiency and participate in classes also as they grow in proficiency. And as I recall, Long Island CW also has classes that go well above 30 words per minute for those that are speed demons in copying Morse. I'm often asked if there's a secret to success in learning CW, and it's really a very common theme, and it's something that I've talked about repeatedly, is that you really have to be in a position to focus and practice in order to have success in learning CW. With CW Academy, if you can dedicate the practice time that's needed in order to have success in the course, then you have a very good chance of getting through the course and being ready for the next level. After beginner in CW Academy, there's the basic level, which is the second level, intermediate, the third level, and the fourth level is advanced. Oftentimes, students who get through the advanced level qualify in code speed for membership in the CW Ops organization, which is around 25 words per minute, and being able to converse in CW on the air at 25 words per minute. And the CW Ops website, there's also lots of information that's available on how to join the CW Ops organization, how to go about joining, and certainly the CW Academy information that's available can also give you more insight as to how to go about becoming a part of a CW Academy class, and also measures of success once you have entered that class. There are some common things to avoid, and like I had mentioned before, learning CW by sight it's really problematic in the learning process, because over time, in order to increase your speed, you have to then learn not to do that. So not referring to a cheat sheet, not referring to a decoder, not referring to musical aids that some might use in order to remember characters. It's really important to focus on learning CW by sound, and by virtue of doing that, trying to demodulate that with your brain as quickly as possible. And you capture the letter and the various letters, and you put words together. Head copy is emphasized in CW Academy, and getting to a point when a student can completely copy what's being sent in their head. Again, it avoids a step by virtue of not writing things down. In that process, students naturally tend to learn word groups by sound. And that also really helps, and it contributes to the students being able to increase their speed throughout the program. I'm currently working with a group of students that I've had for about the last year. We've been working since October. When we started working in October, their code speed was about 23 word per minute character speed and about 10 word per minute Farnsworth. And Farnsworth is the spacing. If you put extra spacing between the characters, then you can lower the effective speed, even though the character speed is high. And these students are now easily copying call signs at about 23 words per minute. And they're doing so because they're putting in the time in order to master that craft. Here's some common resources that are available. Morse Code Trainer by Stephen Phillips. It's under a URL which is Morse Code World. Morse Ninja is very popular. G4FON is a software that's very popular, and LCWO, Learn CW Online. There are many others. There are a ton of apps out there. There are a lot of platforms that are very good. But if you were to concentrate on these four, these would definitely be good places as starting points, particularly Morse Code Trainer and G4FON and LCWO. I think Morse Ninja would be more suited to once you had learned the code, and it's a methodology of really getting your code speed up, getting it higher, and it's a great exercise tool. If you're looking for more information on CW Academy and Long Island CW Club, here are a couple of URLs that you can follow, and it'll get you to a place that has the information that you need on those organizations. Both of them are fine organizations. I am an advisor in CW Academy, and I'm also a member of CW Ops, and can certainly attest to the success of the CW Academy methodology and how they go about not only teaching code to beginners, but then the process of moving through the various courses and the ultimate goal of attendees in the CW Academy becoming members of CW Ops. The Long Island CW Club, it's a fine club, has well over 1,000 members, I think 1,300 members now, and they do an excellent job of providing daily resource for those who have an interest in Morse code. If you want to sign up for CW Academy, the next course starts in September. In September, there are 3 semesters a year in CW Academy, and the next course starts in September. It's a good idea if you have an interest to sign up now. And I would even say sign up now. If you think there's a good chance that you might get in, you can always defer to a later semester if for some reason you can't get going in the September class. So here's the URL to sign up for CW Academy. The 3 semesters are in the fall, the winter. The fall session starts in September. The winter session starts in January, and then in April timeframe is when the spring session begins. There is no CW Academy offering during the summer months. And so now we're ready for some questions. I appreciate everybody listening in, and let me know if you have any questions or comments about what we've talked about.
All righty, Eric, excellent. Thank you much, and appreciate the details on CW. And we've had some comments in the chat of folks that have signed up and are wishing there was a sooner one, but they understand, and so they're excited to catch the next one in September. There was a question, and I think he answered it already, was how does one find the day of the week that the next courses will be held before signing up? And I believe you just mentioned the schedule's up on the webpage that you had the link to, and that's the place
correct.
to go find out.
Yeah, and they can go to the CW Academy sign up page, and there's information on the upcoming sessions.
All right, excellent. Well, we don't have any other questions in the chat just yet. If you do have questions, please put them into the chat. I'll get them relayed to Eric here. I'll also quickly mention that just now the 10-minute timer ran, so no longer accepting entries into the door prize. And a quick reminder that we do have some eligibility requirements that are listed on the entry form, and I'll just quickly mention them. That you need to be within the continental United States to enter, and presenters and ARRL North Texas leadership are ineligible to enter. And so for this round of door prize selection, we will be picking from a random number between 4 and 35. All right, question that's come in. What's the difference between, I'm not going to know how to pronounce this, IAMBIC. Is it iambic? What's the difference
Yes.
between iambic and single paddle, and why is either preferred?
So, so iambic keying was something that came around in the late 60s, early 70s, and essentially, iambic keying is when you use two paddles. When you have two paddles, one side sends DAs, the other side, when depressed, sends DITs. A single lever paddle, when you press the paddle itself in one direction, the single paddle in one direction, it produces DAs, and the other side produces DITs. And so there's a methodology which is referred to as squeeze keying, and it's a mechanism by virtue of squeezing the paddle instead of only going left or right, that you can reduce the hand movements that are needed in order to send code. And there's a ideology that by doing so, perhaps it creates less fatigue. Some chips were introduced in the 70s, the Curtis keyer chips, some might remember. And so they produced what they call iambic A and iambic B. And by virtue of the various timing of the elements in something which they called memory, dash memory, dit and da memory. So imagine that if you squeeze the paddle, it sends da 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 da. Well, in order to do that with a single lever paddle, you would have to move your paddle 3 or 4 times in order to do that. And so by virtue of that motion, the idea at the time was that you could send faster, you could send with less fatigue, and so the genesis of iambic keying. Both iambic and single lever paddles are very common. One is not better than the other. And actually, I was talking to someone a couple of years ago who transitioned from an iambic paddle to a single lever paddle, very accomplished CW operator. He was in his 70s. He developed some arthritis in his wrist, and he found that by virtue of going to a single lever paddle, he was able to send better. It was easier for him to send with a single lever paddle than it was the dexterity needed in order to do, and muscle memory that was needed to do the squeeze keying. And so I would not venture to guess if one was more popular than the other, but they're both very accepted methods of sending CW.
Alrighty, excellent, Eric. Thank you, and again, thank you much for the presentation on CW. I know it's on my list of I'd like to learn about it one day. Especially being a traffic handler, you can go long distances in CW, especially when the bands are interesting. I keep crossing my fingers. So thanks much for joining us this morning.
Yeah. My dog is happy to be here too, and also on your traffic handler 3540 at 10 p.m. Central Time. They have a CW traffic net in the Texas section, in the Texas region, and every night of the week those guys are on, and they're always looking for participants, check-ins, and so forth on 3540.
Yeah. Yes, please. As a section traffic manager, yes, please. All right, again, Eric, thank you much again this morning. Appreciate it much. All right, we've reached the end of our time here for this session, so let's let you know who won the door prize for this session, why don't we? And so we had the random number that I asked Steve for between 4 and 35, and the winning number was 26. And that is Gary Oliver, November 5, Golf Delta Oscar. So congratulations to you. And you are receiving a copy of ARRL's Wire Antenna Classics book. So congrats to you. All right, Mentorfest. I'm Aaron, Kilo 8 Alpha Mike Hotel. I'm your moderator for today's sessions. Our next one is at 11 a.m. and it's on WinLink. And so we're going to cut to break for a bit, refresh your coffee, that type of thing, and we'll be back at the top of the hour to start on WinLink. Good morning, everybody. We'll be back in just a bit. Alrighty, we're at 11 o'clock. Means it's time to start our next session here for Mentorfest 2021 from ARRL North Texas. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Our next session is WinLink. So I've dabbed around in that quite a bit. If this is new to you, good set of information here on how to get started with WinLink. If you've been at it for a bit, maybe you'll learn a new tip or two here as we get going with our next session. It's John KF5PFP has got it for you this morning. Over to you, John. Good morning.
All right. Good morning, Aaron. Can you? I'm assuming you guys can hear me.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our session. This is on WinLink Global Radio Email. Okay, here we go. Here's the obligatory slide, a little bit about me. My call sign is KF5PFP. I was first licensed in 2012. My son, who's in college now, was in Boy Scouts at the time and took the Boy Scout Radio Merit Badge from the Irving Amateur Radio Club and came and said, hey, I think that's cool. I want to get licensed. And I said, okay, that's, yeah, that sounds kind of cool. I'll do that with you. We got licensed the same day. His call sign is actually one letter off from mine. So probably like a lot of you and like a lot of people in amateur radio, I got my technician license and I got a mobile unit and I played around on the repeater and I became a member of the Irving Aries Races, but that was really kind of all I was doing. Radio had gotten a little bit boring. So in 2019, I went to Mentorfest, which was held over in Garland, and saw a couple of really cool presentations, one on digital modes and one on HF. And I thought to myself, hey, this is kind of neat. So I went out and got my general license, upgraded in March of last year, got one of the last sessions before things were shut down, and have been licensed as a general since then. I'm a member of the Irving Amateur Radio Club, edit the newsletter. I am a member of the Irving Aries and Races group, and actually an assistant radio officer. And that's kind of really where I got interested in WinLink, because WinLink plays a large part in emergency communication. In the real world, I've been a registered nurse since 1993, went to nursing school at TCU in Fort Worth. And I work at Children's Health System of Texas, which is the parent corporation of Children's Medical Center of Dallas and Children's Medical Center of Plano. And I'm still licensed, but I'm not in patient care. I'm a data architect, which means my job is to take the information that people put in our electronic medical record and get it back out and try to do something useful with it. And I'll apologize for a little bit of pause. I'm waiting for my slides to switch over. I'm trying to learn the lag here. So hopefully, hopefully some of you out there are looking for something new that you can do in amateur radio, and you'll learn something today. Regardless of what level your license is, everything that I'm going to talk to you today, you can do. You can do as a technician or any other level. Today we're going to talk about WinLink history, and I'm going to give you a little bit of the background about how WinLink got going, because I think it's interesting. We're going to talk about what you can use it for, a little bit about the architecture. I think it also helps if you kind of understand how they built it. We're going to talk about some different modes. We're going to talk about the equipment that you need to do this. And if the radio and computer gods are with us, I'm going to do two demonstrations. One of WinLink on UHF, VHF via packet, and one on HF using VARA. I'm pretty sure the packet one's going to go okay. The VARA one, because it's HF, sometimes it's a little hinky, but we're going to try it and hopefully it'll work out. What I'm not going to talk about. I'm not going to talk about rules and regulations governing transmission. The WinLink documentation gets a little bit into it because WinLink is international. And as you hopefully remember from your license, anytime you're transmitting internationally, you have to start understanding some of those rules. And it gets into third-party transmission and who can transmit and who can't. I'm going to talk about one specific application called WinLink Express on Windows 10. That's and they called it the preferred. I'm not going to call it the standard, or I'm not going to call it the correct, because there are multiple applications. It's the one that the WinLink organization puts forward. It's really the most full-featured. And I'm going to show it on a Windows 10 box. That being said, you can do WinLink on a Linux box. You can certainly do it on Raspberry Pi, and I've done that. You can do it on Mac. I don't have any experience with that, but there are Mac applications. And you can do it. I've done it successfully on Windows Vista, and I hope that none of you out there are still running that, but I have an old Windows Vista computer in the Office of Emergency Management that I got it run. I'm only going to talk about WinLink Express. I'm not going to talk about all of the different modes. I'll mention them, but I'm not going to try to do demos, partially because I only have experience with about 3 of them. And I'm not going to talk about radio-specific questions. I have an ICOM 7100. I have mine set up. I'll talk a little bit about signal links because I have used those. If you have specific questions about a kind of radio, you can certainly bring them into the question section and somebody else may be answering them. But I'm not going to get too deep technically into how the radio connects to the sound card, connects to the all of that, because I think that's a little bit beyond what you're looking for. So what is WinLink? I took this off of the WinLink site. It is a network of amateur radio and authorized government licensed stations that provides worldwide radio email using radio pathways where the internet is not present. It is email using amateur radio. That's the simplest way to describe it. It's full internet email. So what we're doing is we're taking an email, we're using radio to dump it into the internet. So you can send it to a Gmail account, which is what I'm going to do for testing. You can send it to a government account, and you can get it back from those. So it essentially takes radio and sort of interfaces it in there. It supports email attachments. So you can send, and I'll talk a little bit about these. You can send pictures, you can send spreadsheets. There is a size limit. And you can't send executables, but you can send attachments. You can send position reporting, and you can send weather bulletins, and that becomes important either in emergency communications, or sailors use this a lot, people who are off the grid, so you can just send a report. It can be used without the internet. There is a whole system that if the internet were down globally, you could get emails to certain to radios using their hybrid network. It is free to use. Now, you can register, and when I go through the demo, I'm going to show you how I registered. And I would urge you, I think I paid $24 for the official registration key, which to me was worth it. But you don't have to. You can run it on multiple operating systems. You can run it on Windows. You can run it on Linux, and I have run it on a Raspberry Pi quite successfully. You can run it on Mac, and you can run it on Android. Now, I haven't done Mac or Android, so I can't really talk about those, but you can do it. And you can run it on multiple different radio protocols. UHF VHF uses Packet, and that's going to be one of the demos. HF has about 3 different modes. I'm going to demo one of them called VARA. And you can do it over Telnet, and Telnet is a direct computer-to-computer connection. So if you've been around computers long enough to remember when we used to have to Telnet into a server, or if you're a computer person, Telnet is just a protocol that allows your computer to connect directly to the WinLink computers and drop the email off that way. So what do we use WinLink for? It was originally designed for off-grid communications, and some of the first people to adopt WinLink and who use it still were sailors out at sea or people in RVs. So people who were off the grid on purpose, but still wanted to get an email back and forth. It's used for emergency communications, and that's how I got interested in it, because when I got into the ARRLs, when I got into my position, I started reading all this stuff about WinLink. I thought, hey, what is this? The American Red Cross uses it quite extensively, and I'll talk a little bit about them later because they do some training that's really worth your time. The equipment is multi-purpose. So I'll talk about the equipment. You have to have a computer. You have to have some kind of sound card and interface, but that sound card and interface, which would be like a signal link, if you've seen a signal link device, or in my case, I have a sound card built into my radio. That is the same sound card that you're going to use for any digital mode. So if you do FT8 or if you do PSK31 or JS8 call, it's the same device. So you don't have to buy a piece of equipment that you're only going to use for WinLink. It's available to all license levels. So I started doing it as a technician on 2-meter packet. So you don't have to have a general or a extra license to do it. In fact, most of the activity really is on 2 meters. anything done with radio is cooler than the same thing done without a radio. Now, that's a little bit of a joke, but kind of not really. In amateur radio, we tend to do things sometimes, and I'll be the first to admit, we sometimes do things that we could just as easily do some other way. But one of the important things one of the reasons the amateur service exists is experimentation. So it gives us a chance to do one more thing with radio, and it's another tool in your communication toolbox. It's not a replacement for Gmail. It does have its limitations, which are the other part of this slide. It's another way, especially if you work in emergency communication. We are so dependent on the internet, and we are so dependent on email. And as we all learned back in February, those things go down. And so it is a way to communicate that you can kind of have in your back pocket for the situation when you need it. So what are the drawbacks? Well, it mostly requires a computer. And other than Telnet, it mostly requires radio equipment. So that means you've got to have a radio and you've got to have power. It is propagation dependent, just like with any other HF. In fact, just like with VHF and UHF on the repeater, it is very dependent on propagation. If you can't get a signal out and you can't get a signal back, you're not going to go anywhere. There are size limits on the attachments. This is not the kind of thing where you're going to go out and take an SD card load of pictures for your birthday or for your vacation and then transmit it via WinLink. There are specific size limits, and so it's not a replacement for regular email. Very, very important, it is not encrypted and it is not secure. So as we know in the amateur radio service, we can't necessarily encrypt anything, and you cannot encrypt WinLink email. In fact, and I'm going to show you how to do this during one of the demo parts, you can see every WinLink email that goes through their servers on the website. You can either look one up, or you can go and just see all of them. So you have to assume that everything you're transmitting, somebody is going to be looking at. I've also read references in some of the documentation that the people who manage the relays will actually go in and delete emails. So if you're trying to sell some radio or do something that you can't necessarily do, even though part of the transmission does not occur through the amateur radio system, they still follow all of the amateur radio rules. So if you can't do it on radio, you can't do it on WinLink. Also, again, it follows the same rules, national, international, with all other amateur radio communications, and that gets into third party. That also gets into those things that you can't, there are some nations that you can't necessarily communicate with. So you have to keep all of that in mind. You can't necessarily treat it like you would your normal email account, because it's really not. So where does WinLink come from? And I'm kind of a history person, so I got into a rabbit hole reading their documentation. But WinLink, as the beginnings of it, actually go back to the early 80s. So if you're as old as I am, and you remember back in the 80s when we were all using dial-up modems, we used to have bulletin boards. And bulletin board was a place you would dial in and you would leave some message. And so you might have an amateur radio bulletin board, and you would go in and leave some message. And then somebody would come in and they would see it and post their reply to you, and you would get it back. Sort of like a forum, but kind of a different architecture. WinLink actually goes back because in the 80s, there was a lot of amateur radio operators doing packet radio on VHF, UHF, and doing these kind of bulletin boards. Now, again, it's not before my computer time. It is before my amateur radio time. But in the original version of WinLink, they use something called AmTOR. And AmTOR is amateur radio, it's teletype. I'm sorry, amateur teletype over radio. And if you've ever done RTTY, or you've heard of RTTY, the radio teletype mode, it's basically RTTY with error correction. So they created AppLink to hook up the AmTOR HF side to VHF UHF packet. And it got used by MARS, the Military Amateur Radio Service, for text messaging, and the National Traffic Service used it. But it was originally DOS-based. So then when Windows came along, they wrote WinLink Classic, and WinLink Classic became the Windows version of it, but it was still pieces. It was NetLink, and NetLink integrated with WinLink Classic, and WinLink Classic integrated with email, but it wasn't one piece built all together. but it started getting adopted. Sailors started using it, RV-based amateurs, missionaries, medical units, anybody who was off the grid. And again, remember, we're talking about the 80s and 90s when we were all using our 14.4 dial-up modems or our 52K dial-up modem. So it really wasn't any better or worse than what anybody else had. So in 1998, a group of people got together and they decided they were going to redo this thing from the ground up, and they were calling it WinLink 2000 or WL2K. In the documentation, you will still see references to WinLink 2000 or WL2K. If you've ever built anything in computers and you've had to go back and try to change file names, you know that doesn't happen a lot. So you'll still see WL2K in a lot of files. And they built an entirely new system from the ground up, completely integrated from beginning to end. So WinLink 2000 and the old WinLink Classic systems really don't have anything to do with each other. In 2006, the Amateur Radio Safety International Foundation was founded as 501c3 to manage development. And I don't want to use the term ownership because I don't think that's not the term ARRL uses, but they manage the development and they manage the backbone, which is pretty extensive about how this whole thing works. You can join ARRL, you can go donate to them if you like that. Again, sometimes we have a tendency to use free things and not think about it. I have paid for some of these because I think they're worthwhile and I want to support the volunteers that manage this whole process. I'm going to talk briefly about a couple of terms that I'm going to be using later on in the presentation. I want you to understand the acronyms. The first one is something called a Common Message Server, or CMS. The CMS are the main email servers that the WinLink team manages that connect into the internet. They're built on Amazon Web Services, if you know anything about that. On my understanding from the documentation, they actually have two of them. So they have two redundant CMSs, and they have another live backup that's not part of Amazon Web Services. Any one of those three systems can run the entire WinLink system. So they've built up a very redundant system, and something that there are going to be very few situations where their system is completely down and not functional. The next step up from that is something called an RMS, or a Radio Message Server Gateway. RMSs connect to the CMS, and the RMS is what we connect to when we deliver an email over radio. So when I do this demo in a minute and I try to attach to the KB5A-10 RMS, think of that as a radio sitting there connected to a computer that's going to take my radio email and then send it to the CMS, which is then going to drop it into the internet mail system and end up in my Google. WinLink also has a peer-to-peer component. And I didn't put much about peer-to-peer in this presentation because when I did the presentation, I had never done any peer-to-peer. The American Red Cross does a monthly training. And in the last training, one of the options was peer-to-peer. So I actually did 3 peer-to-peer messages over VARA HF, one to Chicago, one to Phoenix, and one to Philadelphia. And in peer-to-peer, you're not sending an email into the internet email system. You're going directly from one radio to another. I'll show you a little bit about how you can choose peer-to-peer. Just remember that peer-to-peer connections have to be set up to be peer-to-peer connections. So you can't, if you send a peer-to-peer email and the radio on the other end is not peer-to-peer, it's not going to go anywhere. So make sure when you do your settings that if you want peer-to-peer, you choose that. They also have the hybrid network, and the hybrid network is kind of cool because what they do is they use radio-to-radio forwarding if the internet's not available. So if I hit a hybrid node and that hybrid node doesn't have an internet connection, it's going to then take it and it's going to send it to another HF radio that it's got set up. And the idea is that it can bounce around from radio to radio and either get picked up by somebody or get then eventually to somebody that has an internet connection. And so again, when they built this system out, and by they, I mean all of the people either at ARRL or all of the individual radio operators who run these nodes, there's a lot of work that's gone into this, and there's a lot of utility that that it gives you. But I also want you to understand it's an awfully redundant system. And frankly, when I registered. That's why I went ahead and paid the $24 because somebody's doing a lot of work to make this work. Okay, let's talk a little bit about modes. Actually, I'll tell you what, Aaron, do you have any questions for me? I'm gonna throw it back to you and see if we have any questions before I go any farther that I can answer.
No, thanks for checking. Again, folks, if you have questions, feel free to put them in the chat. But so far, no questions. And I know I'm learning a lot. I've used WinLink for a little bit of time, and there's a whole bunch of it that I didn't know. So this is great stuff. And if we do get questions when you check in next, we'll. Oh, well, we have one. Is the hybrid node a new option, new feature in WinLink? Is that something new?
Well, so I've been doing WinLink for about a year, and it's been around for them. So I can't tell you how new it is, but I would say it's relatively new because when you read the documentation reads like it's kind of relatively new. So I'm going to go with yes, although unfortunately, I can't tell you exactly how new it is.
Okay.
Not every HF station is a hybrid node, and I'll show you how to pick the ones out that are when we get to that point.
Excellent. All righty. All right, very good. Well, I'll send it back to you, and I'll go back on mute.
All right, thank you. Okay, so modes. There are actually several different modes that you can use. I'm going to demo a couple of them. Some of them I haven't had access with, but I'm going to kind of run through them just so you will hear these terms. Okay, so Telnet we talked about. Telnet is a direct connection from your computer to the central messaging server. It does not require radio. Their instructions show you how to set everything up, but it's there and it's something that you can use. Webmail. They actually have a webmail client, and I've never used it, but once you set up an account, when you go to the winlink.org website, you can set up a webmail. So if you're someplace that you have an internet connection, you're waiting on a WinLink email, you can go use that. Packet. This is specifically the AX.25 packet protocol, which if you don't understand what that means, that's fine. It's just a specific set of rules. It is the same packet protocol used by the APRS system. And most of the time, I think I'm safe in saying this, somebody may correct me. Most of the time when we talk about packet in amateur radio, we're talking about AX.25. This is mostly UHF and VHF. And I thought HF packet was frankly pretty much dead because everything I had read said, oh, there's no HF packet anymore. And about 3 weeks ago, some guy posted on the Reddit amateur radio forum this big long thing about how he built an HF packet station with a Raspberry Pi. And all these people were like, oh yeah, I'm going to do that too. That's really cool. So I don't know how much HF packet there really is out there, but maybe it's not quite as dead as people think it was. Some people will tell you packet's dead and nobody's doing it. Some people tell you, oh, there's packet all over the place. It's clearly not dead. WinMore is an HF mode similar to packet. It's no longer in use. Now, it is an option that you can choose in the application, so you have to not use it. But apparently, I don't think there are necessarily any WinMore stations anymore. RDOP is another packet type protocol used on HF. It is still used, and RDOP is one of the options that you can choose. I'll admit I don't know a lot about PACTOR. Mostly what I know is reading. It's a packet mode that is fast and has error correction. The problem with PACTOR is you have to buy a PACTOR modem. And I went out and did a quick search, and the cheapest PACTOR modem I could find was $1,200. So there is a lot of PACTOR in WinLink, but I don't know that's anything. It's not anything that I've used unless you're already a PACTOR person. It's necessarily going to mean anything to you. The new mode is VARA. There's VARA HF and VARA FM. If everything goes well, we're going to do a VARA HF demo. It is a software modem that it's actually coded by a guy out of Spain. He's an amateur radio operator out of Spain. I'll talk about it a little bit more later. And it does require a license. Now, you can get a free version that's throttled, or you can pay $69, I think is the current price for the license. And with the license, you get VARA HF, VARA FM. I went ahead and paid for it because frankly, I thought it was kind of cool, and because I can't get into the RDOP stations to hear me, but I can get VARA HF to work. I haven't been able to use VARA FM yet because there aren't any VARA FM stations in North Texas close enough to me. But if you're in WinLink, you will see a lot of discussion about VARA. And just understand, you can go download the free one, you can use it. And if you feel like it's worthwhile, I felt it was worthwhile enough to pay for it. And again, working in IT, I know there's a lot of people out there that do this as a hobby, and I wanted to support them. So to me, it was worth a little bit of money. So just to give you an idea of what we're talking about here in terms of WinLink. So how many people, how many messages are we talking about here? So this is, the slide's about to pop up here. So this is from February 2021. So one month before last. Total 67,816 messages. Okay, that's through the entire WinLink system. Almost half of those were on HF, again, and most of those were on VARA FM. Still a lot of packet. Packet is UHF, VHF. You can see they do a little, there is a little bit of APRS, and in some of the APRS clients you can do it. So we're talking about a significant amount of content. I'm going to go, looks like I'm actually running a little bit behind. This is the WinLink website. WinLink.org is your starting point. When you start the application, one of the things it's going to ask you to do is create an account, which is your call sign. And then it gives you the, in my case, kf5.pfp@winlink.org email address. Here's the webmail client. You can go here. This, and I'm going to hit this briefly, where it says U.S. Amateur Radio Message Viewer. I'm going to go click through that. One of the things I talked about was how you can view any WinLink message. Okay, this is everything that's gone through their CMS servers right now. You can view it. Let me see if I'm just going to pop on one of these and see what happens. Okay. If you have an email or if you have a message ID, and I'll show you how to find those, you can go search for them. So again, keep in mind that everything that you do on WinLink, somebody can see. Tool section. Actually, let me come back to that. The book of knowledge, and especially this FAQ. Sorry, there's a little bit of lag there. When the screen catches up with me, you're going to see that I've clicked on the book of knowledge. And the book of knowledge, right up here at the top, you'll see a WinLink FAQ. This is probably your best source of information for WinLink. If you really want to get down and wallow around in the guts of how this works, this is where you want to go. And this is actually a large part of the presentation that I did. They, like I said, they really get down and talk about the technical details of how the whole thing works and how they've set it up. The other thing I'm going to show you here under the Tools tab is a map. This is a map of all of their active stations. It's actually not just active stations. It'll also show you inactive stations. And what it allows you to do is see where they are. So this map right now, actually, this is on PACTOR. Let me go show you VARA. So we're going to try to do that on HF time. So these are VARA stations. I can log in. I can click on one of them, and I think this one, yeah, this one. So this station, N4SER, is one of the ones we're going to try to hit. This is one that I can contact. and it gives you a little bit of information about it. It tells you what frequencies that it lists on. And you'll notice right below it, this one with the H, this is a WinLink hybrid network. So one of the questions was about the hybrid network. That's how you know that this is a hybrid node. This one, N4, like I said, N4SER is one of the ones I'm going to try because I can usually get something back from them. And if you click on the other, you can filter out. In this case, we'll filter down to packet. Actually, I think we'll catch up. Aaron, sorry to jump back in here. Are you guys having issues with the YouTube feed?
Yep, I'll jump in here. It looks like it might have had a hiccup there. So
Okay.
I'll dig on that a little bit on my end, but hopefully we're still getting some audio out there.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead then, because it looks like it's actually going backwards. All right, I tell you what, let's do this then. Aaron, while you're digging into that, for those of you that are listening, I'm on the winlink.org website. I'm going to go back to my presentation. And I'm going to continue to go through the slides. Hopefully they'll catch up. If not, we'll see about making them available. So on the website, one of the other things that it'll allow you to do, there's a propagation map, so you can look and see how things are going. It also has a really good section on the different applications. So if you're a Mac person, it will tell you which applications run on a Mac. If you're a Linux person, it will tell you which applications run on a Linux box. It also gives you a link to each one of them and how to go get them, and tells you some of the things that each one of them can do. So for instance, the WinLink Express application is the only one that does VARA. The PAT, I think, only runs on Linux, and so you can get all that information from the website. I would encourage you to go spend some time working around the WinLink website because it's worth the time. Okay, so now that we've talked a little bit about that, let's talk about how you make this thing work and what you need to make it work. Well, so the first thing you need is a computer running one of the WinLink applications. They have for multiple operating systems. I use one called WinLink Express. It used to be called RMS Express if you've been around WinLink for a while. They call it the preferred application, and I've kind of got that in air quotes here, but it's the one that's supported by the WinLink team, and it's basically the one that does everything. It supports all of their modes, including VARA. It supports HTML forms, which are important, and hopefully I'll get to show you those because especially in emergency communication. One of the cool things it does is it provides propagation, and it gives you the best station. So especially on HF, when you're trying to figure out when to hit a station or where to go, you can look at it and say, oh, wow, this one's much better than this one, or I'm not getting anything on 40 meters. Here's a few stations on 20 meters that look good. But there are others. I've done the PAT application on a Raspberry Pi. It worked fine. It just doesn't have all of the information that WinLink Express does. You also need a radio. You can do this with a 2-meter radio on UHF VHF. You could do it with an HT if you had enough horsepower to get into a RMS. I first started, and I did mine on a dual band Kenwood TN71 2-meter 440 radio, and did that actually for quite a while before I got my my general class license. So if you're only a technician, I shouldn't say only, if you're in technician class, you can still do everything that we're talking about here. In fact, there's more packet than there really is the others. You can also do it on HF. They have, when you go to the website and you look for that, you'll see that a lot of people have their RMSs set up on 80, 40, 20, Sometimes you'll see 30, sometimes you'll see, some of the other bands, but most of the HF stations will do multiple bands. So if you can get data into a radio, then you can most likely do WinLink on the other side of it. In my case, I've got a ICOM IC7100 that does 2 meters all the way up through HF. The other thing you need to make this work is you need some kind of sound card and interface. They're mostly talked about together as a single entity. They don't necessarily have to be. A sound card interface is really required for all digital modes. So again, if you do FT8, if you do JS8 call, if you do PSK31, you are going to have this kind of thing. You can either buy it. Sometimes some radios come with them. So in the case of my ICOM 7100, it actually comes with a sound card built in. The most common one is something called a signal link. It's made by a company called Tigertronic. It is a small USB box about the size of, I don't know, maybe 3 iPhones stacked on top of each other. They run about $150 or so. They support multiple digital modes. They're USB plug into the computer. The good things about it, and I have a signal link, was originally what I used for when I was doing it on 2 meters. They're very common. There's a lot of information out there on signal link, so it's not really hard to figure out find somebody using a signal link in your radio. It controls the PTT, and that's the interface part of it. So when you hit send, it's what triggers the radio to do a push to talk and then transmit out. The one thing you have to keep in mind is that you have to have radio specific cables and jumpers that come with them. So just when you buy it, make sure that say, this is the radio I have, and you get everything you need for it. Now, if you like to home grow things, you can build your own USB sound card, or you can build your own sound cards and interfaces. Plenty of plans on the internet. Or again, a lot of radios have them built in, especially some of the newer HF radios. My ICOM 7100 has a sound card interface built into it. So all I have is a USB cable running from my computer to my radio. Let's talk a little bit, and I'm gonna talk a little bit about what we're gonna demo here. So on the UHF VHF 2 meter band, WinLink is done using packet, and you may have heard the term packet. The AX.25 packet protocol are the rules behind it. Packet requires something called a terminal node controller, or a TNC. All a TNC is a box that takes the packet, and I'm going to use the term translate. I don't know that TNC designers would use that, but basically it takes the information, translates the packet, reassembles the multiple packets if you have multiple packets in a message, and then turns it into something your computer can use. And then when you type something in a computer, the TNC takes that information, translates it in a packet, and then sends it to your radio and controls the audio tones that your radio uses to transmit out. You can have hardware TNCs, so you can buy a TNC box, and in the beginning, TNCs were a box that you connected into and typed in whatever you're going to do. Over the years, as PCs have gotten stronger, more powerful, we now have software TNCs, and that's what I use. I use one called Sound Modem. There's another one out there you may have heard called Direwolf. Direwolf is big in the Linux community, and I've used it on a Raspberry Pi. There's some other versions out there. There's some kits that you can buy for Raspberry Pis that you can make a little TNC. There's a company called MobileLink that makes a Bluetooth one that actually I found kind of intriguing. It's really designed for APRS, but it plugs into your HT and then you connect to it on Bluetooth. So there's a lot of options for TNCs. Just understand that you're going to need that either device or software when you go to do packet. I'll talk about VARA. I'm going to skip a little over that. I'll talk about it if we get to the end of it, because I think I've mentioned most of this, and it looks like the slides are starting to catch up. I tell you what, Aaron, let's do this. I'm getting ready for my demo. It looks like the slides may be starting to catch up. Why don't you go ahead, if you want to go ahead and do your piece with the keyword, and I'm going to get set up here on the radio, and it's looking like we may not have time for the HF, and that's okay because it sort of looks like VHF, UHF with a different screen. But I'll at least get this one demo out, and we'll see if we have any questions after that. So Aaron, I'm going to throw it back to you, and you can do the keyword for the door prize.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect. Thank you. And again, just for folks that are joining us for Mentorfest here and like door prizes, oh, absolutely. We've got door prizes today. So the way this works is down in the description in the YouTube video is a link to the registration form. You can also get to it from the section webpage at ARRLNTX.org. Just go to the Mentorfest page that's linked from the homepage, and there'll be a link to the entry page there. Just to make sure folks are attending the sessions, we've got a keyword that we need you to enter when you go there. And also a quick reminder that presenters are disqualified from entering, as well as ARRL North Texas section leadership. And so the keyword for this session is packet. And so the form is open and ready to take responses. I'm going to start the 10-minute timer now. And so go ahead and put in your entries. And when we wrap up this session here at the top of the hour in 20 minutes, we'll go ahead and announce the winner for our door prize here for this session. So, all right, John, back to you. Thank you.
Okay, so Aaron, is this door prize the Porsche Turbo or the Mustang GT? I don't remember which one we were doing.
Oh,
here.
Which one can you afford?
Okay, I think it's a book or whatever it is. I'm sure.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
worthwhile. But
Yep.
Thanks to the section for doing that. I certainly appreciate having that in there, and hopefully you guys will get that. So, all right. So I'm going to get my one demo in. I'm going to show you right now. We're going to do the DHF UHF demo because that's the one that I think the most commonly going to happen. We're doing WinLink Express. We're doing sound modem, and I'll show you a picture of that. We're doing my ICOM 7100. Which I've got set up over here. I want to show you this map. This is from the WinLink website. This red diamond is pretty close to my house in Irving. There's 3 packet RMSs that I use on a regular basis. The KB5-10 is on 147.58. It's Metro Crest Amateur Radio Club. W5FC is Dallas Amateur Radio Club, and W5AUY is the Cedar Hill Emergency Operations Center. I can hit all of these on a regular basis. Now, I'm a little compromised because I live in an HOA, and so my 2-meter 440 antenna is 10 feet off the ground, stuck in a live oak out in front of my house. Normally, I can hit a lot of repeaters at 25 watts. I've actually turned this up to whatever 75% of 50 is. It's like 35 watts, and I usually connect pretty good. Since I've got 3, if we don't hit the first one, we'll hit the second one. One of the things I mentioned, and I'm going to go quick through this, we'll spin up WinLink Express. I'm going to HTML templates are a big part of what goes on with WinLink Express. You will periodically, as you open your application, you'll get a message to update them. These are updated periodically. When you look at the list, you'll see there's an ARC section. American Red Cross has their own forms. There's one down here called radiograms. And if you click on the one called radiogram.txt, it pops up the standard ARRL radiogram that we all know and love, and it will allow you to send a radiogram message. It goes to a group called RRI, Radio Relay International. They then pick it up from the digital side. They actually call and dump it into the normal traffic messaging system. And I know that works because for my RACES messages, I just happened to find this, and I thought, okay, I don't know if this thing works or not, but let's send a couple and see what happens. Sure enough, it actually did work. You can't do emergencies. I think one of them took like 6 days to get there, which is fine. But you can send radiograms through this. The one that's the most common, that I use most common, actually, I'll tell you what, since we are running a little bit behind here, I'm going to just I'm going to send this to my Gmail account. Well, you guys have almost caught up with me. There we go. All right. So what you should be seeing now is WinLink. Of course, my computer chose time to froze, so it'll catch up with me. If you see up where it says select template, it will show you where those are. And one of the things, yeah, we're almost caught up. One of the things to keep in mind is that it sends first and then it receives. If you remember, again, I'll go back to the day back when we had dial-up modems. If you remember back in the day, you did all your email work offline, you connected with your modem, you exchanged emails, you sent, you received, then you came back offline and you did everything else that you were going to do. Well, that's really how WinLink is set up to work. You are going to sorry, I'm while that YouTube is having issues catching up, I'm having issues with my computer. I'm trying to get that set up. So what WinLink does is pretty much exactly the same thing. It's going to connect, it's going to transmit your emails, it's going to receive any emails that you have set for you, and then it's going to disconnect. One of the things to keep in mind is, just like anything else, anything that has anything else to do with radio, it is possible that you're going to lose a connection. So in the screen that you see here, just below the description of my radio, the ICOM 7100, you're going to see a message, and that message says end of session, the date that I did it, and several things like that. The lines in there where it says messages sent are really important. It's not unusual, even on UHF VHF, to lose a connection. When that happens, all you're going to see is the disconnected and disconnect reported. So when you do a session, make sure that you see that message is sent and make sure you see that message is received. That tells you that you got a good connection, that you got all the way to the end of it, and everything looks good. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to, I think I've got my computer issues fixed. Your slides look like they're starting to catch up to where I am. I am going to type out a fairly simple email. What you're seeing there is the form, the list of the forms. And like I said, when you log into WinLink every time, sometimes you'll see a pop-up that says, do you want to download the latest update? And you'll say, yeah, there's where the radiogram is. I thought that was kind of cool. And like I said, I did the radiogram blind and it worked. So in the, once this window drops off, you're going to see or actually no, you'll see standard email form. You can do attachments. You see the attachment box up there. If you have let's say you have a picture that's too big. So you're going to send a picture and it's too big. It will tell you it's too big. And there is there's a little inbuilt viewer that will allow you to downsize it. And that's one of the things with the American Red Cross. That was one of their trainings. And so I will talk a little bit about their net. I really like the ARC net because every month is a specific task. They send you very, very, very well built documentation telling you how to accomplish that task. One month it was send back a picture. The picture is going to be too big and you're going to have to downsize it. One month it was here's a spreadsheet turn it into a CSV file, make it smaller so that it will come through. I'll show you. There's a groups.io. It's ARC ECOM. You can probably MCOM. You can probably find it. But if you're really interested in WinLink, that one is really good. There's another local one, WinLink Wednesday, run by a ham named KF5VO out of, I think, Denton, somewhere up in that area. And it really is what it says it is. Every Wednesday, you go in and you reply to an email, reply to a WinLink message. Sometimes he's got a question. Sometimes it's about radio. Sometimes it's not. It's really simple, but it's also really good because, like anything else, if you don't use the equipment, you'll invariably have changed some setting or some switch or something, and it's not going to work. So WinLink Wednesday is a good one because it makes you go in every Wednesday and make sure all of your stuff still works. That's also available on groups.io. The last slide, I have the addresses for those. What you're seeing right now, unfortunately, since there's a little bit of a lag, what you're seeing now is my screen freeze up and me try to get that back. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do the demo because you're actually going to get to see it. You should hear my radio in the background, but that way I'll narrate once we go through it and you can watch me try to figure out why my PC's hung up right there. So what I've got in front of me is I've got the open session window and I've got sound modem. I'm going to hit, and I've got my radio tuned, and I'm saying this out loud to make sure I have it right. I've got my radio tuned to 147.58, which is KB5A. Well, no, I'm going to press the wrong button, which is the KB5A repeater. I'm sorry, KB5A RMS. In the channel selection box, when you click on it, it's going to give you, and this is a really cool feature of WinLink Express, it's going to give you the call sign, the frequency, and the distance to the different RMSs. On HF, it also gives you some propagation information, but in this case on packet, it doesn't do that. So I'm going to click KB5A-10. That's going to set me up. And I've got my sound modem window open. So at this point, I've got an email to send. I've also got one I've sent to myself. So I'm going to click start. And if this works right, there we go. Sorry, I'll turn that down a little bit. What you're going to see in the sound modem window is you're going to see the back and forth. So it's doing its handshake. Their radio and my radio are talking back and forth. So in all the modes, it's kind of a very similar process where it goes through. Okay, so now I've got a connection, and their RMS came back and said, okay, welcome to KB5A. And so now we're going to go, they're going to talk, and here in a second, we're going to see the actual transmission. Now, when you see this in sound modem, you're going to see a bunch of characters. You're going to say to yourself, wait a minute, John, you said this wasn't encrypted. It's not encrypted. They use a compression protocol called B2F. And if you're familiar with a zip file, then that's what a compression protocol does. It just makes the file smaller so that it can transmit less information. Just remember that if you took this email ID and you went to the WinLink website, you could go put it in and you could see what this message is. So don't look at that. So when you see the characters, don't look at that and think it's an encryption. Just understand that it's their compression algorithm trying to take out some stuff to make it easier to transmit. All right, well, okay, so the good news is I'm going to get to show you what happens when it doesn't work because I got disconnected without a transmission. So next step is I'm going to go try another one. So the next one I'm going to try is W5AUY, which is the Cedar Hill Emergency Operations Center. I'm also going to try to maximize my potential here. I'm going to go all the way up to 50 watts on my radio. And I'm going to hit start again. And if all goes well, you should hear similar tones back from W5AUY. Or in this case, you're not going to hear. Oh, wait, there we go. Okay. Sorry, let me turn that down a little bit. So I got a message, Cedar Hill AOC WinLink. Our radios are now in the process of negotiating the connection. And some of this negotiation, especially on HF, I know when we do it with VARA. Okay, I got one more shot here. That apparently they're all having a bad day. So one more, we're going to try W5FC. And I have to say, this is not necessarily unusual. It's not horribly unusual that I come in and I hit all three of these, and it takes me some runs to get all the connections. We're dependent on propagation, and that's why one of the things I said was that this is not a replacement for Gmail. This is not a replacement for your regular email. I will also tell you I've had days when I've come in, had multiple messages, set down, hit send, had the first one connect, all of my messages went, all of my messages came back, and everything worked really well. So right now, I'm trying my third one, which is the WF5FC WinLink server. This is run by the Dallas Amateur Radio Club. And they seem to be, well, hopefully seem to be having a better day. I'm not going to pretend that I necessarily understand all this. I think a lot of this initial is negotiating quality and speed. What you're seeing, what you're about to start seeing, unfortunately, since there's a lag, is you're seeing me connect initially to KB5A. If you look on the left, you'll see the sound modem screen. Sound modem is the TNC that I'm using, and you can see where it's starting to go down. Let me turn this down. You don't necessarily have to keep this window up. I like to keep it. I like to look at it just because I like to see what's going on. It also kind of gives you a good idea. It's a little bit of a it's a better tracker. And so you can see the message that I got back. Obviously, I got a connection. It just, for whatever reason, would not hold the connection long enough to transmit the information. I'm going to try one more time, and I know we're getting to the end of our time. Hopefully, we'll have some questions. I'm going to try one more time while I'm running ahead. I'm going to try W5AUY again, see if I can get it to pick up.
John, while you're trying again, I'll quickly just add, like, from my experience with WinLink on 2 meters, that my experience has been the same, and it's all part of, you know, learning and understanding how your station is able to reach other stations, and practicing before the incident. If you're interested in emergency communications, right, now's the time. And you know, I mean, even simple things, you know, oh, it's raining, so that changes where you're able to reach and things. And you know, like with a lot of things in you know, amateur radio, we try to keep it in the air, you know, on the air operations as much as possible. And so this is, you know, definitely a great way to practice and understand how your station can reach other WinLink stations and get some practice and knowledge.
Right. And again, this is also one of the reasons why I like the WinLink Wednesday session and the American Red Cross session, because once a week I have to sit down and I have to do this. And so I've learned, I'm sorry, I'm turning it down. I'm trying one more time, and it looks like one of them finally came back to me. I've learned that this is something to expect. It doesn't mean anything's wrong. It doesn't mean anything broken. It just means that this is the nature of what it is. Aaron had a really good point about rain. Weather conditions will change things. I've spent a lot of time sitting here doing VARA sessions to kind of figure out. There's 2 or 3 that I know I can hit on a regular basis. This is part of radio. It is part of what we do. I'm at the end, and I'm going to go ahead and let this run out. I'm a little bit behind you guys, but basically I don't know that I'm going to have anything more for you to see than what you have here. My final slide is the, oh, well, and so that one didn't work either. So actually what happened, and so what's going on now is unfortunately the Cedar Hill EOC is still trying to talk back to my radio, and my radio is timed out and said it's not listening anymore. So turn that down. I think the last slide here I'm going to put up, hopefully you guys will get to see this. I mentioned the winlink.org website. That's your place to start. If you're a Raspberry Pi person, there's a YouTube channel, KM4ACK Jason. Will tell you how to set all of this stuff up. I talked about WinLink Wednesday. I talked about the American Red Cross training. Those are both great. Again, the American Red Cross emergency communication training is really good. They're both on groups.io, or groups.io. So if you go to groups.io, you can probably Google those. If not, hopefully at the end of this, if you go back and watch this again, you'll get to see the last presentation. That's really all I have. I apologize a little bit for things being rushed and for the demo not going quite the way that I expected it. That is kind of the nature of how it works. And as Aaron said, it's not 100%. Sometimes you have to do this. I'll come back. I may come back in 10 minutes and everything works perfectly and I can hit all 3 of them.
And that is what will happen.
Yeah,
you will try again in 10
is
minutes and it will work.
And probably the HF thing would have worked perfectly today for whatever reason, but you'll just have to kind of take my word on it. I hope this has been helpful. At the beginning, I had a couple of emails. You can feel free to contact me if you have any questions. You can contact me via WinLink if you like to at KF5PFP. I don't check my WinLink email every day, but if you get it up and running and you just want to test, send somebody an email, feel free to shoot me one. I'll be glad to respond back to you. Aaron, I guess at this point, questions? Do we have anything?
Not at the moment, just some comments that Pactor is more reliable, but also more expensive. And then a follow-up that if you want to just get into Pactor, like the Pactor 1 modems, usually under $100, that is what I've done is, go find an older Pactor modem. It doesn't have all the bells and whistles of the new ones, but you can start dipping your toes into Pactor land that way.
I think Pactor 4, I think 4 is the current version. And again, the cheapest one I found was $1,200. You've got a point because what you see is usually Pactor is listed as Pactor, and I guess they're all interchangeable. The whole idea behind VARA was supposed to be a much cheaper implementation than Pactor. And there's some testing, and unfortunately, I'm not going to get to show you the slide, but there's some testing that shows Pactor is better than VARA, but it's not a lot better than VARA. So if you've got the difference between Pactor and VARA, and one's for $1,200 and one's $69, what are you going to do? But good point. Yeah. I didn't think about that. But yeah, if you really want to play around with Pactor, you probably buy an old Pactor 1 or 2 or whatever and go knock yourself out. Yeah. Anything else? Anything else I can?
Just some comments. It was a good presentation, and I echo that as well. I've used, like I said, I've used WinLink for a bit, but I learned some things here. And John, appreciate it much. Thank you so much for jumping in today and talking to us about WinLink. Thank you.
Well, and again, thank you for the opportunity, because I use this as a learning experience. So I would also encourage anybody that I know Steve had some trouble getting presenters. So when he sends that email out again, this is a great opportunity to actually force yourself to learn something. I hope everybody's enjoyed it. I apologize again on YouTube, and the demos didn't go quite as well as we did, but hopefully you've got some information that'll help you out, and you'll learn something from this.
Yeah, good stuff. Thanks again. All righty. Well, that brings us to the end of the WinLink session. And so why don't we talk about our door prize winner for this session. And so I had Steve, again, those for that are joining us here, and door prizes and things. So folks enter, and then I ask Steve, I need a number, in this case, between 3 and 40. And why 3? Because row 1 is the column headers, and row 2 is me testing it. So I don't get to participate. But between 3 and 40, and the number that he randomly picked, and he doesn't get to see the list, he just gives me a number, was 38. And 38 is Jerry Thompson, Whiskey 7 Juliet Tango. So congratulations, Jerry. You have won ARRL's Emergency Power for Radio Communications book. So congratulations to you. We'll get that in the mail to you here in the next week or so. So keep an eye on your mailbox for that. All right, Mentorfest, we're going to take a break here, come back in about 15 minutes. Portable ECOM is our next session. And so if you're interested in emergency communications, and you know how that is, we as hams may be called into service and have to roll to an incident. How do you do that portably? That's what we got coming up here in 15 minutes. So stick around. We'll be back in just a bit. Alrighty, hello again, everybody. Mentorfest 2021. We're 20 past the hour, so we'll go ahead and continue. My name's Aaron, Kilo 8 Alpha Mike Hotel. I'm the section traffic manager here in North Texas, and thanks for joining us for Mentorfest today here on our YouTube live stream. Next session coming up here, emergency communications. You know, a lot of times we got to go to the incident, and so how do you work portably during an emergency and work MCOM? And we've got Robert here with us to tell us more. So Robert, over to you, and good afternoon.
Thank you, sir. This is Robert. My amateur call sign is N5REG. And on this screen that's up at the moment, I have my email address if somebody wants to ask questions later or contact me. Today I'm going to be talking about portable communication and portable emergency communication. Basically, I'm going to cover the equipment that I have to where I have the ability to go to the site or to the emergency and set up radio communications. The first thing I want to talk about is why. Why would somebody want to do this sort of thing or be involved in ham radio? One of my favorite things about ham radio is that the public service, to be of service to the community and be of service to public situations. We have a lot of public events that we participate in each year. COVID has kind of held that back, but we've got a couple events coming up, and I'm already signed up because I really enjoy participating in it. I've got quite an investment in ham radio. It's not a cheap hobby. It kind of starts out as a hobby, but it becomes more than just a hobby. I really enjoy ham radio. I've learned a whole lot of stuff. I've been a ham operator since 2013. I'm an extra license, so I've got all three of the license, and I really enjoy it. So I'm going to be talking about today the mobile setup, the Go boxes, communication trailer, public service, and then there will be questions and Q&A later in the presentation. I'm going to start with my truck. So I've got available radios on hand, additional power available, portable antenna setup, and different modes of communication. So this is inside my truck. I have a F-150 Ford, and this is right up in the front with me. I'm also a welder, so I've built an aluminum stand so I'd have the radios right there in front of me. The top radio is a digital radio. which can actually go through the internet as well as repeaters. We have repeaters that are local to where I can do fusion. It's called fusion radio. The middle radio is a police scanner, a trunked police scanner. So I like to just monitor what's going on around me. However, with the scanners, most of the frequencies are going encrypted, so you can still pick up some of them, but not all of them. You can pick up P25, that sort of thing. So eventually, when everything goes encrypted, I guess the scanner will be obsolete. The bottom radio on the picture is a Kenwood 710G, which also has a built-in TNC. So I do not have to have an external TNC because it's built in. And if you can see, right to the right side of that radio is a USB plug. I got the cable rolled up behind that radio, so therefore I can do packet from my truck, 2 meter and 70 centimeter packet in my truck, out on site or at any location. And that's pretty handy. All I got to have is my laptop, and I've got to have the WinLink software. This is in the back. Supposed to be a seat back there, but nobody's rode back there in quite some time, obviously. At the very bottom of this rack, and this aluminum rack, is an extra battery. So I have another, I think it's a 25 amp hour battery sitting there, and then the next shelf up are the actual radios. So Ham has done good at making these radios to where they got the head that's separated from the body of the radio, so you can mount the body of the radio under your seat or like I've done in a rack, and then have the head up front. It makes it a whole lot easier in mounting the equipment, especially with cars today. There's no space on the dash to really mount a radio. It's all plastic, and it's a little bit more difficult. On the top of that rack, I have a 1500 watt inverter, so I can, if I need to, run 110 from the battery that's at the bottom. And of course I have to keep the truck running to run that inverter, but that comes in real handy. And I know some of the new vehicles today are coming equipped with inverters, which is pretty smart. If you got a little air compressor or something, you need to air up your tire, then you've got a 110 supply in the vehicle. That's pretty smart. This is a picture of the back of my truck. So I have a fixture. I'm a welder, by the way. I've been doing it about 23 years, so I get to make all my own fixtures and brackets, etc. So this is a fixture. Under the cover is a 1,000-watt generator that stays in that truck all the time. I keep the fuel changed in it and the oil changed, but this fixture at the moment has an aluminum military pole in it, and also it's made to where I can put a fiberglass pole on the outside of it, so I can set up 2 different antennas. Here's a picture of the aluminum military pole. That's approximately 20 feet up in the air, and that's one of the things that are definitely handy is getting the height of the antenna. Getting that antenna up in the air gives you a lot better transmitting and receiving. So that's a picture of it sitting in the back of my truck. I don't have an antenna on it. I just wanted to take a picture of it to show that it could be set up. This is the other one, and it's a fiberglass push-up pole. Basically, you pull up a section and it locks it, and you pull up the next section and it locks it, and so on and so forth. This one will extend 22 feet in the air, and then of course where the fixture is to the ground is probably another 2 feet. So I can get a UHF VHF antenna up in the air, and it comes in handy if you're in low areas or there's a lot of blockage around your buildings, etc. So the higher you can get the antenna, the better, and this works out well. And here's a picture of the aluminum military poles laying in the truck and the fiberglass one installed on the fixture. So I basically designed that fixture where I can do either or, and it's definitely handy for public communications or portable communications. I also have military poles. These can be purchased on eBay. These are fiberglass, and you buy this piece that makes a tripod. And I've got a set of two, so I can run a wire antenna from tripod to tripod via NVIS, and I can do HF communications portably. And that's really handy also, and it's a pretty easy to set up, and it's pretty compact, and to get it all tore down, you can put it in that bag that's laying there on the ground and carry it all in one bag. So it's real portable. Works very well. And this is the top view of that same antenna. And also on every one of these antennas, all the portable antennas I have also a pulley. So I use this pulley to where I can pull up a wire antenna if necessary. And I use an ECOM 2, which is an all-mode wire in-fed antenna that works good in ECOM or emergency communication or just portable communication. So I've got it set up to where I can do it on any antenna. I've got it on the antennas where I can set up the wire as well as the dual band antenna on the very top of it. Here's a picture of one of the wire antennas that I use. It's a Chameleon ECOM. It's about 63 feet, I believe. And you can set this up NVIS, or you can set it up as a sloper. There's several different configurations for this wire antenna, and it works very well. It's not 200 feet long. You know, it's pretty portable, where you can set it up fairly easy. You got to have a counterpoise, which is another wire for it to reflect off of, but it works very well. Now I'm gonna go into my go boxes. So most hams that are into public service or emergency communications build themselves go boxes. So I've got a couple of go boxes, and this is the go box that I actually use. This technically is an amplifier box. You see people with electric guitars and so forth have this box with an amplifier in it, and it closes up on the end so you can carry it in wherever you're going to use it. Take the front and the back cover off, and you have all the equipment that's exposed. So I've got a 30 amp power supply in this box. I've got an IC7300 with a built-in sound card, which is HF. I've got a power gate, a rig runner, and then also have a TMV71 Kenwood to where I can do UHF, VHF, or I can take the Cantronics 3 Plus TNC and I can do UHF, VHF packet out of this go box. Here's a picture of the front of it. Up on the top left corner there is a Pactor modem. So this Pactor modem can be used to do HF packet. I can do VARA HF, and I use this Pactor modem. And what's interesting about the Pactor modem is I can also set up a forwarding station to where if I go into a disaster area where there is no repeaters or things that are set up to be able to communicate, I can set up a station myself to where people can send information to my station to be relayed out to other stations. So it's a pretty good device to have in emergency communication. I can set up at a shelter and send information back and forth to the shelters and things like that. So that's pretty valuable piece of equipment, and it's interfaced with the radio, and the radio has a built-in sound card so that I could do the Pactor. The top right hand side is a power supply that I use if I've got commercial power available or generator power. And then the bottom right hand is the UHF VHF with the TNC sitting on top of it. So with that TNC I can also do packet. This is the back end of it. So I've got my antenna ports. I've got coax coming from each radio into this plate here, so then I can just come and plug an external antenna right to it. Everything's already done in the box. I just need the external antenna. Right below that, it's called a gateway, or a power gate, I'm sorry. It's called a power gate. And that's a pretty interesting piece of equipment as well, because if I'm running commercial power and running the generator or the power supply, or if I'm running off a generator running the power supply, at the time that I'm running that power supply, it is also charging my batteries. And then vice versa, if I don't have commercial power, it automatically switches to the battery power. So that's a pretty good technology, and it works very well, especially if you're running commercial power, then you know at the same time it's charging your batteries. So the main purpose of that piece of equipment is if for some reason you lose commercial power, it automatically switches to battery power. So that's really, really handy. And then I've got a rig runner beside it to where I can plug in all my additional equipment into that rig runner, and it's all tied into the battery circuit or the power supply circuit. And to the bottom right hand side, I've got a big Anderson power pole plug, which is going down to a battery box that I show in here sitting at the bottom of it. In that battery box, I've got two 35 amp hour batteries that I can run off of with this setup. This is a view of the battery box. There's a top view of it. So in there I've also got a, it's not a rig runner, but it's made like a rig runner where you can plug in additional radio equipment into that little box down there and run it off straight off the batteries. That's pretty handy. Also, everything that we do in ham radio is 12 volts, so you have to have some way to take a power supply that'll put out 13 volts or some batteries. We can't technically plug it into 110 volts. It wouldn't last very long. And I've got an additional 2 meter, 70 centimeter voice or packet go box. And this is it. Basically, this box came from Harbor Freight. It's kind of like a Pelican box, but does not cost near as much as a Pelican box. And on the left-hand side of this, I have another power supply. And then between the radio and power supplies is a 12 amp hour battery as well. And then I have again the 271 in this box with the Cantronics 3 Plus to where I can do packet out of this box. I can't do HF, but I can do UHF and VHF packet. Here's a little bit closer view. I have that distribution block in there too where I can plug in additional. Actually, it doesn't look like I got just one port left where I could plug in something else. I also have the power gate over on the left hand side. So this basically does the same thing as the bigger box. If I'm running the power supply, I'm charging my battery, and if I'm running the battery, it switches over to battery power. If I lose commercial power, it automatically switch to that battery power. So that's a really good, helpful or piece of equipment to have, especially doing something portable. Here's a picture of the go boxes all closed up, ready to go out the door. In my shack, I keep battery chargers. They're called onboard chargers, like you would put on a fishing boat to keep all your batteries topped and fully charged. So when I walk out of the door of my shack to go on a call or go to an event, everything is fully charged, 100% ready to go. One of the things I did not take a picture of is on the other side of these boxes is a bulkhead fitting with a cap on it. So all I have to do is take that cap off, and I've got a 259 connection where I can just plug in coax on the back side of these boxes. Well, actually the other box has them, but the smaller one has a bulkhead where you can plug in an external antenna. And you don't have to mess around with trying to plug in coax on the back of your radio and get all that hooked up. It's all ready. All you have to do is plug in an external antenna. Works well. I guess there will be questions at the end of the presentation. But here's my contact information. I'll let it sit there for a few minutes. If you want to email me and ask me a specific question or need some help with trying to set up a go box or whatever, I would be available and be happy to assist you. So, do you have Aaron? Do you have something you want to share with this presentation at this time?
Yeah, thanks, Robert. Yeah, I'm itching to give away the next door prize here. So let's go ahead and get the form opened up, and let me put the keywords up on the screen in just a second. So folks that are joining in, door prizes here during virtual Mentorfest. The link to enter is in the description just below the YouTube video there. You can also find it on the section webpage, ARRL.ntx.org. Just click on the Mentorfest item at the top of the screen to find your way to the entry form. 10 minutes it'll be open, and as you're entering it, we need you to put this keyword in there, ECOM, to show that you're here at the session. And so go ahead and enter. We'll have that open for the next 10 minutes, and at the end of the session we'll select and announce the winner. So thanks, Robert. Back over to you.
Thank you, Aaron. I almost forgot your name there for a second.
It's all right. No worries. You're good.
Thank you. So the next part of this presentation is going to be a trailer. I'm a welder, and actually a ham gave me an old boat trailer, and I converted this trailer into a radio trailer. There's a couple of options. You can build just an antenna trailer where you can go extend an antenna in the air, but I built one to where I could get in if the weather's bad or raining, and still also extend an antenna in the air. So talk a little bit about the fabrication, the solar power. I have solar power that's available, battery power, generator or commercial power, emergency communication equipment, and antenna hookup and use. Will be basically the topics I try to cover on this next section. So here's a picture of the trailer in the front of it. I have a window unit, so over to the bottom right you see a 110 outlet, so I can plug in either a generator or I can plug in commercial power, which I have plugged in this picture. I use the onboard charger in this trailer as well, and all 4 batteries that I have in there are fully charged when I hook onto this trailer and go. So that works out well. In that black box, I have different variations of wire antennas and ham radio stuff. I got some collapsible cones and caution tape and that sort of thing that I keep in that black box. On top of this trailer, I have 200-watt solar panels. And if I go out on a public service event like the Dallas Marathon or somewhere, my batteries stay fully charged the entire event running these 100-watt solar panels. I've got it currently plugged in because I'm underneath a big tree and kind of prevents the charge method with the solar panels. So I have a switch in there where I can select, change it from solar power to commercial power. And so currently it's plugged in. Here's 2 of the batteries I have in the trailer. All 4 batteries weigh about 107 pounds apiece. 2 of them are 146 amp hour and 2 of them are 115 amp hour. So I have quite a bit of capacitance in this trailer as far as batteries. There's the other 2. And these actually at one time were computer backup batteries. There's a place over in Garland where the guy, when they rotate them, they got to rotate them, and he gets access to them and then sells them for a lot less than what they would originally cost if you were to buy this size battery brand new. So that works out pretty good for hams also. This is one of the onboard chargers I was talking about. This thing will charge your batteries and then it'll float. It'll keep your batteries charged, topped off, and not overcharge them. So that's came in real handy. I got it here. I've got it in my shack. I also got some on my boat. So they work very well, and I thought it was a pretty good idea. So I don't have to physically put a charger on them periodically to make sure that they're fully charged. It's pretty important in ham radio is that your batteries are fully charged. And there's a better picture of that external plug. On the inside of this trailer, it has a 4-way outlet, so I can plug in a power supply inside. Is mainly what I use the 110 for, is running a power supply in there. and it works well. Of course, the window unit is 110. All the lights I have in the trailer are all 12 volt. Having access to 110 is definitely important also in ham radio. This is a side view. There's another external box that I put on there that has also quite a bit of stuff pertaining to ham radio. I got a couple of J-poles in there that I could set up in addition to the other antenna setups that I've got. So, remind you, I said it, but this was a boat trailer at one time, and I bought the steel. It's a steel box trailer. I bought the steel, and it took me a while, and the windows are actually come for horse trailers. So I bought a couple of windows and put them in there, and I built this trailer. Only regret I have is that it's a 4x8. Probably would have been better to build my own frame and made it 5x10 and have a little bit more room in there, but it's a pretty good size for two operators. Two operators could sit in there fairly easy. Now this is my bulkhead ports. Everything inside this trailer is just like the Go boxes. It's already got the coax ran. Everything's set up, ready to go. All I have to do is plug in an external antenna in this box. And on this particular box, it's all UHF and VHF. And then over to the left, you can see the pulley or the winch, manual winch. So I built this fixture where I can put a 40-foot Ron push-up pole, or I can put the fiberglass push-up pole into this fixture and then crank it straight up to where I'm any 20 to 40 feet up off the ground with an antenna. So that fixture works out very well, and I could do UHF, VHF, or HF. So on the right side, that box is for HF only. That's all hooked up to the ECOM 7000 that I have inside the trailer. So I can do both UHF, VHF, HF, and I can also do packet or PAC-TOR out of this trailer. This is a picture of the Ron 40 push-up pole that's mounted on top of the trailer. I've got a pulley, so this is a good picture of one of my pulleys, so that I can pull up a wire antenna, the ECOM, and either, in this case, it'd probably be a sloper instead of an NVIS. So I think it's smart on any kind of push-up pole to pull a pulley so you can do other modes other than UHF or VHF. Here's a picture of the inside, my window unit, and on the left-hand side is where all the radio equipment is. I've got a heater down there at the bottom, one of them Mr. heaters, which comes in handy like the Dallas Marathon is in December, so usually it's pretty cool temperature-wise. So there's my power supply. There's another one of them power gates. This works the same way as the Go boxes. If I lose commercial power, it'll automatically switch to battery power. If I'm running the power supply, it's automatically charging the battery. So that's a nice tool. I have the 710G Kenwood with a built-in TNC in here as well. And if you can see the USB cable kind of hanging over the power gate, I can plug that into my laptop and do packet radio out of my trailer. If I do PAC-TOR, which is HF, I'd have to have my Go box set up inside this trailer in order to do PAC-TOR, because it's got the modem in the box. I don't have a modem in this trailer. And this is a picture of my ECOM 7000. It's just got the head up there by the meter. The actual bulk of the radio is right down to the left, mounted to that shelf. So I have HF capabilities out of this trailer as well. All right, miscellaneous equipment. I got some other stuff I wanted to share. They got all kinds of solar panels out there, and for you hams that don't have one, it's a good piece of equipment. This is actually a 100-watt fold-up solar panel, and it folds up, and it's got some legs to where you can tilt it at an angle toward the sun or lay it flat, wherever you can get it towards facing the sun. And I've had really good experience with these solar panels, keeping my batteries up and keeping them charged. They work very well. This is a 60-watt solar panel. It's a little bit more portable and easier to handle. Get it on Amazon. I can't remember exactly what I paid for it. I think it was under $100, but it's 60 watts and it does very well as also keeping all your batteries charged and keeping you portable. I would suggest that for any ham to use as portable equipment. Now I'm going to show you some public services that I've been involved in. Actually, we're going to get to do the marathon this year. I think it's December the 12th or 15th. We're going to get to do the Dallas Marathon. We haven't done it since 2019 because of the COVID. And of course, there's going to be some pretty strict ground rules, social distancing, mask, etc. But we're going to at least get to do it finally. So this is a picture of Field Day. I belong to the GARCC, Garland Radio Amateur Communications Club. We're in downtown Garland on Austin Street, and we normally have our field day at Winters Park in Garland. Of course, we haven't had it because of the COVID, but this is me with it set up with my trailer. The gentleman standing there is W5IDN. He's a great ham, a great guy. He's been doing ham radio. He probably was doing ham radio before I was born, but he's a really good guy. There's a lot of good hams that are out there that can really help people and be mentors and give you a lot of information. These two kids, their dad was actually there, so they got on my 2-meter and made contacts with their dad. He had a little handy talkie. You know, he was away from right there, and they were just excited to make contact with somebody on the radio. So I'm usually the go-to trailer when we do field day, so anybody can come up and participate or get a little bit involved and learn a little bit about it. So it's a lot of fun. I believe this was actually at one of the Mentorfest. We've been having them at the Shriners in Rowlett, and I participated in a couple of them. We had one that was in Irving that I took all my stuff out there and set it up for display and answering questions and that sort of thing. So this is where I was set up. Here's another picture of it. Don is in this picture, N5DMR. He also has a portable trailer, which he catch a little bit of it to the left. He's got a chameleon antenna set up out there in the background in the field, and it's a horizontal for HF. And of course, I got the UHF and VHF set up in the back of the truck. I have a screwdriver set up on top of the trailer to do HF. There's a picture of the solar panels at work, and my little 2-meter, 70-centimeter Go box is sitting there on that little table running. Here's a set that me and Don did. It was a Mars setting, so it was a set, and that's my trailer and his trailer set up with all the antennas. He's got the military post set up on the side of his trailer, and of course I've got the screwdriver set up. He's in this picture. He's back there in the background working on setting up an antenna along that fence line. This is kind of what it looks like when you get everything out of the trailer and try to get set up. You got quite a bit of stuff that's out around the trailer. Here's an antenna that he set up, NVIS. I believe that this was the ECOM 2, if I remember correctly, and it's set up on military poles. And he's got them velcroed around the post of the fence and got that set up. Another picture of the trailers, and there's a generator. I've got a generator too, but was not using it. But there's a generator where we can have some generator power to run power supplies and etc. More pictures of the trailers set up. And this is one of the events that I participated in. It's called the MS-150. We're having it this year as well as the marathon, and it's going to be May the 15th. And usually this is a 2-day event, and this year it's going to be a 1-day event. And of course, there's going to be COVID-19 set up for social distancing and stuff that's required for that mandate. So here's a picture of bicycle riders. These guys, usually in the MS 150, will ride last time I was there, they rode bicycles for 160 miles. So it's a 2-day event for that long of a event, and they've got radio operators like myself set up at water stops. So we participate in the water stops. If the water stop needs ice or some kind of beverages or pickle juice or whatever for the riders and they run out, so then we get on the radio and call that water stop 7 needs more ice or whatever their needs are. So it's a lot of fun to participate in them water stops. Usually that's what I try to do because of having the portable trailer and everything. It's a lot easier for me just to go set up stationary. Here's another view of the water stop. Lots to be said for all the volunteers that participate in these events. Usually church organizations and people like that will come up and set up water stations for them. Ever so many miles they can pull into a water stop and get refreshment and get rehydrated before they take off on the course. So it's a lot goes to the volunteering in these public events. A lot of people volunteer, and it's pretty cool. This is me set up at one of the Dallas marathons. I'm right there off of Buckner Boulevard and Garland Road behind that big hospital, which also is a low area, so being able to get my antenna up in the air makes a lot of difference. I didn't have any problems communicating with the net control on this event. There's a different view. One of the things that we suggest in public service is you wear earpiece or headphones. It seems like every time I set up at a water stop, the guy who wants to play the music sets up right beside me. So if you're trying to listen to an external speaker on your radio, it's pretty difficult. So they suggest wearing earphones or headphones or some way where you can hear if you're called out, or if you have to make a call, you can hear what's going on. I think it's funny how they always set the loud music right up beside me. Here's a picture of me with my trailer. I'm showing also that I've got the fiberglass antenna set up on the trailer. The RON 40 is still strapped to the top of it. I just decided to set the fiberglass one up and get the antenna up in the air. So that is the extent of my presentation. I appreciate having the opportunity to share this information, and I'm always excited about trying to help new hams. A lot of people helped me out in the beginning, saved me a lot of money, telling me what to get and what not to get. And hams are always willing to be of service to other people and try to help other hams get involved. So Aaron, that's basically the end of my presentation.
Well, Robert, thank you much. N5REG with Portable MCOM. And if anybody has questions, please put them in the chat. We did have one question I want to make sure we get, because you showed us about $20,000 worth of portable gear. And so
Yes.
for someone that's just getting started and they need to get a good first round set of equipment that they can take, what are some good must-haves to get?
Well, definitely antenna setup, because antennas are probably the most important. If you've got a good radio but not a very good antenna, it's going to cause problems. There's all kinds of, I showed you two Kenwood 710s, but at the moment they're not available because they've got some problems with a chip that goes in them. Something happened to the vendor in it was either Japan or China, where they had a fire, so you can't get that radio. But there's a lot of radios available, and I think you would really would be better off to get a dual band and get at least a 50-watt radio, because a lot of times the 5-watt handhelds won't make the trip, or there's a lot of noise. So a good mobile radio would be a good dual band. Kenwood or ECOM or Kenwood and ECOM or Yaesu are name brands, and they're not real cheap, but it's kind of the old saying, you get what you pay for, and they work well.
Yep, hear you there. All right, any other questions in the chat? Otherwise, that was a lot of good information on portable ENCOM, and I've been out to things, and yep, the DJ or announcer always seems to set up right there.
Yep,
so
every time.
yeah, well, there's a bunch of antennas and things, so I'll just go here.
Yeah.
Alrighty, no other questions. Then all right, thank you much, Robert. Appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on Mentorfest here. Alrighty,
thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, of course. Kilo 8 Alpha, Michael Tell Aaron, Mentorfest 2021 here. And so let's talk our door prize winner. Steve got excited by CW in the winner's call sign. I'll quickly recap. We had I had Steve pick between 3 and 37, and the number he came back with was 23, and that was Jose Quiles, Whiskey Alpha 5 Charlie Whiskey, and he won a copy of ARRL Hints and Kinks for the Radio Amateur. And so Jose will get that to you here in the mail in the next week or so. Alrighty, our next session is at 1:40, so we have a good window of time if you need to grab a bite to eat or make another cup of coffee, that type of thing. And we'll be sticking around here until then. So 1:40 space weather for hams. I'm excited. I have no idea what space weather will entail for ham radio, and I'm looking forward to learning on that one. So stick around, Mentorfest 2021. We'll be back in about 40 minutes here.
think it's
Oh,
interesting.
hang on, Stan. We're going to get started in just a second here. All righty.
All right.
Yep, K8AMH. Welcome back to Mentorfest. All right, let's go ahead and officially kick off our next session here on Mentorfest 2021. Aaron, Kilo 8 Alpha Mike Hotel here. Switching it over here for our space weather for hams, which is something I'm looking forward to learning more about. So with us is Stan, November Whiskey 5, Quebec is going to tell us more. So Stan, over to you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Aaron. And thanks everyone for joining me today. I am Stan Starks in W5Q. And I think it's interesting. No one seems to be sure what this presentation is about, so I guess I'm good. I guess I would say that maybe Monty Python would say, now for something completely different. You've had a lot of good presentations so far, and they've been pretty detailed. This is a little more abstract, but I think it's an important topic, and I will definitely tie it down here when we get to the end. So let's talk about space weather and its impact not only on hams actually, but it actually impacts all of us. If you have a cell phone, if you use GPS, space weather can have an impact on you, and it may well in the future as we get more involved with technology. So, but it's especially important for those of us that play on HF. So to just start this out, let's talk about HF itself, and let's say, why do we get on HF? Well, we usually want to see how far we can talk. That was the reason I got on HF. And you get your new radio and your first antenna, and you want to see who you can make contact with. And before you know it, you're usually chasing some kind of an award. Countries, states, counties, parks, summits, you name it. If there's something out there to collect, people will collect it. And as you start that pursuit, you quickly figure out that the line of sight or ground wave propagation is not going to cut it. So you need ionospheric propagation. And as we know, ionospheric propagation is because the ionosphere refracts some radio signals. Now, the more energized it is, the higher the refracted frequencies. So if it gets really energized, 10 meters open, 6 meters opens, life is good. Well, you have to realize the ionosphere is almost totally energized by the sun. So let's examine just how that happens. Let's talk about space weather. Now, what is it? Okay. Space weather is really nothing but about the sun and its impact on our entire solar system. But most specifically, of course, we care about Earth, and that impact is via the solar wind. And the solar wind extends all the way out through the solar system, well beyond Pluto, actually. The sun has that much effect. So let's briefly talk about the sun. Okay, we need to realize the sun has a strong magnetic field, and the sun rotates about once every 27 days. Now, the sun is the plasma. It's not solid. So it rotates slower at the poles than it does at the equator. So at the equator, it rotates about once every 24 days. And at the poles, it's more like 35 days. So 27 is kind of an average. But as you can imagine, with this massive thing rotating at different rates and magnetic fields all over the place, eventually these magnetic fields get very twisted up. If you twist a spring far enough, eventually it snaps, right? So when you twist it, it becomes unstable. And that's where things happen. So here's just a depiction of the sun's magnetic field at one point in time. And as you can see, it's kind of a jumbled up, tangled up mess. And these lines get all tangled up and intertwined, and weird things happen, at least as far as we think about things. But it's really a complex system. And it generates the solar wind. So what is the solar wind? Well, it's not a wind like you think of in normal terms here on Earth, but it's simply a high velocity stream of charged particles. There are a lot of ions, protons and electrons and just energized molecules. Um, and the sun generates that solar wind continuously and in all directions. But we only really care about, of course, the side that faces us. Now, the solar wind also transports the sun's magnetic field, and that is known as the interplanetary magnetic field, or IMF. You may, if you read some scientific papers or something, you may see it also referred to as the HMF, the heliospheric magnetic field. But most of the stuff amateur radio related that I've seen refers to it as the IMF. And that solar wind, like I said, propagates throughout the solar system, well beyond Pluto even. So there are a number of events that happen on the sun, and it's a very active place most of the time, although it's been pretty quiet here of late. But we're only going to talk about a few things. We're not going to get into any details here. We're not trying to be solar physicists. I just want to give you some background. So we talk about a few factors, we can have some understanding, some basis for it here. So events and disturbances that are on the sun, that are on the side that faces the Earth, can definitely affect us. And we're going to explore 4 such events just at a high level. One of them, of course, is good, and 3 of them generally not so good. And that, when I say good and not so good, that's in terms of radio propagation, not so much serious events, but just radio propagation. So let's talk about the good one first, sunspots. So you've probably heard people talk about sunspots. Even if you're a new ham, you've probably heard references because there's a lot of interest right now. But you need to understand that sunspots are areas of tightly closed magnetic fields. I mean, virtually nothing is going to radiate from a sunspot. It's that tightly closed. The interesting thing is that the areas around them are highly active, emitting X-rays and extreme UV light. Now, you need to also understand that extreme UV light is what energizes the ionosphere the most. So sunspots actually are a really good proxy for solar activity, and also a good proxy for how energized the ionosphere may get. So we track sunspots closely, and we have for a long time. Sunspots are cooler than the surrounding area, so they appear dark if you look at a photo, which I'll show you in a minute. But they're still about 6,500 degrees Fahrenheit. You wouldn't want to spend a lot of time there if you could, but the surrounding area is more like 10,000 degrees, so it's a little bit cooler. You may have heard about the sunspot cycle. That's an 11-year cycle where, you know, we start out with no sunspots, we reach a peak, and then we drop back down to minimum again. And this takes roughly 11 years. It has varied anything from 10 to 14, but as a general rule, it's 11 years. When the cycle starts, the sunspots for the new cycle start appearing at roughly 30 to 45 degrees latitude, both north and south on the sun. And over the course of the cycle, they migrate toward the equator. And we have really just started solar cycle 25. Solar cycle 24 was officially declared ended December of 2019. So we're just a little over a year into cycle 25. And here it's just showing you sunspots. These dark regions on the sun are sunspots, and they typically cluster in groups. And while nothing emits from the dark spots, everything around them can be very active. So we like sunspots. The more the better. Right now we have, last I checked, we have 29 sunspots, or at least the number is 29. And we've had a little bit of activity. So that's good. We went a long time without seeing a sunspot. So the more the better. Now let's also talking about these other less favorable solar conditions. And when I say less favorable, I really mean for radio propagation. They're not necessarily less favorable for other things. For instance, the first one we're going to talk about is coronal holes. Now, these are literally holes in the corona of the sun that expose the inner regions. And they usually result in accelerated solar wind to make the wind faster. And aurora watchers and photographers love coronal holes because they are typically the cause of aurora. Unfortunately, they also often disturb the ionosphere, so we're not so happy about them. But if you're in a position where you can see auroras, it's quite an exciting thing to see. So we have coronal holes. And now we have the two that frustrate me. If you look at news articles, press reports, reports of something coming at us, they always confuse these two, and they're very different. So first of all, let's talk about solar flares. Solar flares are bursts of radiation, and they're usually around a sunspot region. They release a ton of X-rays and radio bursts, may cause radiation storms, and they can also cause radio blackouts. Now, we don't have to worry about radiation storms. The radiation storms are where there's a ton of energized particles. We're protected here on Earth, but it is important for astronauts. And it's going to be even more important as we start to transition to the moon or even Mars. If you get caught out unprotected in a major radiation storm, it could kill you on the spot. So that's going to be a real concern for those efforts when they get underway. They can also cause radio blackouts. And I don't know if you've ever experienced a radio blackout, but it's an interesting thing. All of a sudden, you really can't talk to much of anybody except your neighbors. The band just died. And I mean, that could be 20 meters in the daytime, which would normally be hopping, and suddenly it's just dead. So that's not a good thing for us. But these are fast. They travel at nearly the speed of light. So we don't really have any warning for solar flares. By the time we know that we've had a solar flare, it's here. And they rate the intensity of them from A, B, C, M, or X. So A, B, and C are pretty moderate. In fact, we just had a C solar flare here a couple days ago. Haven't seen any M or X class ones yet. The X class ones are the serious ones, the ones that really can cause damage. We hope we don't see many of those. So a lot of times along with solar flares, we get a solar storm that follows it. And a solar storm is really a coronal mass ejection. You may have seen the term CME in different places. These are massive solar plasma ejections, literally billions of tons of plasma, and it also often has strong enhanced magnetic fields. And it kind of generates a strong shock wave in space, but these are slow, typically less than 1,500 kilometers per second, which is 900 miles per second, and take 2 to 5 days to reach Earth. Now, I wouldn't normally call something moving at 900 miles per second slow, but compared to traveling at the speed of light, it's slow. I also learned just a couple of days ago from a discussion that the fastest solar storm to ever reach Earth was in 1972, at least that we've recorded, of course. In 1972, and it only took 14 hours. So it was traveling really fast, and that meant it was really strong and was quite severe. So these are usually the ones that cause the most trouble. And they cause geomagnetic storms on Earth. They can also cause radiation storms. And well, I'll get there in a second. We are currently under a watch for a geomagnetic storm, by the way, later today. So the timing is good. Okay, so here just to show you, these are coronal holes. These black regions are literally holes in the corona of the sun, and they cause fast solar wind. The solar flare is just radiation being radiated from the sun, and most likely in the center of this is a sunspot region. And then we have a CME, which is just a big blast of hot plasma from the sun, billions of tons shot out into space. And it's kind of like the sun burps. And If it's Earth directed, it can cause us some issues. So what happens when the solar wind, the interplanetary magnetic field reaches Earth? Well, we'll talk about it in more detail here in a minute, but the Earth has its own magnetic shield here, its own magnetic field. So in this diagram, the sun is on the left, the solar wind is flowing to the right. It hits the Earth's magnetic shield and it's deflected away, hopefully, under most circumstances. And it doesn't cause any major disruption. And this happens all the time under normal circumstances. The normal solar wind doesn't really cause us any major problems. But let's talk about the Earth's magnetic field for a minute. The Earth's magnetic field is called the magnetosphere. I was kind of surprised to see. I just happened to watch an episode of how the universe works on, I think it's the Science Channel, referred to as the magnetosphere. And I kind of wondered about that. And it's like I was reassured that the experts in the field all call it the magnetosphere. And if you refer to it as the magnetosphere, it means that you don't really understand what's going on. So anyway, it is the magnetosphere. And it protects us from the solar wind, just as that diagram showed. If we didn't have the magnetosphere, the Earth would be much more like Mars. By now, the solar wind would have blasted away most of our atmosphere. It would have eliminated all of our surface water. And we probably wouldn't be having this presentation because we probably wouldn't be here. Now, not to worry, but the one thing to remember about the magnetosphere is it has a north polarity, with field lines moving from the Earth's south pole to the north pole. So what that means is, we go back to this diagram, the Earth's magnetic field comes from the south pole, it goes around, it comes back to the north pole. So it's basically up in this diagram. And everything north-south in space is referenced to the Earth's poles, because there really is no north and south, and there really is no up or down in space. We just have to reference it to the Earth to keep things straight. So anyway, if you think about this diagram, the polarity of the magnetic field is up in this diagram, or north. That's all you really need to remember about that at all. And the solar wind, the interplanetary magnetic field, also has dimensions to its polarity. Now, if you think about it, the solar wind is a bunch of charged particles moving at a high rate of speed. You can almost think of it like a current, and an electrical current will generate a magnetic field. So it's generating the interplanetary magnetic field. Now, we don't care about the other two components of it. The one component that we do concern ourselves with is known as B sub Z, and it's either up or down. So if you think of the Earth's magnetic field normally, well, always being up, B sub Z either is up or down. So if it's up, it has a north polarity as well. So the Sun-Earth interaction. The solar wind always impacts the magnetosphere. I mean, it's constant. It's not constant, but it's continuous all the time. It never stops. And it usually also has a north polarity. So conveniently for us, the solar wind has a north polarity. The Earth's magnetic field has a north polarity. And if you think about two bar magnets, if you try to put the two north poles together, what happens? They repel each other, right? So just like the two bar magnets repelling each other, if the polarity stays north, the solar wind is just deflected around the Earth's magnetic field. So it doesn't really cause us any problems. We get fast solar wind or solar storms, CMEs hitting. That's when we have the largest impact from the solar wind. And so if it's fast enough or hard enough, it can compress the magnetic field. But if the polarity stays north, it still doesn't typically have a huge impact unless it is really strong. which is very rare. However, at times during a CME or a solar storm, or even during a fast solar wind from a coronal hole, the polarity will shift to the south. And when that happens, you can think of two bar magnets again. If you take a North Pole and a South Pole, they're attracted to each other. And if the polarity shifts to the south very much or for very long, a connection is made and a lot of energy is injected into the Earth's magnetic field. And a lot of that can end up into the ionosphere as well. So it can disturb things. And when that happens, the most obvious effect again is aurora, but it can disturb the ionosphere severely as well. So again, it can be bad for propagation if we should get a storm. And Aaron, this would be a good time for you to do the keyword exercise.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll get right to it. Store prize time. So for those that are just joining in for Mentorfest this afternoon, the door prizes. Oh, yeah. So we got another door prize opportunity here. We are going to open up the entry form, and the link to that is in the YouTube video description below. It's also on the section webpage, ARRLNTX.org. Just click on the Mentorfest in the banner at the top, and that'll lead you to the entry form. It'll be open for 10 minutes. And to help verify that you're here at the session right now, we need you to enter this key phrase, solar flare. So go ahead and enter that as the key phrase when you're putting in your entry. I've started the 10-minute timer now. And once the 10 minutes are up, we'll close. And at the end of the session, we'll announce who the winner is. So thanks, Dan. Back over to you.
Okay, great. Thanks, Aaron. And okay, so that's the Sun-Earth interaction. So HF propagation impacts. Okay, we have a lot of things here that are rated levels 1 to 5. Geomagnetic storms are the most common thing you'll see. Right now, we're under a watch for a G2 geomagnetic storm. The weakest being G1, the worst being G5. So this is just a moderate geomagnetic storm. Supposed to hit, their forecast, I think, is for roughly about 7 p.m. Central Time tonight, with a plus or minus there of a significant amount. And they're also not really sure about the severity of it. It might only end up being a G1. There's a lot of questions around it. So sometime probably between 7 o'clock tonight and sometime by mid-morning tomorrow, we'll probably have at least a G1 geomagnetic storm going on of some sort. It won't be great for radio, but it won't cause any other problems. There are no radio blackouts associated with it, but radio blackouts are rated in levels R1 to R5. And radiation storms, or no radiation storm associated with it. Those are levels S1 to S5. But these storms can severely affect satellites, can disrupt GPS, can even affect the ISS. If we have a high-level radiation storm, there are actually areas on the ISS that are considered to be shielded areas where the astronauts would go to wait out the radiation storm to protect them, hopefully from the radiation, because they are exposed to an extent, even though they're well within the Earth's magnetic field. Now, the one positive takeaway sometimes, no guarantees whatsoever, but sometimes as the disturbance settles, because the ionosphere did get energized and disturbed, it can enhance F-layer propagation. So sometimes we get a benefit on the backside of these storms, but you never know. But it's worth checking out if you have the opportunity. Just briefly talk about solar observation. We now have multiple probes that are closely studying the sun 24/7. We did lose the backside view of the sun. For a while, we had craft that were positioned there. One of them died, stereo B, and the other one, stereo A, and because of its orbit is quickly moving toward Earth. So in a couple of years, it'll show us the same exact face of the sun as we see from here. Not very useful at that point, but they do monitor the sun a number of different ways. we need to realize that we have basic sunspot data that goes back about 400 years. It's pretty crude. It's questionable accuracy, but we do have some indications going back that far. Now, the detailed data has been collected for about the last 75 years, and that data has been helpful in trying to predict what's going on with the sun. And you may not be aware of it, but there actually is a Space Weather Prediction Center in Boulder, Colorado, and it's run by NOAA and the National Weather Service, and it puts out a daily forecast for space weather. And you can visit their website. There, I have the link there. They have a lot of information there. They have a lot of data from the probes monitoring the sun, and it's an interesting read if you have the time. But just know that they actually do try to predict that now, because we have so many satellites up there, plus the space station and everything else, that it's important to know what's going on with the sun on a regular basis. So what do we care about? Okay, we're finally getting down to the crux of it. Okay, with that background, thank you for bearing with me. Now we get down to the nitty gritty of what we really are interested in, right? How does this affect propagation? Well, these are the factors that I think you should pay attention to. First, the solar flux index. What the heck is it, right? It's a measure of emissions from the sun at 10.7 centimeters, 2,800 megahertz. That frequency was picked really as a result of World War II. There was a lot of surplus radar equipment from that time, and that was repurposed to monitor the sun, and they've just stuck with that frequency. But it's a fairly optimal frequency, and it's a good proxy for solar activity. So when you look at the numbers, the theoretical minimum is about 65. And sadly, during this last solar minimum, we came very close to 65 number of times. So we were pretty much at the bottom as far as solar activity is concerned. But the higher, the better for propagation. Now, as I recall from the last solar cycle, the highest number I recall seeing was 190. And I can tell you that when the solar flux was 190, 10 meters is open all day. You could pretty much count on work in Europe in the morning and work in the South Pacific in the evening. And it would just kind of go around the compass point during the rest of the day. So it was a lot of fun when it was that high. So let's hope that we get some higher numbers here soon. The other really good indicator is the sunspot number. Now, it's a little misleading because I want you to understand that this is not actually the count of individual sunspots. Each group counts 10, and then each individual sunspot counts 1. So you go from 0 sunspots to 11 sunspots. You never have anything less, because if you have 1 sunspot, you also have 1 sunspot group. So you now have 11. Right now, at the moment, we're at 29. So we actually have 2 groups and we have 9 sunspots. So that's just the way that number works. But again, the higher the better, root for sunspots. The planetary K index is another indicator. The range is 0 to 9. And this is a measure of the stability of the Earth's magnetic field taken every 3 hours around the world. 3 or less is best for radio conditions. Greater than 7 indicates the possibility of auroral propagation. We probably have a major storm going on. And propagation other than for maybe aurora, which we're a little too south for the most part, probably isn't all that good. So 3 or less is what we normally like to see. The planetary A index is a 24-hour measure of the stability of the Earth's magnetic field. And it's nothing but a weighted average of the previous 8 K index values. And again, lower is better. And we'll talk about a little more of that here in a minute. The solar wind speed, or SW. The normal solar wind is less than 500 kilometers per second. If it's faster than that, it indicates there's some kind of a disturbance, a coronal hole, a solar storm, something. B sub Z, we talked about that before. That's the important polarity of the solar wind and the IMF. And a positive value means a north polarity, and that's going to be deflected by the magnetosphere and be pretty harmless. A negative value indicates the south polarity that will connect and energize the magnetosphere, and in turn disturb the ionosphere. And finally, MUF, maximum usable frequency. Most of you are probably familiar with that. No big deal. Just an indicator of the highest frequency that may be open. It's location specific, so conditions may be better or worse at your location. Just gives you a relative indicator of what bands might be open and how good things are. And it's nice to know that you can track all of these things with what I call the solar widget. Now, many of you, if you ever spend any time on QRZ.com or some other amateur radio websites, you may have seen this before, and you may have wondered, what the heck are all these numbers about? It's a very busy little graphic. And N0NBH keeps this updated, and it broadcasts out to all the sites that use this. And you can even, in fact, you can even get a gadget that goes on your desktop that will display this and update every 15 or 30 minutes to show you what the current conditions are. And if you look at this closely, we'll just go through this briefly. Up here at the left, at the top, you see SFI, or Solar Flux Index. Back then, it was a wonderful 174. I'd love to see that again, which is great. The sunspot number was 88. The K index was 3. You don't have to worry about the 27 nanoteslas. And the A index was 4. Now, what that tells me, because this is the weighted average of the last 8 K index values, K just recently jumped to 3 because it was much lower for a long time before. So it was probably 0 or 1. You can ignore a lot of this stuff. It doesn't really matter. You get down here to the bottom, though. Here's B sub Z. It's a positive 6.6. So that's good. Means the polarity is north. If it should shift, if it goes negative, this will change from green to yellow. And if it goes really negative, it'll change to red. The same with the solar wind. It's at 338.9, so it's less than 500. That's a good indication. It's normal. If it gets above 500, it'll turn to yellow. If it gets above about, I think it's 700, it turns red, saying it's really fast. So all those numbers are captured here for you, and you don't have to chase them down. You can find them easily here. If nothing else, going to QRZ.com and looking. Don't have to worry about this middle box much. It's not very useful. Most of these band conditions, if they're of any value at all, are in Europe. This is sporadic E for in Europe, so you don't have to worry about that. And the only other thing to point out is over here on the right, here's an MUF for Boulder, and it showed that it was 28.29, so 10 meters might have been open. And it shows relative band conditions up here at the top. Take those with a grain of salt. But all the numbers that you need to look at are captured in one place, and it's a very useful thing to just check on. It'll give you an indication as to whether conditions are disturbed or whether they're normal, or whether, hey, we got a bunch of sunspots and it's good. Now, for a better explanation, if you're an ARRL member, and hopefully you are, if you go to the ARRL website and go to the QST part of it, if you pull up the February 2014 issue of QST on page 78, there's a 2-page article that gives an excellent explanation of all these parameters, far better than I could ever do. And I would suggest that you pull that up, print it out, and keep it as a reference, especially until you get familiar with a lot of these numbers. And it also explains all these other ones that I didn't cover, just what they are, even though I don't think we care about those for the most part. But it's a great reference, and hopefully you'll be able to pull that up. And if anyone has real difficulty getting access to that, feel free to shoot me an email. I'll try to get you a copy of it somehow. So anyway, that's a great reference to have. Another great reference, some of you may know her, is the Space Weather Woman, Tamitha Skov. Her call is WX6SWW. She does weekly or sometimes more frequent space weather forecasts. Her full forecasts are typically about 10 minutes long. They're kind of very much like a normal weather forecast. It's kind of like watching the Weather Channel for space weather. And she has literally been instrumental in raising awareness of the importance of space weather, not just within the amateur community, but in the general community as well. But she has a lot of connections in the amateur radio world. She just got the technical award from the Dayton Hamfest from this year, which didn't happen, but they still gave their awards out. And she's done a tremendous job trying to make it familiar with space weather. And quite honestly, if you just watch her forecasts, you will learn without even realizing it, the terminology. So it's a great thing to just check out. If you ever watch the Ham Nation webcast, she typically does a weekly space weather forecast for them as well. And if you want to check out her stuff, she has a YouTube channel, very easy to find. If you search Space Weather Woman, it'll pop up all of her forecasts. She teaches mini courses on about a monthly basis for her patrons on Patreon. And she eventually publishes those as well on YouTube. So you can sit through her courses and learn a lot about space weather if you're so inclined. But I would definitely recommend that you check her out and watch her forecast because they're very helpful. So with that, let's get down to what we really care about, right? You know, what's going to happen with cycle 25? And of course, nobody knows. But quite honestly, the forecasts run the gamut from poor to awesome. I just saw one paper that just came out this last month that said, this gloom and doom that they came up with a different way to calculate what was going to happen, and things are going to be really bad. And it's going to be bad through cycle 27. You know, we aren't going to see any good sunspot cycles until after 2050, which is kind of depressing to me because I won't be around if that really is true, but I'm not sure that it is. The official NOAA forecast, also NASA joined in as well, is to be essentially a repeat of the week cycle 24 we just finished, peaking at 115 sunspots in 2025. Now, there was a group led by Dr. Scott McIntosh from the National Center of Atmospheric Research, who published a paper looking at different cycles, 270 years of data. And they concluded that it's going to be a much stronger cycle. It's going to ramp up faster than average, peak at about 250 sunspots, and it's going to happen in 2024. You need to realize that Dr. McIntosh is considered to be a bit of a maverick. He likes to shake things up. He's considered a little bit out of the mainstream, which is a role he clearly embraces. I watched a recent update of his about a couple of weeks ago, and he's still confident that cycle 25 is going to be above average. So we will see, and it's just a matter of time before we know. So things to watch. Okay. The north and south hemispheres of the sun have linkages, but they act independently. Cycle 24 was a weak cycle because it was a double peak cycle. The north hemisphere peaked first and the south peaked 2 years later. So in order to get a high single peak, it requires the two hemispheres to be pretty much in sync. And so far in cycle 25, the south has been active, but the north is still struggling to get out a minimum. So in order for the McIntosh prediction to happen, you need to know that the north not only needs to awaken, but it needs to peak by roughly 2024. If it peaks later than that, we'll probably have another weak double peak cycle. Now, some of you may have noticed last November, it was around Thanksgiving time, I think, there was a big spurt of activity that got everybody excited. We had a high sunspot number, solar flux jumped above 100, and everybody was excited that the new cycle was kicking off and it was going to really ramp up. And then come early December, it all died. So that the conclusion now is that was just an aberration and wasn't an indicator of really anything. So right now, all I can say is stay tuned. There's some data that suggests that activity should ramp up in the next 3 to 4 months, according to Dr. McIntosh, but he just tweeted something last week that suggested that he's seeing things now that suggest it may only be a few weeks rather than months. So we may see a spurt of activity where we get a lot more sunspots quickly, and we just have to wait and see, I guess. But the quicker it ramps up, the better the chance of having a really good solar cycle. And that would be excellent for DX propagation and excellent for some of the expeditions and efforts they got planned coming up here in the next year or two. So we can look at the past solar cycles. Now I can show you here clearly what I was talking about. As you can see, as we got down, this is cycle 24, and you can see that was much lower than the previous cycles. And it clearly had a double peak. The north peaked here and the south peaked here, and there was this big gap in between. And so if these two had coincided, it would have been a much better cycle. Now, the curve on the right are the predictions. The blue line here is what NOAA is predicting. The green line is what the mean would be going back to 1750. And the red line is what the McIntosh group is predicting it will be. So there's plenty of room there for variation as to what's going to actually happen. And right now we're here very close to the beginning of it, so it's hard to tell based on sunspot numbers just where this is going to go. And we'll just have to wait and see what takes place. So the ultimate takeaway from this I'll leave you with is that, regardless of analysis and predictions, the sun's going to do as it wants. You got to realize the sun's 4.5 billion years old. We have the best 400 years worth of data. And with that kind of time frame, any prediction that can be made is essentially based on a single data point. So let's just cross our fingers and hope that Dr. McIntosh is right. And with that, I guess I'll open it up for any questions.
All righty, thank you, Sid. Yeah, I know folks on the traffic nets are just waiting for the bands to get better. So come on, son. Oh yeah, one question from Steve Lott is asking, during poor sun cycles, are the low bands, as an 80 or perhaps even a 160 meters, are they better for DXing for long distance communication?
Yes, normally they are. I thought it was interesting that there was a discussion a couple years ago about 40 meters acting strange, in that it was sort of acting like 20 meters would, and it was kind of odd that during a solar minimum that it was doing that. And it was decided that one of the things that I didn't talk about that the solar wind protects us from is the cosmic rays from galactic cosmic rays from outside of the galaxy even, which are high energy particles that come in, and they're bombarding us all the time, but the solar wind tends to protect us from that. The solar wind was pretty weak, the sun was quiet, and so when you have a solar minimum, you get more penetration of cosmic rays. And it was suggested that the cosmic rays were energizing things, and actually we were getting enough of that it was disrupting the propagation on 40 meters a little bit, but it wasn't bothering 80 or 160. But yeah, if you're a low band DXer, the solar minimums are your time in the sun. But for the rest of us that prefer the higher bands and don't have the room for the antennas, why we like sunspots.
Well, the antenna's only got to be 160 meters long, right? If you want it to be the actual. I mean, we all have room for that, right? No.
Well, I'm waiting to put up my dipole for 2,200 meters myself.
Oh, we have a interesting question that just came in. Total solar eclipse over the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex in 2024. Are there opportunities for amateur radio that day? In other words, does a solar eclipse affect amateur radio at all? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's more than thoughts. What is it? The Hamside group, if you're familiar with them. During, there was an eclipse, what, 4 years ago, that went through the middle part of the country. And I actually went to Missouri to view it. It was amazing. But there was an effort to check that out. And basically they found that in the path of the eclipse, it acted like night. I mean, it literally, the low bands popped up briefly and had better propagation. So yeah, there's an opportunity. In fact, I'm sure there'll be an exercise too if you want to participate. Stay tuned for that. Sorry, I think my allergies are catching up to me. But yeah, it does affect propagation. Of course, it's fleeting because it's moving pretty fast. But they've studied it a couple times now. I think they actually had another event in South America with an eclipse. They were going to study data as well. So it's a fleeting thing. But quite honestly, if you're here in North Texas, I wouldn't be on the radio. I'd be out wanting to catch the eclipse because it's an amazing sight if you've never seen it.
Yeah, I haven't. I'm waiting for 2024. I'll wait patiently at home.
The scary thing about 2024 is it's in April, and there's a real possibility that the day that there's the eclipse, it could be like yesterday, and you won't see it.
An eclipse and severe weather.
Well,
for those in Texas and around, you know why we're laughing at that.
I mean, you can discount the severe weather, but clouds alone are enough of a problem. In fact, when we viewed the eclipse in Missouri in 2017, I scouted out 3 different locations because I was ready to go and drive to get away from the clouds if it was a problem. But thankfully, it wasn't at all. It was good, clear skies. So it was an excellent thing, and it's really you just can't describe what happens when you get into total eclipse. It's just really strange.
All righty. Well, we don't have any other questions in the chat. So, Stan, I know I've seen the little include the iframe thing for space weather, and it's like, well, how do they figure that out? Or for folks that are like, how does the sun really affect us? We all talk about the sun. This is really informative for me. I hope others found it really helpful too. And Stan, thank you much for joining us and giving us a lot of details on how the sun affects amateur radio.
Yep. Well, my pleasure. I hope everybody found it interesting. So thanks for having me.
Great. All right. Mentorfest 2021, Aaron, Kilo 8 Alpha, Michael Tell. I'm your moderator for today's series of talks. And we just wrapped up one on space weather. Let's talk about the door prize that we just did for this session. And so for this one, I asked Steve, I needed a number between 3 and 32. And so for those wondering why that, the first row is the column headers. The second one is me testing it. So 3 through 32. The winning number was 4, and that makes the winner for the door prize for this session Russell Harper, Kilo India 5, November Uniform Golf. So congratulations to you. You've won this ARRL publication, Propagation and Radio Science. So congratulations. We'll work to get that in the mail to you here in the next week or so. So, all right, our next session is coming up at 2:50, so about 20 minutes from now, Central Daylight Time, and that's on Virtual Ham Radio Shack. So, if you've wondered how you could set up a ham radio shack but virtually, that's coming up with Dale KV5 NFT here in just a little bit. Stick around, Mentorfest 2021 will be back in a little bit. Alrighty, we're coming up on 2:50 Central Daylight Time, so why don't we keep on rolling here? Thanks everybody for jumping in for Mentorfest 2021. Aaron, Kilo 8 Alpha Mike Hotel here. If you've been here since 8:30 this morning, thanks for sticking it out with us, and hope you've been enjoying the session so far. Our next session is ready to go, and that is Virtual Ham Radio Shack with Dale KB5NFT. Dale, thanks so much for joining us. Looking forward to hearing about how we can do virtual operations. Let me send it over to you. Take it away, Dale.
Thanks, Aaron. I hope everybody can hear me okay. So my name is Dale Finley. I'm in Carrollton, Texas, which is North Dallas. I'm just barely in the Dallas County line here next to Denton. And my contact information is down at the bottom. And as you can imagine, as you see, there are a lot of pieces to this puzzle that I'm going to talk about. I'm going to try to keep it focused on virtual and remote base. Sometimes that gets a little fuzzy, and you'll see what I mean as we progress on through my presentation. You are absolutely welcome to call or email me anytime, and we can do one-on-one things or Zoom one-on-one. I want to give you a little quick background history. I'm 80 years old. I'm a general, and when I grew up in East Texas, I did not have a set of parents or any mentors or anybody that I knew that were ham radio operators. So tried to operate with a CB, built a cubicle quad fishpole beam antenna, and my mom had a Gonset radio, CB radio, with no kicker amps or anything on it. And I ran a white-faced Johnson. So after I left there in '59, I went to Denton in North Texas. And as you can imagine, trying to communicate 166 miles is not what you can do with CB radio. Maybe if we'd have had sideband at that time on CB, but probably not. So at North Texas, I was a fireman, and all we had there in the trucks were the low band VHF, like 37 dot whatever, or 42 the frequency, and no CBs, no FRS radios, none of that kind of business. And so as time progressed, I decided that I would try. I had a CB radio at that time, and so I kind of moved forward from there. And at one point, I joined the Texas Air National Guard in Garland, and we were a radio relay squadron. It was not CB, it was not ham, but we did have Collins KWM2 HF radios, which I was not a part of that until 1967 when I went down to Hurricane Beulah. And I was definitely a part of that at that time. So that was sort of my beginning about ham radio. When I left there and went back down to East Texas for a while, then I did manage to, a friend of mine gave me a BC 683 tank receiver that I could scan. I always had to use a tuning wand to change it from 37.260 to 42.7 or 9 or so forth. So that was kind of the really of my scanning days. You are not going to hear me talk hardly any about SDR, software defined radio, that sort of thing. But about 12, 14 years ago, I started going to New Mexico with an RV. And about 2012, I got involved at Philmont Scout Ranch. And I the whole thing there was to do ham radio outreach, to talk to, show, and tell, and operate ham radios that we'd set up every day on the patio or in the Time traders, and talk to any visitors that come in, mom and dad, kids, and I had more time with them usually than I did the scouts, because the regular scouts that are there are for the backpacking experience. We had absolutely no time to teach radio merit badge. We were lucky if we had 5 to 10 minutes with any one of those guys. Of course, nowadays there's guys and gals, and that's okay. But we did have a lot of opportunity with over 1,000 staff people that were there. That were ages 18 to 26, and some of those were hams. Some of those already had their degrees, and some of them were working on PhDs. So we had a lot of good time with a lot of those folks. And over the few years from 2012 up until last year, not 2020, because we didn't do anything because of the COVID. Up until then, we did have staff people that would come back say, hey, my friend, they got their license and they'll be coming over to talk to you later. And those folks would come by and they would sit down and they would actually spend a lot of time with us. There's a group of scouts that if they get hurt, cut their foot, sprain their leg or something, they have like a small hospital there. They have like a triage area, and those scouts, we were able to spend time with them. We were able to spend time with the staff people. The whole infrastructure at Philmont has their own set of UHF businessman radios, analog. They have multiple repeaters in the mountains, and we're not involved and have not been involved in any of that. Their whole operation and logistics is very self-sufficient. They have their own fire department and search and rescue teams and so forth. This year, here we go. Maybe, not sure, maybe. I have sent a proposal to Philmont that we would like to set up again on the Tooth of Time Traders patio with a pretty minimal setup, doing HF and doing dual band 2 meter 440 or WinLink maybe. Internet Wi-Fi is somewhat limited at times. Myself and my part of the team sent a request to the Cimarron Village, asking them to allow us to operate out of the Chamber of Commerce, which is about 5 miles away from the ranch. Now, the ranch is about 137,000 acres, so we're not talking about backpacking into the mountains or doing soda or anything like that. Operate in both locations and dual, and usually we would have around 150 to 250 HF contacts, and we'd have somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 to 350 visitors. We tried to log all of that over the years. I turned in after action report to those guys. They quite required anything. We don't know about this year. This year we could possibly operate there at the Chamber of Commerce, and we could possibly operate in the 4th of July parade, which is wrapped around their rodeo. We might be able to do a ham float. We might be able to do our first ham radio rodeo parade into the rodeo grounds. Maybe, we'll see. None of that's clear. They dropped back to a red status from a turquoise, so I don't know what's going to happen. We're still just in a waiting game here. So that's I'm sorry it takes so long for that, but to back up just a tad bit. So how do I talk from here to Lufkin, Texas, or how do I talk from here to Quanah, Texas, or someplace like that? HF may or may not always be ready with the bands that we need at the time if I'm traveling. So that's when I started getting interested in this virtual ham radio thing. So I'm going to advance to the next slide. And I will have interim places there with a green screen for an opportunity for you to, for Aaron to come in with any questions. So virtual ham radio shack. I would highly recommend that you, the next slide is going to show you someone that ham that I have been in contact with. And PA7LIM, his name is David. I'll just keep referring to him as David. And some of the ham radio operations that you see in the upper part of the screen will be things that I'm going to try to talk to. Some of those will be a little more extensive than the others. But why would I want to do this? Down at the bottom, well, I'm 80 years old. And I'm going to stop doing this RV thing one of these days. So what would I do if I were in an apartment in like an HOA area? I live in a non-HOA area, but my tongue twisted. But my physical lot size here is not real conducive to a lot of antennas. Although I do have off-center fed dipole, in-fed antennas, and of course Arden and dual band antennas and so forth. So what would I do if I were in a retirement center somewhere? What would those people do now today? If they're on the bottom floor, they might get lucky. They might be able to string out a HF antenna or something like that. If they're on the top floor, they might be able to drop an antenna over the balcony or something. Same thing is true about traveling mobile. What would I do? And I do have a vehicle with a HF in it, dual band, DMR, and so forth, but I don't have time to be chit-chatting when I'm driving down the road or sending CW or even when I'm driving my RV. So how would I operate in a ham radio kind of a world as I'm on the move? If I were in some sort of a park, then I might have the opportunity to throw up some antennas, back up the truck, similar to the other guys, John with his emergency communication truck and trailer and so forth. What would I do if I were in an EOC and couldn't throw up any antennas? I'm a Red Cross guy. We have downsized our office area in Dallas and Fort Worth, and we literally cannot put up any outside antennas. So how am I going to operate in that environment? Do have internet, and we can operate with remote-based kind of radios. So a lot of this conversation is wrapped around the idea those places, those times, those environments, and no antennas are required. So I'm talking to you right now on the picture headset on the top left, which is a pretty nice headset mic. I would recommend a fairly nice one if you're going to do any of these or remote and virtual things. Little cheapy ones are not really very good. And I'm not a fan of doing this with a mic and speakers on a laptop or on the PC. I like to have a headset mic when I do this. So most of these things are relative to the picture on the bottom of a headset mic, a PC, and some software. Okay, this is David, PA7LIM's a picture of his website. All of his software on this screen is free. Almost everything I'm going to talk about is free. There are some cases where you would need to make a small purchase of a dongle, and those dongles can range anywhere from $100 to $140 or so. All of these links on his website, you will see. I'll talk some about Blue DV. Of course, I cut my teeth in D-Star, so we talk about that. I hope I don't bore you with that. A little bit about Fusion and a little bit about DMR. The primary software I wanted to talk about today is Peanut. It's a desktop application, and you'll see a picture of that in a little while. And it's really easy to set that up and operate with your headset mic over your home PC, over your home internet, or when you're mobile with an Android phone or tablet, or if you're in a hotel or an RV park, or sitting on the side of the road with internet connectivity with a hotspot on your phone. He has released some new software. You'll see that in a little bit. Talk about Doozy, that is also tied in and wrapped around D-Star with a D-Star, only certain D-Star radios. Now, there's a lot of history that goes back into D-Star with the Ambi one chips, D-Star, first versions of D-Star, and of course nowadays with the Ambi 3000 chipset, which allows us to do a whole lot of things that we couldn't do in the early days with D-Star. There's also, and I'm going to talk through these without really having any screen pictures for you, but there are many, many dashboards out there in the world. For those that are not familiar, if you have a DMR situation with Brandmeister or D-Star or Fusion, then there are many, many dashboards out there that allow you to look and see what systems are online and who is talking anywhere from where around the world into whatever talk group or any D-Star reflector or any Fusion YSF or FCS server, that sort of thing. So there are many, many dashboards out there available. And David here has a treehouse set of dashboards. And some of those are Peanut, some of those are Yaesu YSF. And so he's been working on this. He is a consultant. He is from the Netherlands. And I'm sorry, I can't pronounce his last name, but he has a lot of experience, and he got started doing this basically from scratch way back there, really, not that far back. I think he started in like 2012 or 2013. Now, he worked very hard with a lot of different people, and both in the US and Japan and overseas, to work with the variations of the Ambi vocoder stuff. And it's working great nowadays. So you can do, one-on-one kind of group conversations, or you can do a private conversation, if you will. None of this is encrypted. His audio quality on both the Blue DV and the the Peanut is extremely good. It's extremely good. And as most of you guys and gals know, with compressed audio at 6.5, 6.25 kilohertz, you can hear them, but you can't always understand them. And so for me, that is an issue. Now, down at the bottom of the screen, I did a hotspot presentation for the Louisville Club at the Laura, LAR in Louisville. And that presentation, I did that last September. I've taken the whole COVID time with the pandemic to do a lot of background research. And in that first part of that presentation, there are a tremendous number of links that I provided that would help bring you up, if you will, from ground zero, if you will, in D-Star, DMR, Fusion, the chipsets, different hamventions, JRL. So there are a lot of links in there, and there's also a link in there for some voice samples. So that's my first part here. I'm going to go to green screen. Aaron, you got any questions?
We have one in the chat, and maybe you're going to cover this a little bit later. So if the 5-second answer and then dive later is perfect. But the question is, if Peanut is an internet-only connection, or does it connect anywhere via RF? Just kind of how Peanut works with an amateur radio. And so again, if that's something you have a lot of detail on later, we'll just take the quick answer and keep on rolling.
Okay, well, just a quick answer to that, and there'll be I'm sure some additional information that will make it a little clearer. When I'm talking about Peanut and Blue DV, those do require internet connection, and those are internet only, headless, no radio required. However, in the case of Blue DV, you would need either one or two of the different dongles. You are able to talk from those out all over the world in 24/7, anytime. So I think that'll be there'll be a little better answer as I go on through to the next parts. Okay.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I want to back up again just a little bit. I cut my teeth way early back yonder with Echolink. By the way, there's a new version of Echolink, and I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about Echolink, but I think the guy's name that developed, I'm not sure, another David. Anyway, he's added the capability of doing a CQ call, as you'll see in the little green over on the left side there. If you click on that, then you're able to see that screen come up that says you want to only talk English, you want only to talk in the United States, and some of those other simple criteria. Once you click the call, I don't know if my mouse shows here, but if you click CQ call, then what happens is that goes back through the Echolink servers, and anybody that has done that, they will match you up with them automatically, and then you get the standard screen popping up in Echolink so you can talk to them. Another good thing to know about Echolink, it's not just Echolink, and the voice quality there is excellent, even though I think it's only about 16-bit, but it has always been excellent. Part of the problem with people with Echolink is they don't like the latency, the turnaround time. So when you drop off, somebody else comes back, there's that little latency period there. The good thing is there are now, I think, about 260 different conference nodes. And one of those conference nodes, not shown here, is NASA, Florida. You can actually listen to an audio feed as the NASA control people are talking to the ISS. And you can hear them in flight during their spacewalks, as long as those administrators have that link up. And it's not necessarily up all the time, but there's a lot of chatter going on, tighten this bolt, use that wrench, that kind of thing. There are many other conference nodes out there. And that first one you see on the screen, DCF-ARC, is one that is Red Cross. We do use that. We also, anybody can use that. These are free. You can get on there, and some of those links are interlinked with IRLP. And the good news, if you look down on that screen, you'll see that there are some, another one down there, the DX-Link 2. Those are interlinked and transcoded off somewhere that allows you to talk from Echolink in through DMR, D-Star, and in some cases, a little bit of HF, and of course, Fusion YSF. That last one there, DX2 Hub, is an interlinked connection conference that lets you talk to ASL, that's All-Star Link, D-Star, and Peanut. Voila! So now then, you can actually talk Echolink into Peanut, and I'll be covering Peanut here in a little bit. Way back again, I cut my teeth in the D-Star days, way back there in 2000 and I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, somewhere along in there. I bought a DV dongle. I still have it. It works great. It's it has the Ambi1 vocoder hardware in it. It was developed by Robin Cutcho out of Atlanta, AA4RC. And once you, of course, you have to have your call sign registered with the D-Star system so that you're in the D-Star trust servers in the US. That's a little different for Europe, and there's not a real big problem with that, but the US uses a trust server. So if you're new to doing this and you've got are going to get a D-Star radio, you should register with some trust server group at one of your local clubs. So as that time evolved, then we started getting those dashboards, as you see down at the bottom, dstarusers.org, tremendous amount of information that's being displayed. And as time went by, him, NJ6N, he developed this piece of software that runs on top of the Linux stack in D-Star called D+1. And with that one, you're able to tell who you're connecting to, similar to what you see in the dstarusers.org dashboard. but you're able to see when you connect, even with this device, to a D-Star reflector. And once you see that, once you connect on this screen, you connect to a gateway. Once you open up your unit to the COM port that's on your computer, again, headset mics all required, no radio required at all, and you connect to a particular gateway or a particular reflector, then you will start to see those calls come in down here where I'm moving my mouse. So again, it's a virtual, and when you want to talk, you push the PTT button down here on the bottom of the screen. Okay, any other questions, Aaron?
Nope, not at the moment. So good to go.
Okay, this is really the heart and the crux of what I wanted to do, and I wanted to show you this. Number one, this software is free, does not cost you a penny, but you do need to go to his web page, pa7.lim.nl, and find the link to go and register your call sign, your name, and he will email you back a peanut code. It is a 5-digit code, similar to a DMR ID, but it's different, altogether different. So you'll need to have that code. You can download the software. It will not operate until you have that peanut code. Once you have that peanut code, you are able to transmit and receive just like you had a radio sitting here, just like you were on an HT to a hotspot or to a Pi-Star or, that sort of thing. And you're able to do D-Star, DMR, Fusion. You're able to click into transcoded links. Those transcoded links are people that run software like HB-Link, some other form of a transcoded piece of software. That software allows, in some cases, depends on how they set it up, for you to come into them via DMR, and it will transcode it and go out via YSF, or vice versa, or D-Star. So that's sort of an explanation of what transcode servers and things do. So on the screen, I'm not going to flip-flop around, but on the screen on the top left, there's an on button. Now, once you have the peanut code and you have gone through the little setup screen, but before you turn it on, go to the setup screen, which is pointing to it, and that's where you would enter your call sign. That's where you'd enter your peanut code. I think you enter your lat long, and of course you pick the sound card with your headset mic, and there's an additional setting there for the category. Now the category could mean US, could mean France, could be global, could be Japan. Now each one of those, when you select a particular category, then over under the room selection, there are a tremendous number of rooms that are out there under those different kinds of categories. Now, Peanut, think of it as just being like a Skype. It's with a headset mic. It is half duplex. In order for you to talk, once you have turned it on the left, then you would use the slider down here on the right, on the bottom in the center. Or if you prefer in the setup, you can do it with a space bar. Now, once you do that, you are live to that particular room. And again, that room could be like a Skype kind of a room, sort of an intercom, if you will, room, or it could be to a real world DMR talk group, somewhere, TGIF or QRM network, or one of those, or a D-Star reflector. So you would be able to do that. Once you key it up, then what you see on the screen right now is myself and John Galvin, N5TIM, which I hope he's listened to me, and we'll talk later, John. So John requested from David, PA7LIM, to give us a special, if you will, room, and he gave us a room that he houses on wherever, some server probably it's in the cloud somewhere, and called ECOM, and it will come up as Texas Network, as you see down on the bottom. Now, when anyone, and it's not secured in that you have to have another special password or anything like that. Once you have registered your call sign and so forth, and you get your peanut code, then anybody that uses the slide bar or the space will be able, you'll see their name come up on the screen over here on the left in the blue. On the right, it will give you a last heard, like you would see in many of the dashboards. So if Aaron came on and Steve came on and John came on, and we're all chit-chatting and around Robert environment, then each one of those call signs would be showing up in that call area under last heard. If you choose, you can click on the scan tab on the right top, and you're able to choose, I think, either 6 or 7 different rooms, different kinds of rooms, and it will just scan the sequence around Robin, around all of those 5, 6, or 7 different rooms. And if it stops on one, then you will be able to get out of the scan and go over and talk to that guy. So it's like having a scanner. You may have to adjust your microphone settings a little bit in Windows to get the VU meter up close to the 60 dB there, the level. And I really don't hardly ever have any problem with that, but occasionally if I flip-flop from between different virtual desktop applications, when I get out of one and come to the other, my mic gain might be a little low. So you might have to tweak that a little bit over into Windows and then come back into Peanut. The window is not resizable. And honestly, I don't find that to be a big problem. It works great under Windows, and it works equally as well under Android, on Android phone, Android tablet. I play around a little bit with it in Linux on the Raspberry Pi, but never been real successful in making everything work right. I don't think they say that they would support it under Pi anyway. Go back up just a little bit here. When David PX7LIM started doing this about 2013, somewhere along there, he kind of lost interest in the Peanut application. And luckily, and I don't know what the year, but there's at least a couple other hams that picked up the ball, and they helped him troubleshoot and fix and upgrade the software. So it's running great. It runs good. I bring it up all the time. And by the way, there's a clip, paper clip in the middle. And you know what? Honestly, I've clicked on it in the past and nothing ever happened. So I don't know. It's a future enhancement, maybe. This is strictly voice, no texting, no text messaging. So it's strictly analog voice. You would be amazed at the quality of the sound. It is not, and does not sound like DMR and Fusion and D-Star compression audio. You can detect it a little bit when you're on one of those different rooms. Let me see. Okay. The next one is BlueDB. Again, the software is free. It will not work unless you have a DV Stick 30, an MMDVM DV Stick 30, or I think nowadays they've got actually a DV33 stick. And there's a Northwest Digital USB stick, and one that I have ordered, hadn't gotten here yet, is a Zoom Radio Stick USB. It would be the same look as what you see in the top right corner, except it has a USB, UHF radio antenna, because it has a radio 10-watt milliwatt radio built in it. So you would plug this into your system, and in the BlueDB setup screen, you would define the frequency and, of course, your call sign and click on your DMR ID, set those kind of things up. It's not terribly complicated at all. It just works. I mean, it works pretty well. And the support team that's helping David out, they are occasionally revving up the software. It is not being revved every day, every week. And I don't mean this in a bad way. It's not like WinLink where you get a new form. It seems like every time I open up RMS Express or WinLink Express. So again, it's a headless, remoteless, radioless, but it's through the radio or through the DV stick 30 when you plug it in. On the screen, what you see, the big picture, again, it's not resizable. Before you turn on the serial, that's like the on button. Before you turn that on, there is a setup menu over here underneath the menu on the left, and that's where you get the bigger setup screen, and that's where you, again, tell it you're going to use the DV30 stick or the Zoom radio stick, and you know, your call sign, DMR ID. There's a query there. Once you put that in, it will query the US Trust Server database, and you're able to authenticate that you are registered through the US Trust servers. If you don't do that, I'm 99% sure you can't talk to any US-based D-Star stuff. So you have to have one of those two devices. They range, like I saw that 88 euro all the way up to $148. The Zoom radio stick is $119 at HRO. That's on the way. And part of the reason I wanted that one, in addition to the DV30 stick, is it not only will work in a Windows environment, but it also, the Zoom radio stick will plug into a Raspberry Pi, and a Pi 3, probably a Pi 0, 3B plus, or a Pi 4, and you would just download the PiStar image that's available for free out there. And once you put the PiStar image in, it's very simple to select the radio as the Zoom radio stick. And of course, that gives you all of the other capabilities to talk D-Star, DMR, Fusion. There are cross modes in there to go from, and I don't have it up in front of me, but from YSF to P25 or D-Star to DMR. So there's a whole lot of different cross mode selections in PiStar that you'll be able to do and use. And there are some additional setups in there. Put in your DMR ID, your DMR SSID, and what kind of a, say in the DMR world, what kind of a system you're going to go to. You're going to go to a normal DMR or DMR plus, or you know, those kind of things. Which one of the DMR master servers you're going to talk to? Usually in the US, we're doing 3101, 3102, 3103, or one of the European ones, or some other ones. So there's a small amount of setup in there. Once you get that done, you come back over here and you turn on the serial port. Now it's when you're able to do the pull down and select the mode that you want. It's the one I'm showing you is D-Star. That's in reflector 1 Charlie, which is the, if you will, the old D-Star or MB1 side of the world. You're able to link to that by clicking on that link button. Once you link to that, the D-Star box down here in the middle will light up as it shows. Here I had previously hooked to reflector 78 Charlie, which is out of St. Lucia, Florida. And then if you want to talk, over here on the right is the slider, and that's where your push to talk is. Now, it gets a little more complicated the more you get into the DMR side of the world, but if you click on this Ambi tab right here and you are selected DMR instead of D-Star, then under that Ambi tab is where you can click in there and you put in call group 3148 Texas, or oh goodness, there's hundreds and hundreds of talk groups out there. So you're able to connect up to one of those system talk groups. It could be Brandmeister, could be QRM network, could be TGIF, and so forth. Now, once you lock onto it, one of the problems is, or has been a problem with a single band radio on a Raspberry Pi, was that once you locked onto it, you could not get unlinked from it. And the unlinking talk group is 4,000. And so you could not get unlinked from it. Well, this is a software unlink. So you can unlink anytime you want from that particular talk group and let you go to another. One good thing there again is most of them honor the same 777 talk group, which is a scan talk group. And once you do that, and if you're on QRM network, any one of the QRM network talk groups that are talking, they're going to start showing up on the screen. And if you want to talk to one of them, then you need to, I'm pretty sure you'd have to unlink it with the 4,000 and go back to that talk group, type it in under that AMB tab, and you would then be able to talk to that talk group. So that is Blue DV. It's free, but it does require you to have a stick. Okay, here's a new kid on the block, and it is free. And it does not necessarily require you to have a DV dongle, a DV30 stick or a Zoom radio stick. You can do this because those sticks have the vocoder built into it. Those two sticks that I mentioned have the MB3000 vocoder chip in it. If you do not have one of those, and this is neat because it runs under an Android device, and I run it on one of my old stupid, cheap, sorry Android phones that's broken, and on an Android tablet. It'd be nice to run it on something a little newer with a little more speed. So you select into that the under the options tab up at the top, you would select and put in your call sign, your DMR ID, and you would select the software vocoder. And once you do that with very other little setup, you are now live and you can talk from your PC with a headset microphone with no radio to older D-Star REF reflectors, maybe some local D-Star repeaters. Most all of them these days are going to be on the internet one way or the other, or some of the European flavors of XRF, DCS. Let me grab my paper here. So there are some of those other ones out there, XLX reflectors that are transcode reflectors, or you could select, in the case of C4FM, if you will, FCS servers or YSL Yaesu servers, or there's a new kid on the block again. There's an M17 protocol. Goodness, just what we need is another one. It's just becoming out of the chute a little bit. There are some other NXDNs. Of course, there's P25. So this, without a radio, you can talk from your headset mic. And I believe, it does work with Bluetooth as well. So if you have Bluetooth on your Android device, you can use the Bluetooth. And again, it's a software disconnect with Talkgroup 4000. And again, it also does the 777 scan if you want to just ring around and scan like listening on a regular RF scanner of some kind. Now, what you see at the bottom of the screen is an example. It's probably hard to read, but that is the screenshot of the TGIF talk group. And there are multiple tabs in that talk into that network. And the one it's currently sitting on is last heard. And just to repeat, the first one is at the bottom of the screen. Let me see if I can mouse over it enough. That first is the person's, his call sign, his name, his DMR ID. I don't know why it repeats it the second time, where he is. And that talk group, which happens to be Oklahoma 31403, and the time. And this screen just flips and rotates. It's hot, live, running all the time. So you would, if you wanted to talk to Brazil, then you would cut loose from that with 4,000 and kick up talk group 724. And you would be live and able to talk to Brazil without a radio. Let's see. Okay, question. I'm going to take a sip here.
Alrighty, very good. Well, we got about 10, 15 minutes left in this session, so I'm going to go ahead and take a moment to get our keyword for our door prize here. So let me go ahead and open up entries, and we'll get the keyword up on the screen, which in this session is peanut. So down in the description, you'll find a link to enter for door prizes. Go ahead and click on that link. Fill out the information. We'll need the keyword there to help demonstrate that you're here live at the session. We'll leave that open for 10 minutes, and I'm going to start that timer now. And at the end of the session, we'll announce who the winner is for this session's door prize. We had a couple of questions that were in the chat. I'm just going to mention them quickly so they get caught in the recording. One was, do you need a ham radio license to use Peanut? And we had an answer that yes, you have to submit a copy of your license. Other questions were on what platforms does Peanut work on? And the answer generally Windows and Android. And you mentioned Linux as well, although it's been interesting. So not iOS or iPad or Mac. So that's the answers to those. So, all right, Dale, let me send it back to you. And we got about 10, 15 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to drive off into the world of Raspberry Pi a little bit here. Again, this software is free, but you do need a Raspberry Pi to run this. And this, there's a groups.io out there called dbswitch.groups.io, and you can read your life away. There's a lot of posts out there, and this is not brand new today. This has been around a while, but it does require a little bit of effort. You need a Pi. You do not need a radio board of any kind, no hat, and there's a specific instructions on the software that you load to get DB Switch working. The intent here is, again, to use your PC to be able to talk to any one of these different types of systems, different talk groups. And so this is the first generation. It works very well. It does take some effort to, and you have to follow the directions, because you may have to get in, you'll have to get into the Pi and make some edits with nano on some of the .conf files and so forth in the Pi. And you also have to have the correct version of Python and the correct version of the Python driver. So it's a little bit more difficult to do. There is a new version, and I have one running myself. That is my IP address. You can go look at it at any time. 47.189, I'm sorry, 47.189.63.222, and that will kick you into my DB Switch Pi here over the internet, and you're not able to talk. You're only able to listen, and you're only able to listen to those systems that I have manually linked it up with. Could be QRM, could be TGIF, and so forth. Again, you just listen with your normal PC. Good news is there's a new kid on the block, and there's a new DB Switch HTML client. And I have not upgraded my system yet, but I will probably in the next week or so. Looks very similar. It's a lot cleaner looking on the left. Now on the right is my DB Switch, which at that time I had it hooked to talk group 31535. And so anyway, the new HTML, I'm anxious to get it up and get it going, but you do have to have a Pi. And you will have to enter in your call sign, DMR ID, and so forth. I'm 90% sure you do not have to send a copy of your license. Okay, I'm going to run into another one here. It's called Dude Star. Dude Star is free. It runs on the PC. I understand a few weeks ago or a month or so ago, there were some guys that were going to rewrite this client, this app. It's pretty clean. It works pretty well. I don't think I've ever had it crash. My DB switch doesn't crash. Most all these others have not crashed. I have had Droid Store crash on the Android. But it's still in a test kind of phase. But again, it's a radio headless, no dongle, no anything like that required. It's free. You go get it on GitHub, and it'll talk through all these other different modes. And to talk, once you hit the connect over here in the middle of the screen, then you're connected to, in this case, I have it shown as a W5NGU and their B module, which is UHF. And once you connect to it, you're connected, and then you can talk to people in Denton on the W5NGU B port UHF, which they might be talking over radio, and you would be talking over the PC. Okay, more questions? I don't think so. I'm trying to watch the other screen.
Yeah, no questions.
Okay, just a little quick run here into All-Star. I have multiple different All-Star nodes myself. I use a client that is free, and you do need a Raspberry Pi running All-Star. You do have to make some modifications in the Pi. Ham VoIP is what I am running, and Ham VoIP is All-Star, and this particular flavor has modules in it for not only All-Star, but also ECOLink. In my case, my call sign KB5NFT-L. You're welcome to connect to that anytime you want. There is no radio hook to that. It is a radioless All-Star node, and you're able to connect to it either from All-Star 28288 is the node number, or via my call sign -L. If you were running this client on the PC and you wanted to, like I do here at home, then there's a connect code, which is a *3 and a node number, or *1 and a node number is a disconnect. There's an additional way I like to use occasionally when I'm out and around is I use the telephone portal, which is free. You will need to have your All-Star password or you can't use it. So you can dial into that number. You can follow the prompts, enter in the node number and so forth and your password. And the *99 is push to talk, and what did I do there? I guess the pound, the pound is the push to talk. But the beautiful part about that is I can link it, unlink it to any site out there that I want that's All-Star. There's a new kid relatively new kid on the block from G7RPG. It's also a Polystar node. It's called a macro node. Actually, I've tried to buy one and I can't seem to figure out how to buy it, but that's okay. Goodness, I got others. It's a radioless, well, it's not exactly radioless. The picture on the box on the right, it has a Baofeng 888S, I guess, in it that's been modified. It has a Raspberry Pi in it. It has a sound fob USB that's been modified in it, and has a buck down from 12 volts on the back to the 5 for the Pi. And then you use a separate HT like the picture on the left, and you talk into it. The good news there is that it has a wonderful dashboard out there that you connect to the macro hub, and nice little buttons to do it. You don't have to remember how to do *3s and *1s. And the software also runs, like the other Ham VoIP All-Star nodes, something called Supermon. And you're able to use Supermon, and it has a lot of flexibility in what you can do. The pictures on the bottom are just the guy that did this video whenever I ripped off these pictures. There's another one out there called ClearNode. I don't have any experience in it yet, but it's very interesting. It will also has different modules and things in it. It has an RF hat on the top, and it does have capability of doing broadcasts if you want to do a broadcast message every once in a while. Questions? Don't think so?
Nope, you're good.
Okay, I'm going to try to hurry here because I'm running out of time. One of my loves and one of my projects in New Mexico is something called RCFORB. That is free. It is from remotehams.com. And you would go in there and register your call sign, your email address, and so forth with a password. You can then go and download the client. You'll see some pictures here coming up. And then once you download the client, you'll be able to talk to, similar to what you would do with some of these other modes, from with your headset key microphone. Now I'm showing here there's also the server version. That's two separate programs. And the one that I've taken to New Mexico is a Kenwood D700 because it has a DB9 with cat control. That is very important to being able to get into it from here to our 2-meter repeater on I-25 in northeastern New Mexico. This is a look at what the client looks like. I guess I had connected to my other node, 28287. There's a listing of the various sites that you connect to. Some of those sites have it locked down. They'll let you know you have to, quote, join their club. And that's fine. You would send them your email address. Now, it's possible you could set all this up yourself with a TS2000 or some other ICOM 7100 or Flex or whatever radio. If you wanted to have your local club be able to use your local radio, HF radio, in all the different modes and use your antenna systems, they would just log in with the client and connect up to your system. And you define in the server what kind of modes and things you would let them do. This is a quick picture of the quasi radio that you would get on almost any and all of these. Just a quick note is I'm able to talk to Simplex over the internet. So I talk over the internet with the PC with a headset mic using my client, and I lock onto Phoenix, Arizona. And this particular guy has a 7100. He's dedicated to 14652, and I'm able to talk to other hams in the area over the, quote, Skype-ish intercom flavor, or out to them. They might be 30 or 40 miles away coming in on 14652. It's all free. You need a radio that has cat control. The last one here, I think, is the D-Star of the Doozy terminal. That's free again from David, PA7LIM, but you do need to have a specific set of radios. In this case, it's relative to D-Star. I don't have a radio that this is compatible with, so I can't even use this one. Getting real close to the end, there are some paid programs out there. Win for ICOM is not free. I think it's free for 30 days. And then it's $60. There's a Win for Yaesu. But that is not remote-based kind of stuff. It's just virtual, like in your shack. So you got everything like Ham Radio Deluxe available to you, so you don't have to sit there and turn the knobs on the radio. There are many others out there, trust me. Some are free. There's another one called UHRR, Universal Ham Radio Remote. That is free, and you might want to take a look at that. I don't think I've got that listed anywhere in here. If you want to pay for a service like Hamsphere, you can do that, but I believe that costs $100 a year. QSO Net is $39. It's free on Sunday. And there are other remote radio software like Flex has their own version. Okay, that's it. KB5NFT, you guys, folks, always welcome to call me anytime. We can do a one-on-one, Zoom, whatever you want to do. Go ahead, Aaron.
All right, Dale, thanks a lot. There's a lot of options. And someone had the comment that there's just so many options. I had no idea to go in and play with. So, Dale, thank you much, and I appreciate you sharing with us, and especially the offer for us to reach out to you if you have any questions. If folks have questions, to reach out to you directly there. Alrighty, Mentorfest 2021. We're continuing here. We've got another session coming up in about 10 minutes, but let's go ahead and talk door prize. So for this one, we had Steve select between 3 and 38. And again, the reminder, the first row is the column headers, the second row is me testing. And so 3 through 38, the number he came back with is 35, and that is John Suhiro, amateur call November 5 Tango. So congratulations to you, John. You've won a copy of ARRL's Your First Amateur Radio HF Station book. So we'll get that to you here in the next week or so. Keep an eye on your mailbox for that one. Alrighty, we will go ahead and take a 10-minute break so we can switch over to our next session here. Again, thanks for joining us for Mentorfest 2021 here. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Alrighty, Mentorfest continues here at ARRL North Texas. Hello, Aaron, Kilo 8 Alpha Mike Hotel. We're ready to start our next session here. Tom, November 6 Bravo Tango, is joining us with information on towers and other support structures. Things that I enjoy looking at and that they get the antenna up in the air, but I absolutely refuse to climb. So, Tom, thanks for joining us. We'll send it over to you. Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. You hearing me okay?
Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear.
All right. Well, I hope you enjoy this opening slide there. That's a sunset from our place in Northwest Arizona. The far hill there is the western rim of the Grand Canyon. So, short bio on me. Basically, I've been designing and building antennas for about 30 years. Done quite a few interesting things, but if you're more used to seeing a Gantt chart, this is what I've been up to. I am the founder of Force 12 Incorporated. I sold that in early 2008 and then started Next Generation Antennas and also finished writing my book, Array of Light, the third edition. And also down on the bottom there, you can see quite a few antennas that we worked on over the years. And here we are today. Thank you very much, fellows, for this great session. I've really never seen anything like it. I think it's really fantastic. Towers. There are all kinds. Some you can drive on, masts like that. And then there are tall crank-up towers. And there are even bigger towers, ones with lots of arrays, some that rotate. If you have a drone, you can look at them from the top. Or if you don't have a drone, you can look at them from the bottom, looking up through probably hundreds of elements. The QTH here has got 120 acres, lots of towers, beautiful sunset. It's near Eau Claire, Wisconsin. The location of W0AIH. And I took these pictures while I was over there talking with Paul, doing a little kibitzing with him on his big 3-element 80-meter beam. And unfortunately, about a year or so later, he fell and was killed. So the question is, what level of experience do you have compared to Paul? And every time I climb, even on a ladder, I remind myself, I get one chance and I lose. Gravity does not give you a break. But why do I mention a ladder of all things? Well, there's several kinds of ladders, of course, but the key is you have a ladder on the ground and you can have a leg on the ladder sink into some unseen gopher hole, ground squirrel hole, other type of soft ground. Now, presumably, since I mentioned this, you're going to start checking. But if you don't, you will be hurt, possibly worse. I have a good friend back in California. It's on an 8-foot ladder, almost killed him. He's paralyzed from the waist down. So check out the ground before you step on that ladder. Rooftops, very difficult to manage your safety, especially with ceramic tile roofing. Flat roofs, I don't mind a lot, except you still have to get up there. And if you slip or trip, it's a long way down. And do you have a safety belt holding you to anything? Probably not. So a question, why the driving force to elevate an antenna in the first place? The higher the better. Well, why is that? Of course, horizontal antennas, in particular Yagi antennas, you want to achieve increased performance with directivity and gain. You want to lower your takeoff angle. So how can you elevate an antenna? Or what kind of sky hooks do we have available? Well, here's one about 50 miles from us. I drive by it once in a while. I'm sure you could get it cheap. It's about 35 feet tall. The catch is, I think you have to take it down. And I think the only way I'd take it down is with a Sawzall. But there are tripods, masts, and towers. So tripods, where do you use those? Usually on a roof. And the tallest tripods are probably about 9 feet. And they'll hold small Yagis, dipoles, and things like that. And one of the keys, of course, is how do you secure the legs to the tower? And then you probably have to guy it too, so you'll need some guy points. There are lots of different kinds of masts. And these are some manual push-up kinds. You have steel, aluminum, fiberglass. Another catch is you have to secure the base, and you do need a guying system. They're generally pretty lightweight, but again, they're not for very large antennas. and you really cannot do one of these by yourself. There are other kinds of masts. Some of these I'm sure you've seen in the upper left corner there, the pneumatic kind, used by the media a lot. They're air driven. Center type, some more push-ups, but that's actually driven also, and so is the one on the lower right. So what's the issue with a tubular mast? Well, the catch is if you have a Yagi antenna up there, they don't really handle torque unless you have some kind of keyway to keep it from rotating. So when you're putting one of these up, you generally have to put the antennas before you extend it or push it up the rest of the way. And I get asked this fairly often, especially when we're de-expeditions and we're using Yagis. Well, we're going to put this on a 35-foot mast and push it up. Well, no, you're not. It has to do with how tall you are, what kind of base you've got, and how many people do you have before you kind of Iwo Jima this antenna up. In general, you can push up about 24 feet, especially if you have a rotor up there that has a lot of weight. And of course, the major concern is the base. If you go through the physics of it all, the base is what keeps it in place so you can push it up. And a lot of people are tempted, you know, if it's a guide mast, which it most likely is, they want to pull on the guy lines. That is not a good idea. Just push it up and then secure the guys. Other kinds of heavier duty masts, you can get these up to about 70 feet or so. And they usually, well, many of them are motorized. They either have a manual winch or a motorized winch of some kind. Some have tilt over bases, so you can tilt the whole thing over, put the antenna on, tilt it back up. That works really good. They can be standalone. Some of them can rotate from the base, so your rotator is not up top, it's actually on the bottom. And you can bracket it to your house. These are really not temporary things. These are really permanent because what do you need? Concrete. Once you put concrete in the ground, it's there a long time. As I mentioned before, unless you can tilt it over, you still have to mount your antennas before you extend the mast. And I like the kind that are tilted over. It really helps. But if you don't like climbing a tall ladder, you know, how else do you get to the top of a mast if you can't tilt it over? Well, my favorite is a man lift. They're also called bucket trucks and so on, or a crane. I really don't like cranes because you end up in kind of like a bosun's chair and you're blown around a lot. Man lifts are really a nice way to go. They come in electric, they come in propane, they come in diesel. They come on in lengths up to, believe it or not, 125 feet. Those are not inexpensive, of course. And there are two general varieties. One's called a stick boom, the other is a knuckle boom. Knuckle boom has a lot more joints, very nice flexibility there to work around the towers, get up almost anywhere. You can get some that do not need to be delivered, because when you get one of these, like I'm the one I'm in there in the picture, the Genie lift, Genie boom, there is a delivery fee to bring it to you and another delivery fee to bring it back. But there are some you can rent that are trailerable, and they usually only go up to about 30 feet or so. But they're not very mobile. Once you set them, make sure that's exactly where you want it, because you're not going to be driving it around. The one that I'm in there, the Genie, you can actually drive it from up there in the bucket. If you can't get in there with a man lift, you can use scaffolding. This particular place here, the tower was originally put in with a crane, and then he wanted to change out his antenna. So Riggs actually came over and set up the scaffolding, and we built the antenna in place. That antenna is a big C49XR, weighs about 230 pounds, and it took us a long time. We didn't finish till way after dark, but we got it done without this fellow having to get another permit for a crane and traffic control, you know, while the crane was out in the street. So scaffolding is another option. If you want a real ultimate mast, as I called it, these guys can go up to 200 feet and the whole mast rotates. They were originally called Berthas, baby Berthas, big Berthas, and so on, and they still are made today. very expensive. So in this case, as I mentioned, the mast can rotate the whole thing. On others, only the top section rotates, but you can climb these things. So how do you get your antennas up? Well, you can do a straight pull right up the mast. You can set up a tram system, or you can use a man lift or a crane. You can get a mast for less than $100, or you can get one of these other ones way into six figures. So some of the things to include are the mast, which sometimes ends up being the smaller part of the cost. The base, if you need concrete, you have to dig the hole, you have to get concrete, guy anchors, guy lines, rotators, coax, buried PVC for the coax, and all those other things. So it's important to work out your budget beforehand. All right, if you want a triangular type tower, this is the least expensive. It's been around a very long time. They're called BX, HDBX, and so on. They're freestanding. They're usually in 8-foot sections, and they just drop together and then bolt. They're very difficult to climb. They're hard on my feet because you can see they're X braces. But they are available, and they're pretty relatively inexpensive. I think I had some that actually I took them up to 64 feet, which was pushing the limit. Very popular series is this set, the 25G on up to 65G. You'll see these all over, a lot of times used, a lot of times new, of course. Most of the time they're in 10-foot sections, but the 65G can come in 20-foot sections. And if you look down at the bottom there on the right, the 20-foot 65G is merely a $1,500 price per section. Now, if you don't like steel, there are also fixed towers made out of aluminum. And I've been up on a lot of these. One of the issues with aluminum is that they do move around in the wind, and a lot of times they creak. And it might increase your anxiety just a bit when you're up there. But you can also get aluminum crank-up towers. They can be straight crank-ups like on the left. And there are also others that tilt over in a very complex mechanism shown in the center and lower right. And of course, the strongest ones are lower. They make them up to 122 feet. That's the highest I've seen. I would say practical heights are 50 to 60 feet in that range. Now, if you want to go higher with crank-ups, of course, it's steel. They usually have tubular legs, and then the Z bracing, not X bracing, is welded. And they come in all different kinds. A lot of them up to 100 feet or more. And you do need a lot of concrete in the base. This is not a simple project. The crank-up mechanisms are either manual or motorized. An example of an 89-foot motorized tower. This belongs to W0YG in Colorado. Those antennas, the top antenna is a 2-element 40. Might look kind of small. The elements are actually 58 feet. They're 85% full size. The one under it is a 2-element 80. The elements are 102 feet long, and itself resonates at about 3.8 megahertz. Of course, now if you don't want to leave it at your place all the time, you can use a mobile crank-up tower. They come in all kinds of trailers. These are all steel crank-up towers. There are also aluminum ones. There's a whole variety. They take quite a bit to set up, and of course the price is a little on the high side, but they are very handy. So one question I get asked fairly often is, well, why don't I guy my crank-up tower so I can put more load? Well, what does a guy cable actually do? Simple drawing here. If we look at my notes, guy lines A, B, and C, they all add vertical thrust to the tower. As the wind is coming in from the right-hand side, the tower can't move because of the guy lines, and that translates into vertical thrust. So A and B add vertical thrust to the cables. So that's what's actually happening. So you better make sure if you do this that your cables can take the extra weight, the extra vertical thrust. Guying section C is really not much of an issue because the vertical thrust from that, because of the guy lines being there, that thrust goes right into the base. So speaking of bases, that 89-foot crank-up tower, this is the hole you would have to dig and the rebar that you would put inside. And hopefully this fellow has a friend that's going to get him out of there. Once you have all the rebar done, you need to secure the base anchors. And the reason I say to secure them is when you're pouring concrete, concrete weighs, I think, 3,030 pounds per yard when it's wet. That is a lot of force when that starts coming down the chute. So we have many types of supports, and there is one that has found favor. It's a relatively new type, which is the rotating fixed tower. If you remember, we looked at the 25G, 45G, and so on. Well, the original slide that I have up there is this. This is 140 feet of 55G, and it's guide, and it all rotates from the bottom. Sounds like a nice trick, right? Well, this is how you do that. These particular rotating guy rings are by K0XG, and there are 3 sets. But the bottom antenna on the array is also on an orbital rotator, or otherwise known as a ring rotator, also by the same company. So when we look at the tower here, the 2 big tri-banders up top, they're C49XRs. There's a third one down below, and he can phase them all together. But he can rotate the tower in one direction and rotate the bottom one in another direction. So if he wants to work Europe with a stack, that's fine. Then he can work South America with the bottom one. Also on this tower, there's a 2/2 on 40, one at the top, one down farther. And the lower 40 has a 2-element 30 interlaced with it. And then there's a 1217 just above the bottom big tri-bander. And then he's got some other antennas off to the left. If you're interested in calculating forces on your tower, try K7NV. He has all kinds of tools for you to use. But if you're interested in why would I want to stack Yagi antennas, here's a list for you. In general, you want to increase the forward gain. And it really depends on the gain of the antennas in the stack, not the boom length. I know boom length is related to gain, but it's really the actual gain from each antenna. If you have 2-element Yagis like on 20 meters, you can stack them 28 to 30 feet, and you'll pick up a good reasonable gain between 2.5, maybe 3 dB. If, however, you have larger Yagis, you need to go out to at least 50-foot spacing. And this, of course, impacts your total tower height and where you put the antennas on the tower. The other reason to do stacking is that it combines the lobes. You have lobe combining going on. And even though there's a lot of literature from times past that says if you have an antenna 1 wavelength and 1.5 wavelength, the effective wavelength of the stack is 3/4, that is not correct. The effective height of the stack is about 90% of the top height. Getting back to Kurt's software, an interesting screenshot from some of his software on a guide tower. And if you look at it, the elevation on the tower there is 100 feet. And with this particular wind, I can't remember what it is, it's actually moving 18 inches and so on down the tower. So you want to put up a tower. Well, let's go down the list. What restrictions do you have? Maybe neighbors, maybe they just don't want one. Are there county restrictions, city, or of course written CC&Rs and HOAs? Another big one is, do you need a permit? I'll just let it sit there. Do you also need an engineer's drawing, particularly with a wet stamp? Sometimes those are hard to get. And I mentioned this earlier, your budget. And then how much can you do yourself? And of course, if you need an inspection, you may not be able to do as much yourself as you think. And then point E there is your weather. You need to take into account where you live, what your winds are. If you happen to live on a slope or on the top of a hill, you will not only get straight winds like you do down in the flats, you will get uplifting winds. And the winds come up the slope of the hill, they'll actually lift your elements up in the air and then literally drop them. So the winds are much different. So now that you decided you wanted an antenna and you got a budget, one of my best suggestions is to carefully select a position to get the best advantage of your terrain. And there are tools for you to do that. Try to keep it as far from power lines as possible, where you can have access to it to not only dig the hole, and by the way, call USA Dig or Dig Alert, somebody like that. So you, when you're digging your hole, you don't run into a power line or something, a buried power line. And it's nice to select a location where you don't have to use a pump to put the concrete in, or to use a crane later on to get the antennas on. So try to make things as easy as possible. It'll keep your budget down. And then the last one, number 5, please have enough workspace around the tower. I have some other pictures later. Placing a tower against the house, that always sounds nice. It is nice after everything's up. The catch is getting everything up and then later getting it down. So additional thoughts, and I mean these to be sobering. How old are you? Who's going to climb this tower, you or someone else? Got to do the initial installation. And then this next one is a thing called maintenance. Or if you get injured and can't climb anymore, and what are you going to be like in 10 or 20 years? Because your tower is still going to be there. And I have gotten this question more than once. Where can you go for training on tower work? The only place I know is a tower manufacturer, and they will train their own employees. I don't know that they will train anyone else. So usually where you'll find out is you hire someone to do the work and you watch and see what they do, and hopefully you can learn from them. So along with figuring out where to put the tower and so on, deciding what kind of operating you want to do, what bands you want to operate on, and how high you really want the antenna, and maybe you can't get it as high as you want. So there are a lot of things that you need to consider. This next series you may not run into, but on the other hand, you might. This particular tower, I've replaced a rotator in it 3 times because of the load. It happens to be near the crest of a hill and the winds are really tough. So how do you change the rotator on this thing? First of all, you've got a 2-inch, quarter-inch wall mast. It's about 25 feet tall. It's very heavy. That big 80-meter beam weighs over 200 pounds, plus you have other stuff there. And if you think about the rotator, your mast is sitting on top of the rotator. The rotator is actually taking the majority of the weight, if not all of the weight, from the mast and the antennas, even if you have a thrust bearing at the top. So how do you do this safely? Well, we're in a 65-foot man lift. And the first thing we did was we put on 3 safety cables. You can see them there going around the mast. They're to keep the mast centered. But before we did that, we had to get rid of the clamshells. Clamshells are the things, you know, that hold the mast. They're hooked, they're bolted, of course, to the rotator torque plate, and then they hold the mast. So we had to get rid of that first. So it sounds easy, you know, just lift everything up, but it isn't. The problem with this was the bolts were all rusted. These big 2 clamshells are very heavy. So the only way we got them off was to use a grinder with zip discs. And of course, we cut into the clamshells because there was no way else. Fortunately, the replacement rotor had a new set. So after you get that all done, then you can start attaching 3 come-alongs. And they're bolted to the mast above those three securing cables. I made a note here without reading all this stuff. You see the red arrow, you can see kind of a worn area, and there's a thing that looks like an upside down V there. Well, that V block is what centers the mast onto the torque plate, the rotor torque plate, and puts the mast right in the center. Problem is, if the mast rotates a little bit in the clamshells, there's a 1/4-20 bolt going through that, and it ends up loosening. And that's a bad thing because that V block ends up rotating, and I'll tell you what happens next. So here we now have the three come-alongs, and they are clamped. As I mentioned, we're on a 65-foot man lift, and we take each one and put it up in a leg of the tower. And then Bill and I, we do one click at a time. And this is really heavy lifting. As I mentioned, you got the mast, you have all the antennas, and a little bit of what I call unwanted friction. Word to the wise, before you use a come along like this, where there's going to be a tremendous force on them, make sure you know how to release them so you can lower it back down. Not all come alongs work the same. I put a note there. It says heavy lifting, just to remind us again. I'm 6'1", Bill's about 6'5". So now we have the rotator, and you can see where that V block is spun around. So why is that? Well, this is it. That little 1/4-20 bolt goes through the top, through the torque plate, and it holds a main drive gear in place. When it loosens up, the drive gear drops down and disengages, and the rotator doesn't work anymore. So we put everything back together, put our own bolts in, and it's still running. There's a comment here in red on this slide. Check the ground under your tower. Things do loosen up. In this particular case, the bolts actually fell out of the bottom of a rotator. This is a different tower. And the remaining bolts were a little bit loose, and the rotator's moving around a little bit. They elongated the holes, really destroyed the rotator shelf and other things. So why do you want a tower? Here we go. Casual operating, chasing DX, contesting HF or VHF, UHF. So at VHF, of course, your selection is generally not as complex because the antenna or antennas and tower do not have to be as high, unless, of course, you're doing EME, moon bounce. That's kind of a different ballgame. So where are we in the sunspot cycle? This has a lot to do with what antennas you might want to put on there for HF. Possible openings, if you want to work DX, are going to be on the lower bands, 40, a lot of good stuff on 80, 20. So probably 20 and 40 would be the best bands for a Yagi. So the bottom line for antennas at HF, try to use some software. I mentioned terrain before. There's some software called HFTA, High Frequency Terrain Analysis. You can actually find your terrain and run this software to see what the angles come out for your particular target zones. Here's a fellow that used this and really optimized this whole array, K7RL. You could probably look up his website there and see exactly what he did. There's also software like this for propagation to help you out, K6TU, and HFTA. Put in just a couple screenshots here, which shows you, this is comparing. This is not put up yet, but this is two 20-meter stacks. Not that we can all do this. One's at 118 feet and 50 feet. One's at 110 feet and 30 feet. You may not think that makes much of a difference, but it does if you look at the red and blue tracks over there. This is to Europe, and then this is to Japan. So if you want to work a lot over to Asia, you may want to do the red setup, which is 110 and 30 feet instead of the other. And the terrain profile is on the lower right. Sorry, I didn't point it out on the prior slide, but it's there also. It's a real steep slope. Now, there are some other propagation modes you can run into at HF. There's Cordell Hopper, Peterson Way, particularly on 40 meters. And even if you have an antenna at fairly low heights like 40 feet, you can enjoy that. So let's put up a tower. And please take this to heart. Only trained, experienced, qualified, certified, insured professional tower installers should ever attempt the installation, service, or dismantling. Try to employ a local professional engineer if you can. And all safety is your responsibility. So how do you put up a tower? Well, if you're trying to do it at field day, you could use this. It's a fellow from Central Valley, N6RK. It's called a falling derrick. There are other YouTubes of this besides his, and this is back from quite a few years ago. He actually used this at home. So it goes like this. The derrick keeps going down, pulling the tower up, and there you go. Then he puts the antenna up, and he's using a hazer. Now, a hazer, if you're not familiar with that, it actually goes up and down the side of the tower. So you can crank that hazer all the way down with the antenna and rotator on it, and then crank it back up so you do not have to climb the tower. Now, if your primary interest is working 40-meter nets, now you're probably mostly in Texas or nearby. That's a great a place to do this, because you can work east and west. You got most of the US about the same distance away. So you can utilize NVIS antennas, near vertical incidence skywave. And this is basically the way it works. It's a very low antenna for 40, puts out ground wave, of course, but the key is it radiates at very high angles. They just bounce up and down, and you get very good contiguous coverage. This is the one that the XYL-Vicky uses, N6KLS. We're up here, as I mentioned, Northwest Arizona. It's 18 feet high. It's 38 feet long, coil loaded. It gives her contiguous coverage from East Texas all the way west to Washington State. Now, if you're trying to work DX and you're having trouble, this may be the reason. I believe these pictures are from Panama. And power lines and other things, sometimes, people just can't hear you because they have local problems. So masts and towers, of course, can be a major expense, but what if you want to find a used one? So here's myself and a good friend of mine have an N6BXL. We're taking down a tower, taking the mast out first, and we're using a knuckle boom, a very useful tool. A lot of times, towers are available when someone's moving or downsizing or from an estate. So how do you know a tower is safe? What you see is not always what you get. Tubular steel towers rust from the inside out, not from the outside in, and it's difficult to test. There are some towers made of solid rod, not tube. You also want to check the bottom legs, particularly in areas where it freezes, because if you have water inside a tower leg and it freezes, what does water do when it freezes? It expands, and it will actually crack and split the bottom leg of the tower. I actually repaired a few of those. I thought I'd put this in here because I get asked a lot, well, what's a good QRP antenna? So what's the difference between a QRP antenna and a non-QRP antenna? The answer is nothing. And actually, if you QRP, you should have a better antenna than if you're running higher power. If you have lightning in your area, please look this up. It's called UFER or UFER. There's a website there from ecmag.com, and this is basically the way it works. It utilizes rebar in concrete to dissipate the lightning strike. So here we are, putting up a tower. This is at our place in Arizona. First of all, we needed Bubba and his dog, well, and his excavator, of course. So first antenna or tower we were putting in was our antenna research test tower. It's a 54-foot crank up. This ground was really easy. His bucket's 3 feet across. I think it took him 5 minutes. And the tower ends up like that. Of course, we didn't do this in one day. This is after we put everything together. Then we went out to the front area to dig another tower. This is a 2-section heavy-duty crank up for some other testing. He can only get down about 4 feet. And so I said, well, okay, if we can't go that deeper, we'll have to go bigger. And if you can see, it's lifting his excavator off the ground there. The ground out there is really like a rock. The third tower, this is Vicky's tower. It's a motorized 54. This took him about 10 minutes to do. So make sure you know what the ground is like and make the holes appropriate. As far as the bases go, we have all kinds of welding equipment, so we weld things together. You can be tied with wire, and they drop in the hole. We carry some antennas around with a tractor, so this is an antenna going up on Vicky's tower, and there we are, assembling the tower on the ground. And then I'm up there, and I'm using a power winch. And so I literally press the button and the antenna comes up to me. I've already put up a 40-meter rotatable dipole, and I'm just pressing the button. The antenna is coming up, and then I'm dropping it into a cradle mount. As I mentioned, tractors are very handy, really good for moving bases around. A couple details when you're putting up a tower like this. You put one bolt on each side for it to pivot on as you tilt it up. Now there is a fixture already attached to the front. Make sure you cut the retaining straps if it's a new tower. This particular one has an alpha spid rotator, which has a much different mounting system. It's a nice rotator, but just be aware it doesn't work with a standard rotator shelf. This also has tower section locks, and these are the lock controls. You pull down, of course, the tower is off on the side, but you pull those knobs, in this case, over to the left, and it puts a lock in and secures the section. So the raising fixture is attached. We're ready to crank it up. We have a gadget called the tower dolly. This to help moving the tower around. It's very handy. So here we go, just cranking the tower up. And then you always love it when you get past 45 degrees, and because everything's easy. And then you get it, put it in the back bolts, and it's break time. But look at the back part, the back flange there, where that white arrow is. That's a very important piece, because as the tower drops down, that piece will stop it from going too far. If it goes too far, you're going to have to somehow push it back to get a bolt in and secure it. If you have really tough weather, you're probably not near salt air. In particular, tower in Aruba here, as you can see, it really rusts. And this other one is also in the Caribbean. Has very shallow guy angle. They obviously did not have enough property. I wanted to include this picture. It's the most difficult tower I ever worked on. I had to climb up the tower, transfer to the roof, go around on the roof, and get back on the tower and climb back up. Plus, there were other antennas on the roof that I had to work around. So you need to really plan everything very carefully. And the tower climber is the one in authority, not the ground crew. And what a lot of people on the ground don't realize is that when you're on the tower, you hear a lot more than someone on the ground. You'll hear traffic noise, you'll hear all kinds of things. So if you're on the ground, you have to, look up when you're talking, make sure everyone knows what you're saying and that you can hear the tower climber. Also, make sure your ground crew knows how to tie knots that you can undo later. This tower is pretty much right against the house, and this is a very tough job. But I'm putting up another 40-meter dipole and a Yagi, and looks nice when it's done, but it was very difficult. Now, if your tower has a manual handle on the winch, you do not have to leave it there. You can take the bolt off and turn it around so the handle's not sticking out, or just leave the handle off if you're not going to use it very often. And remember, are you sure you want to climb? I've had a couple instances that I noted here. One in particular, I was up at 90 feet with a fellow. He wanted to go up there. We're working on a big 40-meter beam, and he's got his brand new fall arrest system. So we get up there at 90 feet, and he says, "Can you tell me if I'm hooked up?" So I said, "Sure, let go." Well, he wouldn't let go. And so for the next 3 hours, he was holding onto the tower with one hand. So make sure you want to climb and make sure you know how to operate your equipment. These two pieces are just invaluable to me. One's a power ratchet. There's another larger version available, and a chain vice grip. When you need to rotate a mast with a rotator, particularly in the wind, or if you need to rotate a boom, you'll love that chain vice grip. Another kind of tower that we make, or this is actually an old one I made, we make them out of square aluminum. They're crank up. And the reason it's in here is those four things in the lower right, those are called rigid guys. Instead of actually guying something with line of whatever kind, these are rigid. And so they work in both compression and tension. A very simple method, if you need to put up like a 20-foot mast, is this. Vicky is the trustee of our D-Star system, W7KDS, and so the antennas look like this. The top one's 1.2 gigs, it's 70 centimeters and 2 meters, and it starts life as a 20-foot tall 2-inch steel mast. It's thin wall, I think it's like 060. We put it 18 inches in the ground inside a 2-inch PVC sleeve with about a half a sack of fence post concrete. And then out the top is 1 3/4 inch aluminum that kind of telescopes inside. But then the key is it's held together by 2 lengths of 5/8 rebar. So you actually have a triangle. The upper drawing there shows you that if you're using cable, if the wind's coming from the left, you know, that one guy on the windward side is tight. The other one can be fairly loose. If you're using rigid guys, it doesn't matter where the wind's coming from. So uses up very little space and it's plenty strong to hold those up. A couple more shots. We heat up the rebar with a torch and bend it so it kind of conforms to the tube or where it's going to be attached. We also have one on her ASL mount. These are a little bit different because they bolt to a retaining wall, but it's the same principle, and they've worked really good. A few antennas at N6RO out in Brentwood. I helped put those up many moons ago. But I did have an opportunity to visit a new tower going in a couple hours east of here. As I mentioned about selecting your location, Tim did a really good job of picking 5 acres here with great takeoff views. And he has places for storage while everything's being constructed. And what do you need? Well, you need antennas, more antennas, more antennas, and still more antennas, and more antennas. Oh, and an extra motorized crank-up tower. But what's he putting up? He's putting up 3 130-foot 65G towers. In the foreground here is one of the guy anchors. May look simple, but it really isn't. His tower bases are 12 by 12 by 5. He would like them to have been deeper than 5, but he ran into rock. So each of these has 27 yards of concrete. It's really a nice job. It's really just sanitary. But the sections have flange mounts, and they have to be put in with a crane. There's no way you can lift these. So the guy anchor, as I mentioned, looks simple, but it isn't. And of course, there are 3 of these for each tower. And each one has about 4 yards of concrete. And then where the shadow is where the radio building goes. It's now in place. I haven't taken new shots. But while he was putting it all up, he put up a temporary antenna there just to stay on the air. And then he put his towers in a triangle, which is a good thing you might think about doing, because he can run 160-meter antennas on catenaries between the 3 towers. It has to do with planning. So if you take a look at his budget, here you go. Not including labor, those towers were about $63,230. Of course, then you need the crane, climber, hardware, need rotators at $2,500 a piece, coax, PVC, the radio room, all the gear, storage boxes, and so on. So it's good to know your budget and know that you're covered. So let's remember, the future of amateur radio is the youth. You know, our average age keeps going up every year. Let's try to bring it down a little bit. This was from, what was it called? Schools on the Air. can't remember what the actual name was. It was a lot of fun. We go over to schools. This was an elementary school, and they'd be on the air all day. So an old picture of me setting up for an antenna test and a couple thoughts for the day. Everything works and nothing's obvious. So a parting thought: with today's technology, and this really comes from the prior presenter, setting up a remote station is feasible, and even sharing an existing one is too. A few kudos to the pictures, and thank you very much for your attention. Uh, Array of light is the key word. I think I should have stopped in the middle to mention that.
You're quite all right, Tom. No worries. We'll go ahead and we'll open that up now real fast. And then if you also have questions, feel free to put them in the chat. So let me open up the entry form and put the door prize key phrase up on the screen. So array of light is what you need to enter in this one. So again, for folks that are joining us for this session here, we are giving away door prizes, and we'll tell you what the door prize is from this session. It's a little special once we announce the winner here in a little bit. So let me start the 10-minute timer. I've got the form open. Click the link in the description to enter, and you've got 10 minutes, and then we'll close off entries, and then we'll work to select the winner for this session's door prize. So again, questions, please put them in the chat. I will say that, living in a bunch of association places, I don't get to think about this. I just get to dream that, oh gosh, it would be so nice if I could put a tower up and make all my neighbors hate me or something. But I've seen like when the cellular company comes in and wants to put in a tower, sometimes they actually bring in a helicopter, and the helicopter lifts the things up and puts it in place. Is that a common method in amateur radio, or like what are the antenna party time? What are some good ways to actually get the tower up?
I put in one tower with the helicopter. It is not very it's pretty rare, mainly because you have to clear your flight path with usually the sheriff. You also have to have insurance, and the sheriff will go and evacuate all the people in the flight line.
Oh my.
The other issue is that there's a lot of static up on the blades of the helicopter, so they will often have a ground crew to ground everything that you're putting up there. So it's really not a simple thing. Usually cranes are, if you're putting up something really big like that, a crane is what you would use, or big tram lines.
Okay, excellent. Well, trying to see if we can get questions in the chat, but not yet.
Okay.
So I will say for me though, it was a real eye opener. When I hear folks say, "Well, I'm gonna go climb the tower," I think, okay, well they put on their safety harness and hard hat and safety, and up they go and safety, and when they're done, down they go and safety, and it's like there's a whole lot to think about, more than I had thought of. So for me, and I'm sure for many of us here, thank you much for the insight. I know I appreciate it much.
Well, one of my towers was an 89-foot crank up, and I'd just been doing work on it, and I'd taken all my safety things off. I'm standing right by it. It was motorized, and I ran the motor, and I'm watching it go up. It gets all the way up, and the top cable, I looked at it, and it's vibrating. And next thing I know, the tower is down. The whole thing crashed right in front of me. It actually knocked some of the welded braces off. I got hit in the chest with a couple pieces.
Oh my.
And that's it kind of makes you wonder what would have happened if I had been any closer.
Mm-hmm.
But I look at a crank up tower, it's actually a big meat cleaver. And as I mentioned, gravity will not give you a break. Once something starts going, you will not stop it.
True that. All righty. Well, no questions in the chat, just some comments. It was an outstanding presentation, and one comment that your great book. I'm glad someone's saying that. Hint, hint.
So, I do have a comment for you. Is this Steve or Aaron?
It's Aaron. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you want antennas for small places, I actually have another presentation for that.
All righty, good teaser maybe for next Mentorfest. Steve, take a note, please. I'll take one as well. So, All righty, Tom. Well, thank you much. Appreciate you joining us here
Okay.
for Mentorfest. You take care there. And yeah,
Okay.
you've got my attention for the smaller, being in an association. Yeah,
Okay.
stealth and smaller. And yes, please. All righty. All right. Well, Mentorfest 2021, we're continuing here. That was our final presentation for today. We've got closing remarks coming up at the top of the hour. We've also got about 5.5 minutes left for entries on this session's door prize. So that will remain open while we go to break. We will let that 10 minutes run all the way through. We want to keep it fair. But we will go to break. The form will stay open for another 5.5 minutes here. And then at 5 o'clock, when we come back for closing remarks, we'll let you know the winner of the door prize from this session, and we'll jump into closing remarks and the door prize for the final door prize for the day. Stay tuned. We'll be back in about 9 minutes here on Mentorfest from ARRL North Texas. Be right back. All righty, we're coming back to Mentorfest for closing remarks. But first, I promised we'd tell you who won the door prize from the last session. And just to cover the bases here, we selected between 3 and 36. Again, that first couple of rows are testing and column headers. And number 1414 was the winner, and that is Wendell Ferguson, Kilo 5 Whiskey Juliet Foxtrot. And if you connected the dots, you might have figured out Tom, November 6 Bravo Tango, our presenter from the previous session, was kind enough to donate a copy of his book, Array of Light, for the prize for his session. So Tom will work to get that to you shortly. We'll make sure you get your details so we can send it your way. So again, congratulations, Wendell. All righty, it is time for our closing remarks. It's been a long day for Mentorfest, but we've had a lot of good content. And thanks for hanging in there if you've been with us since 8:30 this morning. I'm going to send it over to Steve here in his presentation as we get started. For this one, we're going to open up door prizes right here in the beginning of the session. And again, we'll start the 10-minute timer. So let me get that ready to go. The phrase for the closing remarks here: American Radio Relay League. That's the magic phrase for the final door prize for Mentorfest 2021. The form is open, and so go ahead and submit your entries, and we'll leave that for 10 minutes. And before we go, we'll make sure we get that selected. All righty. Steve, I'm going to send it over to you. Go ahead, please.
All right. Thank you very much, Aaron. Hopefully my audio is perfect and I'm not driving it too hot like I normally do.
You're good so far. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. And big shout out to Aaron, our section traffic manager and web guru, K8AMH, for all the heavy lifting on the technical issues and basically the simulcasting of everybody's YouTube presentation or Zoom presentation on YouTube. So I would like to first thank everybody in our section management team. I could not do half the stuff I do for our ARRL North Texas members without the team working together. And along those lines, let's see if I can get to my next slide. It's been my distinct honor to serve as the ARRL North Texas section manager since becoming your section manager the 1st of April of 2019. And of course, that means it's been 2 years ago. And so this month, I start my second term serving the members. And it's a great honor for me to continue to serve. My passion is for fellow amateurs to reap the rewards of being an ARRL member. And I serve for all my fellow amateur radio ops. Not just ARRL members, but we do encourage everybody to be an ARRL member, of course. The ARRL North Texas section management team is composed of many volunteers, not just myself. And I encourage everybody to take a look at the ARRLNTX.org website. And if you click on the About Me icon, it will drop down and you can click on where it says staff, and you can see we have over 18 members on the section management team. I am thrilled as well to work with our ARRL division director. He's a division director that is a team player working for all of our fellow amateur radio ops. John Stratton, N5AUS, is our division director for the West Gulf Division. And I'm just very blessed to have a great working relationship with John Stratton. And he and I communicate pretty often weekly. And during things like field day and other things, we talk several times a week. Whatever ARRL section you reside in, your team would probably welcome help, as does ours. There's a place for everyone that has energy and passion for our fellow amateur radio ops. Being a section field appointee does require that you are an ARRL member. It is the main requirement for it being a section appointee. Remember, ARRS members are not required to be an ARRL member. ECs, DECs, etc. are, as they are field appointees. In other words, ECs, DECs are appointed by myself and my section emergency coordinator, who is actually appointed by myself. Or in your case, the section manager, whoever that may be. Every ARRL section has a website. I encourage you to look for vacant seats within the team that you might be able to fill and contact your section manager. I am sure they will be glad to have a conversation with you. Don't forget scholarships for those kids and grandkids in the family, and even your neighbors, friends, and families. Often, they only require the applicant be a licensed amateur radio op. A search on the ARRL.org website, in other words, the headquarters website, for a keyword scholarship will yield more than a few pages of different scholarships and their requirements. American Radio Relay League. I've heard it called the League. I've heard it called several other things. It is the American Radio Relay League, ARRL. If you're not a member, please take advantage of the trial membership offer for those that have never been a member. And you can find those details at arrl.org/membership-levels. And if you've never been a member and you want to see what it's all about, you can get a free membership for a short period of time. That free membership does not include any published periodicals. You are in the North Texas section. Hopefully you know that. If you're in the North Texas section, I should have said, because we have many from outside our section watching this. But if you're in the section, hopefully you know that I do a monthly section manager newsletter. Most section managers, but not all, do that. We also have a quarterly roundtable online with club officers. A president and vice president is invited to the table from North Texas clubs. We also have a bi-monthly section staff meeting. I encourage feedback from ARRL members within my section and beyond. Not only do I make an extra effort to attend every ARRL section sponsored Hamfest within my own section of North Texas, which is a big area geographically, but I also go to several Hamfest outside our section to see what others are doing and learning from their section management team, so I can come back and build upon our team. I will be on the road this year during field day, visiting as many sites as I can that are listed on the ARRL Field Day Locator map. This year, I will start from the west edge of the section, Remember, your organization must be posted on the field day locator map for me to consider visiting your team on my planned route. So it's not something I crawl in the truck and just go do haphazardly. I try to plan my route out so it's the most efficient and I can visit the most sites in the shortest amount of time. It's a challenge because we have a very big area to cover. Questions? Please remember that every ARRL section manager's contact info is on page 16 of each issue of QST. Division Director contact information is on page 15 of QST. Contacting me by email seems to work the best, especially during the long daylight days of the summer months. However, you are always welcome to leave me a voicemail. Please give me a topic and your call sign, and I will respond as soon as possible. Of course, if you're outside our section, I encourage you to have a dialogue with your section management team. But I'm willing, able to talk with anybody about ham radio. So I was going to dump to the final door prize at this time, but I want to take a few more minutes to thank all of our presenters. It's been a long day for Aaron and I. We started at about 8 o'clock this morning getting ready, but we started off with some really great presentations. All of them have been fantastic. Michelle Carey, she is the YLRC president currently, and her call sign is W5MQC, and she resides up in Oklahoma. She was one of the speakers during the YL's presentation. Johnnie Young is our YL ambassador for our section. I appointed Johnnie about 2 years ago. Well, not quite 2 years ago, about a year ago, I guess. And her call is KG5CQO. And Johnnie moderated the YL session for the most part. Allison, and I'm going to butcher the pronunciation of Allison's name. Her last name, Hollier, is the one that did the presentation on tower climbing safety, how to learn it, how to do it, and how to do it right. And Allison's call is KG5BHY. Allison is also the vice president of the Mansfield-Johnson Amateur Radio Service. And she does a great job, as well as all their club does. Catherine Forson is our section youth coordinator. I'm very proud of Catherine and very pleased that her mom and dad allowed her to become our section youth coordinator right after I became the section manager for North Texas. And Catherine's call sign is KT5KMF. I also want to thank Eric N5REG for his great presentation on learning and enjoying CW. John KF5PFP for his WinLink presentation. And Robert N5REG for his presentation. Stan NW5Q for his presentation, as well as Dale KB5NFT and Thomas N6BT. And I also want to make a special shout out to Thomas's YL, Vicky, and I forget Vicky's call sign. I thought I had it. But Vicky learned that I was seeking presenters for Mentorfest, our first virtual version, and passed a note to her significant other, and that's how we garnered Thomas N6BT for his excellent presentation. Other than that, are there any questions out there? Brittany says, my brain is so full for sure. Thank you for a great day of information. Brittany, I really appreciate that. And Scott says he's received a lot of very good information today. That includes all the presentations. So thank you, Scott. So it looks like there's not a lot of questions. Keep in mind, if anything comes up question-wise after we depart, that just drop me an email. Again, my contact information is on page 16 of any QST within the last 2 years or so. But it's simply KG5VK at ARRL.org. And drop me a line anytime. And with that, I think I'm going to turn it back to Aaron for housekeeping. And if any questions come up before we click off, I'll be glad to address them. Aaron?
Yeah, no worries. And before we get to housekeeping, let's do the door prize. So again, for those that, yeah, how this works, because I know last one we kind of did in between sessions. I have the list of those that provided their information, and I asked Steve for a random number, and he uses a random number generator. He doesn't see the list, and once he gives me the number, I find out who the winner is. So I need a number between 4 and 29. And again, for folks wondering,
okay,
it's
4 and 29.
That's correct. 4 and 2-9er.
Okay, so we have about 25 entry forms done. And here's your number. The number is 19.
1-9er. All right.
Correct.
Now I just double check eligibility, which means I go to QRZ.
Yep.
and the winner for the final door prize, Steve, you'll have to tell them what they won in just a moment, is Marsh Stewart, Kilo Alpha 5 Mike. So Marsh, congratulations. And Steve, what's our final door prize for today?
Oh my gosh, I can't believe Marshall Stewart won this. One of my buddies over in Louisiana. That is crazy. I'm glad we were using the number generator tool. That is for sure interesting. Well, the door prize is the ARRL handbook for 2021. And I have a gut feeling that Marshall may already have one of those. So, but looks like he's already vacated no, I think he's still in here. So I'm going to give him a couple of minutes to chime in either way. But so for all you all's information, yeah, he loves it. So that means he has not yet purchased that.
Excellent.
And he's like me. Before I became section manager, I used to purchase them every other year. So he has a new handbook coming. Okay, so all the materials, the door prizes will be shipped directly to the winner. And those will all be shipped by myself with the exception of Stan's and not Stan.
Oh, Tom's. Yep.
N6BT's. The Ray of Light book that he is the author of. And I have one of those in my my library, by the way. And that is a really cool book. It's a great way to he presents it in such a dynamic way. It's much different than looking at a typical handbook or something like that on antennas. And so whoever won that, you really got a jewel. But with that, I think we're going to tie the ribbons on it. It's been a long day for Aaron and I. And there's a chance we may do this again. It's not going to happen quarterly, that's for sure. And definitely not more frequently than that, because it's a lot of heavy lifting on Aaron's part and a full day for both of us. But we look forward to hearing ideas and suggestions from everybody out there. And I'm going to say 73s, and I look forward to working everybody on the air. Stop in when you hear my call sign, and let's chat. So, Aaron, I'm going to turn it back to you for your closing comments.
Alrighty, perfect. Thank you, Steve. And alrighty, Mentorfest 2021. That's a wrap. So here's a couple of quick housekeeping items as we close off. We've recorded all of the sessions, and so assuming things work as they're supposed to, this entire 9-hour plus stream should be available on our YouTube channel as soon as YouTube is set processing it. And that'll include all the live chat on the side, so you can watch everything again there if you'd like. We're also going to work to post each individual session in its own video. And that way, if you'd like to share just a session, or if you'd like to not have to, oh, it's in the file, it's at 5 hours and 30 minutes. We'll have a separate video up on YouTube to make that a lot easier. Give me a little bit of time to do that. I have to manually slice the file up and upload it and that type of thing. Again, any questions or anything, feel free to follow up with any of us in the section. We can help with that. Check out the new young ladies page on the section website, ARRLNTX.org, and let us know what you think. Alrighty, thanks to all of our presenters. I'd like to thank YouTube and the internet and my computer and the electricity for all working today. It's always one of those nail biters of, oh, please, everything just flow. Very, very smooth. Thank you for all of you for jumping in and joining us today, for participating in the chat. It's always great to interact with you. And as a section traffic manager, I'm of course going to say, hey, send me a radiogram. I hope to hear from you. So 73 from me, everybody. Have a great rest of the evening. I will leave the stream running for the next minute or so. If you'd like to say some final goodbyes, and 7-3 in the chat to anybody that you saw in there that you recognized or anything like that, and then we'll close the stream off. So again, 7-3 from me, Aaron Kilo 8 Alpha Mike Hotel Section Traffic Manager for ARRL North Texas. This has been Mentorfest 2021. Have a good rest of the evening and the weekend there, and we'll catch you next time.